remember who you really are. Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
한껏 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 가총을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내게 주어진 운명 꿈꿨던 너와 나 그래들의 승리와 명예 The weight of it both the world is in our hands 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠 있다 내배까지 아름다운 꿈을 밟고봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠 있다 내배까지 세계 운명
Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash. Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 제발 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모두 나널 지킬 나란 걸 더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 분명한 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으며 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 말 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 작품을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 눈이 부신 모든 순간들 지켜내야 해 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠 날때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 어떤 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 superstar 딱 보면 모르나 널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸는 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 자충을 쳐봐 어둠이 떠 날때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려
Focus onto the text here because there's no more sustain. The feed is filled with verses through the bears they're feasting. The timer is slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? He goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is playoff times. Let's go! We have so many incredible games coming up for you. We are here for Marvel Rivals Ignite. We are in EMEA. I'm Tetra. We have Ryan, of course, and we have some incredible games lined up.
Yeah, I mean, we're now into the playoffs, and if for some reason or other you can't understand us, head over to another stream because you'll be able to, for like English speakers, because I know there's tech issues going on at the same time. But yeah, Tetra, it's a fantastic way to start off the playoffs. Like, we not only get to see all of the teams out of the top 8 in EMEA today, but it is the only day of best of threes. We sort of clear up that first round, and everything from then on out is going to be full best of 5, so there's going to be plenty of Marvel Rivals action to be watching for all of the teams gunning for the top prize position in the EMEA, but also the mid-season finals as well.
This is a double elimination. Like you say, we've got those best of 3s to get out the way, but all of these teams are going to get another chance, even if they get taken out. This is not just another clearing of the path, as we already handled that in the group stage. We have already got rid of half of our teams who have now been eliminated from Ignite to try again later. Having a look at the journey these teams took to get here, with Berber and Patapim in Group A, having a cruise of a run until the run back from Zero Tenacity, able to take them in that 3-2 match last week. The other teams that are joining them, all business in that lower bracket finals, and Low9 able to push on through, taking out Schmungus to make it to this spot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty eclectic group of new faces and old, right? Berber, Patapim, not in the same group as Virtus Pro, able to try to make a statement, and ended up getting on the wrong side of Z10 that have been trying to prove that they are a top dog. But we go over to Group B to look at where the other 4 teams from playoffs came from, And notably, we see Virtus Pro being knocked down to the losers bracket by Rad a couple of rounds in the upper bracket, and having a pretty clean sweep all the way through, only dropping a map to Insomnia to get to the grand position of a 3-0 grand final against Rad. So they're going to be the top seed going up against the fourth. Typically, you know how these sort of group stages work, right? If you've been watching previous iterations of Marvel Rivals esports with the invitationals or just other esports generally, now we get to see like the top of one group versus the bottom of another, and then sort of switching things around. So it's a pretty good mix of teams here, I'd say.
And we're going to get to have a look at these teams as we look at the bracket. This is the journey these teams will have to fight on through to become our champion, to try and represent EMEA in those mid-season finals, like you said. Zero Tenacity, able to snipe that #1 spot over Berber and Patapim, means they now get to go against Team Peps. But importantly, it means they're on the opposite side of the bracket to the current kings of EMEA, Virtus Pro. Berber and Patapim, though, have now set up for a potential fated match if they can overcome Insomnia and if Virtus Pro can get past L9.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of upsets definitely in line here, but like I said, pretty much outside of the first round, it's going to be pure BO5 action all the way through, I'm pretty sure. So it's a case of like maybe there's going to be an upset in this first couple of rounds, but then more maps are naturally played, so it means that realistically the best team should always win out. Like best of ones certainly and best of threes can be a little bit coin flippy, but here it's only going to be that first today basically that's going to have the action.
We are, however, due to this being the playoffs, we've now made it through the group stage, meaning the players have now caught up with the rest of the general gaming community when it comes to Marvel Rivals, as we are on the new patch, meaning we have some pretty severe changes which might affect a lot of these drafts. The big one to point out here is going to be Star-Lord. Already seen in so many of these games. Virtus Pro have been picking it in almost all of their games coming into this phase, outside of a couple on Sunday, with that element gun range damage fall off and the extra blaster barrage. They can really move in to keep that AoE damage and to be able to duel from longer distances.
Yeah, that feels like it's the main one that stand out, because the action of Star-Lord that we've seen with the sort of Guardians team-up combination with Adam Warlock, and just the synergy, I suppose, with the likes of Magneto getting some bulwarks whilst they're doing combos to farm up Galactic Legend faster. Yeah, Star-Lord's pretty strong. The Thor remains to be seen, I guess. Maybe we'll see a little bit more Thor, but we haven't seen any across any of the regions so far. For Storm, a little bit worse for the Omega Hurricane, but not by much. Still useful in the right hands. It is the Moon Knight one that I'm a bit more curious about, because it is a 25 HP buff, in a sense. Is that enough to actually start to see him used a lot more? He's pretty popular, I'd say, in various things. But I think the main patch changes texture that I'm looking at is probably just going to be these team-ups, right? We saw a lot of the Hawkeye Luna team-up last week, even after the patch, because it was a lot stronger, like the stun duration, the range, etc., the damage from it too. Don't know if we're going to see all that much from now on, and then stuff like Sharknado being a bit worse, and obviously the Rocket Network, which typically teams would start off in spawn doors trying to get all of the armor upgrades or even the jump packs. Might see that a little less often.
You're still going to be able to drop this down. It's the main cooldown in combat where we're going to see this lessened. There's the ability for pennies to try and wrap around or set up containments and just consistently move the traps back to try and zone your opponents. That way to try and make them fight for every inch. In this case, they've nerfed that a little bit, so we'll probably still see some pre-game setups with that extra 50 armor from the team up, but we'll see less of the general force push on through. But like you said, the main target here, Jeff Nado, a couple teams have slipped it in, and that ice arrow is going to be a huge change. Hawkeye was only just starting to appear, and they still have it. They still have this incredible crowd control option. It has just been nerfed.
I think that's the sort of right approach, really. You don't want a character like Hawkeye to just suddenly start coming in a lot more popularity because of something that is just incredibly oppressive CC-wise, but you want to see it played now and again. The other side of it, of course, is that Lunar Snow is commonly banned out, right? So the likelihood of seeing a Hawkeye alongside, probably pretty slim, but at least the option's still there. It wasn't nuked to the ground, but it's just brought down a little bit that it doesn't feel cheesy almost.
Very much so. We've seen these changes. We'll see which ones come into play. Like you say, is that buff to Moon Knight going to be enough? Thor is now more survivable. The ability to cancel out of that Awakening Rune into a quick Storm Surge to try and get out of danger. It could see maybe a rise in the picks and bans, but that's if players have figured out where it fits. But we can have a look at from this previous patch and from the group stages. Across all the regions, you've put in the work to try and make this happen. The picks and bans from all of these teams from everywhere. And it is pretty top-heavy for 4 characters.
Yeah, I'd say so. This does include sort of the action that we've seen in Americas, Asia, the Oceanic region, which is complete playoffs, and also China. That was a bit harder to get, but shout out to some of the people who are doing watch parties and trying to cast in Mandarin, because I was able to get the actual VODs from them because they weren't up elsewhere. But yeah, you're right. Like, there's more of a focus to go in. This is all of the picks, protects, saves, whatever you want to call them. So the first one and the second one, and then all 4 of the bans all combined. So pretty much like Loki and Magneto looking involved in pretty much every series, either by a pick or a ban. Loki's obviously very popular. We're starting to see a lot more first protects of Loki now as well, so we'll see how much that starts to rise in popularity after this week. But you are looking at that main Vanguard duo of Emma Frost and Magneto. Typically, teams try to aim for one or the other, depending on what you want to work on. Obviously, Emma Frost having to team up with Psylocke and Magneto to add the copies and allow Psylocke to be a lot more lethal, and Magneto just being the best like shield barrier Vanguard at the moment, I would say, and with a great ultimate like Meteor M. But it does now get into pretty interesting territory, I'd say, Tetcher, where there's a lot more teams that are trying to live up to their own like spiciness, I suppose. Like Ultron is starting to be used in the right areas. Captain America, very popular for some teams over the other Vanguard options, and we're starting to see a lot more bans on Mantis as well, specifically to try to cut that triple strategist Adam Warlock team up where there's just basically resurrects across the board. So we haven't actually seen much of that, if not any of that, in EMEA, but in other regions like China and Asia, they've been gunning out the Mantis quite a lot.
Yeah, you brought it up there. The Mantis and also Cloak and Dagger are creeping up in the ban phases, but it's very different depending on the regions. While EMEA have very heavily started leaning on that Cloak and Dagger in terms of picking and sometimes banning it, Asia have been looking at the Mantis and saying damage boost is pretty good. Teaming this up with the Atom is pretty effective. Punisher has massively been impactful, although it's starting to be seen a little bit less, but it has been so much of an impact with even this damage boost from Inspire or the Terror Cape that we are seeing teams start to adjust with this. The meta has evolved over the last 2 weeks of play and will likely continue to do so as we make our way into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting, but it's not just worth sort of hearing the data and stuff. We want to hear from people that are actively involved in this stuff. So to start us off in playoffs, we've got the very special guest of Craggy coming in from Team Smungus. I can't say it today. Smungus. And also a very experienced like hero shooter player, right, Craggy? So first and foremost, what are your reactions after the week of you guys being eliminated? Just 1 win away from playoffs. Not to rub it in, that's not the intention, but it must be like a good showing, right? It was the first tournament you played with the Smungus guys, and you were very, very close to being top 8. That must be like promising, right?
Yeah, no, we almost made it. I think the progress that we've made so far is very good for what we've done. We basically stream all our scrims so people can see all our strategies. We can't hide anything, so people kind of know what to go up against. So I think we did pretty good for what we've done so far.
Well, I feel the first question before we start diving into some of these teams and, of course, the new patch notes is, do you think we'll be seeing you again in the qualifiers for Ignite Stage 2?
Yeah, I definitely think we'll all be playing again. We had a lot of fun, which was the main point of doing it for us. So yeah, we'll probably be back there.
It's good content and get people more involved in the esports scene. But now I do want to glaze you a little bit because you did have a pretty good win over OG Seed in your first game, first actual like showing, I suppose, in Ignite, like the debut game across all of the streams. And you brought out the Scarlet Witch, and certainly on the second map of Symbiotic Showdown, you were able to just absolutely rinse through them. We spoke a little bit to Boga afterwards, and he gave a bit more insight of just the team up's really strong with Doctor Strange, but most importantly, a lot of teams aren't used to playing up against the Scarlet Witch, probably without blacklisting them straight afterwards. So I wanted to get your perspective on it, not only for Scarlet Witch, but for a lot of like different off meta picks, do you feel that there's a lot of characters now that need a bit more respect added onto them and shouldn't be seen as like throw picks in ranked games, for example? I think Scarlet Witch is like a main one, but you play all sorts of stuff, right?
Yeah. So my main take on it is, I think first time we played it was against Ex Oblivion, and I think it's just I thought it would work, so I played it. We've never tried it before, but I think these off picks that you don't see is very strong in the sense that no teams have practice against it, so they don't really know how to answer it. They have to kind of go off their instincts, which is what they've played against in ranked. So it kind of like throws them off a bit, and it just becomes more of a, I guess, individual performance type thing instead of a team-based thing. So
let's now move into what you think of the new patch with the new changes to characters. How are you feeling with some of these? Do you think we might see a little bit more of the Moon Knight, for example, and of course the buff to Star-Lord, who's already seeing a lot of play? What are your thoughts?
I think the meta will stay somewhat the same. I don't think teams had much time to practice new stuff. Probably see a bit more Star-Lord. But yeah, I think with the new ban system, it just depends on what people ban. It's very dependent on that now.
What was your take on the ban system? I don't know if we can get the graphic up that we had before about like the total like protects and bans so far. Like, really, was that something that took a lot of getting used to for you guys? Because I think Boga said that you have like 2 hours of scrims a week, but you might have done a little bit more into preparing for this event. How was that to sort of adjust to? Because it feels like it's taken a lot of the pro teams that have been playing in scrims consistently for like the last year almost, if you're looking at closed beta and stuff as well. It feels like they've struggled with adjusting to it as well, right? How's it been for you?
Yeah, I mean, you guys interviewed Nevix talking about the ban system. I think Virtus Pro, it kind of caught them off guard as well a bit. They were more comfortable on the other ban system. I think this ban system makes the game more about the ban system than the previous one, which we didn't really understand the ban system, so I think we kind of got rolled there. I think it adds a lot of complexity to it, and I think teams that understands the ban system better than others, I think they'll come out on top and have an advantage in the game. But I think personally I like it. I think it adds something new to the game that if you play something but you don't want the enemy team to play it, you can just ban it for them, but you can still play it. I think that's good.
And let's talk about that, the teams that have adjusted. Looking at these playoffs now, you've obviously played against a lot of these players for quite a while now, and including a couple last week. Where is your money going into the playoffs? If you had to look at these teams and say who would be representing EMEA at these mid-seasons, what teams would jump out to you?
Ooh, I love Team Rad. Team Rad is my favorite. They got the Trim and Crime, Trust Me, and the Crook. Those are my boys. Yep.
Pretty much, yeah. I think really the main thing seems to be a lot more focus on the Vanguards, I suppose, of just the EMEA or the Magneto. I wanted to talk a little bit actually about that loss that you actually had against like Low 9, because it was such a close series. For those that's trying to get a little bit more information on like how the coordinated teams play, because it's still in the early days of Ignite, right? Like, how would you sort of sum up where those last 2 maps went wrong? Because you were a map up in the domination mode, and then you went to Midtown and stuff. Not to sort of put you through like the reminders of it, but for those that still want to find out a bit more about how pro teams play, what is it that they did well that you struggled with, Low 9?
I think I could be wrong about this, but there's more opportunity for individual play, and it's more individual. The Koth maps, so the first map, so I feel like we always do well on the first map, and then once the other maps are just more team dependent, and I felt like the enemy team just played better as a team. They had better strategies, they knew how to rotate, they knew how to play ults together. A lot of our experience comes from ranked, where it's just throw things at a wall until it sticks. And you can't really do that on those maps. You can do that on the first map, but not the others. So I feel like we lost because they had better team play than we did.
All right. Well,
Excellent.
Craggy, thank you very much for joining us. Is there any shout outs you'd like to do before we let you go on about your day?
Oh, shout out to Tram and Crime playing later today. I'll be watching that.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you go about your day as we're going to be getting set up for those games. Like Cracky already mentioned, we're going to be seeing Rad Esports later. We're going to get the level 1 Crook in and people like that. But our first series of today is going to be Zero Tenacity versus Team Peps.
Have you got any predictions, by the way, Craggy, just before you go, like for this first one especially?
I don't know. I feel like they can go both ways. There's definitely been some teams that done a lot better than I expected. I guess that might be the lack of my scrimming experience, but yeah, I think yeah, I don't know. I got no clue. I'll be honest.
I mean, it feels like a bit of a coin flip, but yeah, like we won't keep you for too long. Thank you very much for joining in, and it's worth a shout out that all of the co-streams and stuff, Craggy, you'll be watching along, right? So the magic skin that you can get, the drops and stuff like that, available for all of the co-streams as well. So definitely wanted to plug you there.
Yep, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, Ryan, we are getting set up for, like we said, our first series of the day. And we are looking at Zero Tenacity, the team that came first out of that Group A versus Berber Patapim in a 3-2. And they're going against the first team to take a map off of Virtus Pro in an official tournament. It is Team Peps, who have shown incredible potential. And let's look at some of the other matches we have coming up as well. We already mentioned it. Rad, they'll be going up against All Business, the team that knocked Virtus Pro down to the lower bracket were Rad. And All Business put up insane battles against a lot of the teams in their group, very nearly making it into that finals.
Yeah, it definitely felt very, for the first game especially, I definitely agree with Craggy. We're going to have some of the predictions and stuff coming up, and I was like very much 50-50 on where that first game would go, because while Zero Tenacity topped the group and looked really good, now you've got everybody gunning for you. And Peps sort of lost, unfortunately, to Insomnia, and Insomnia had a lot of curveballs, quite literally throwing Wolverines around with the fastballs, but then also running into Virtus Pro in the losers bracket to finish out 4th. Makes me think that Peps can probably do a lot more than the sort of statistics in the bracket shows that they can. And I definitely am more of a fan of like Insomnia beating Berber Patapim. I really like the Berber Patapim team. I think that they have the ability to do some like pretty like shocking damage in the right way. Like they are definitely a team that can push the likes of Virtus Pro and Rad, but there was a lot of shakiness with how they played that Z10 series, and I think Insomnia are going to go in with no holds barred. I don't think that they're going to hold anything back, and really at that point, Berber Patapim have a lot of pressure on their shoulders to perform. People are expecting it now. Certainly with Virtus Pro dropping the map, it's a lot more open.
Let's jump into this game 1 that we have here. Zero Tenacity versus Peps. Zero Tenacity, they have a huge amount of experience and they came out swinging. We were looking at All Business as one of the teams that could take it all the way, and we had a shock early round in that group stage. Zero Tenacity came on with an incredible performance, then got sent down to the lower bracket in those finals, and then were able to make their way in to once again get that rematch and took the number 1 seed in Group A.
Yeah, and for Team Peps, like I mentioned, a squad that might look like they're underperforming in some senses. I think it's a lot more competitive in EMEA, but this team has remained very competitive, I'd say, for the most part. You've got some of the core players that have been on various teams with like Leaf and Hardest that have tried to stay together, but players like Aura Stealer as well, I think have been really impressive with how they've played the strategist role, incredibly flexible, and as we're probably going to be seeing very soon, a lot of like nice little tech that they're able to use on the likes of Invisible Woman and other characters, including, I think, their main character of Rocket Raccoon.
Aura Stealer has been one of the people who first brought in that Rocket Raccoon, going with the spawn hold strats that we saw from a couple of the teams, which was, ironically, first really popularized by Peps in the MRI, using just those quick revives and then quickly portaling back after the first fight to try and drag these games out. They are also flexible. Leaf has one of the widest hero pools in the game so far. Mantis, Wolverine, Storm, Torch, Psylocke, Winter Soldier, Emma Frost. They had a role swap at one point. They are incredibly difficult to ban against, but they've also been known to give up Magneto from time to time, and we're going to see that immediately with Zero Tenacity getting it handed over to them.
Yeah, this seems to be how the general start of these drafts go, trying to focus on getting one of the vanguards of Emma Frost, Magneto, or the other. But we're also starting to see a lot more where the Magneto was protected, Loki coming in instead. So that's why there's a lot more focus, I suppose, from Team Peps to take it out early, to just make sure that the likes of Winnie can't necessarily grab onto it. And so far, this like first phase of the pick bans texture looking fairly standard for now.
Everything looking pretty normal. You did mention, though, they protected the Emma over the Loki, but went for the target ban. Zero Tenacity, they're going to remove the very big rising star of EMEA, Cloak and Dagger. Moxie will be pleased. And Loki also getting hovered, but this does leave open Luna, for example. Invisible Woman is still here. Mantis and Star still available. There are plenty of options still available.
Yeah, it's also worth adding that the first pick and these picks are simultaneous. That we might see them lock in a bit earlier, but for the teams actually in the server, they won't see it until the very, very end. So it's a bit of a game of chicken to see what exactly is going to happen and what the fallout's going to be. Team Peps actually looking to save onto the Lunar Snow, maybe for Aura Steeler, maybe for Larry. I don't know how much they've actively tried to protect it themselves. A couple of times. I think it's Oasis that's going to be potentially up against it if they're not careful. And the Punisher save, I mean, when you've got players like Knuten that can pick it up, Smashnez has also not been too afraid to play it themselves. It means that you have a lot of flexibility with the comps that Zero Tenacity want to run, and that's where they look the scariest.
Plenty of options here. We're going to see that Mantis taken away with that Punisher on the board, removing the damage boost, making sure that Zero Tenacity can't just try and steamroll with that Punisher Final Judgment, so just rush on through. With that Human Torch banned away as well, though, we may see a little bit of flexibility. Yes, we are. Zero Tenacity, they've already shown it once before. They're bringing back, well, actually a couple times before, they're bringing back the Namor with Lugia. Going to be one of our main Hulk players within the region, bringing it back out for a second round.
Yeah, Lugia more, I guess, focused on the melee vanguards with a little bit of Wolverine thrown in for a tank busting action themselves. But yeah, that torch ban is a good one because it not only hits like Knuten that can pick up any flyers like Iron Man and stuff, but Smashnez especially. And I think there was maybe an over-focus on trying to get Smashnez off of the Human Torch from Pat's Pim in the finals last week that gave them a lot more space in the draft. So Peps have come into this one pretty prepped. And this isn't a bad map for them either as we go to Hell's Heaven. It's the only domination map that we've seen them play. It's a randomly assigned map. We know it's always going to be domination, but it could be obviously Hell's Heaven, but in T'Challa, Krakoa. It's almost always been, no, it has always been Hell's Heaven for Peps, and they're 3-1 on it. And for the side of Z10, they've lost it once.
We'll have to see if they're able to turn that round, even up the score of Team Peps will continue, like you mentioned, their very strong run. There is a portal engage coming in, and Knuten is out of there. Not wanting to get caught out. Lugia is not so lucky, though. Will be popped down into battle form and then picked off. Leaf with the damage boost, even with that ultimate nerf, the Storm will be making their way onto the board. Damage boost onto hardest, so they can go in hard with that Punisher. And of course, that Omega Hurricane, even though it is harder to charge up now, is still ridiculously strong.
Got the Storm playing in, recently nerfed, but the damage boost is still going to be effective. And it's really a case of like hardest building up that final judgment as much as possible, as long as possible. Really not too much of an engage happening so far. Like Lugia was the one that dove in and got instantly deleted. Terra Cape actually coming through, so this is Zero Tenacity trying to go for a good fight here, but it's them mostly going down to low HP. They are able to take out Leaf, who's over on that Storm. Smashnez able to catch him on the Namor. But Peps holding on, Beetle taking a lot of damage, but it's really just stocking up these strategist ultimates, Tetra.
Hard is being forced to back up, but is sniped by Smashnez, who is crazy good on this Namor, like you said, able to take these flanking positions and then able to target down these backliners from an off angle. In this case, playing from the low ground to make sure that they can get those shots onto Hardest, forcing Leaf off of that storm. They're bringing out the Winter Soldier to try and isolate that Hulk. If they can keep them CC'd with the Bionic Hook and the Soldier's Fist, then they can try and interrupt those jump outs, keep Hulk in place, and drop them down into battle form.
Lunar Snow, Ultimates, Strategists, and the Final Judgments all thrown on top of each other. So you've got on one side Hardest being able to mow down and get the picks all the way through. That Eternal Bond from Winnie. And the invisible boundary for Aura Stealer, keeping people going, but this is still Zero Tenacity able to keep progression working. We do see the Eye of Agamotto used from Beetle, only connecting onto Ducky, I think, but as we're seeing, the Fate of both worlds and the Meteor M about to follow through. Can it get a catch for the shields? No, it can. And Team Peps are throwing a lot of stuff at this one. The Psionic Seduction coming through now from Peps to try to take the objective, but Zero Tenacity still having a hold. Every ultimate from Peps is being thrown in here, Tetcher, and Zero Tenacity with Lugia still holding on.
Lugia just absolutely monster moded that. Realizing that their team still had control of the point, they were willing to sacrifice their ultimate to buy time. And they ended up buying enough time for their team to reinforce and nearly taking a 2v1 of their own. They have 3 final hits on this Hulk and held the point for Zero Tenacity. Now it is 27 to 79 in favor of Zero Tenacity, and they are holding control and have the defensive position with Punisher and Namor. That's going to be so hard to push into.
I think for Peps it's a lot harder. Like having invisible boundary is one of your strategist ultimates. Good when you have the objective, you can just sit on top of it, but taking that space is really difficult, especially when you got a final judgment thrown down. There is no strategists available for Team Peps to really sort of sustain this, so everybody has to back up. They have to respect the space, and actually there was almost too much respect given. Knuten diving in, Leaf is able to get the catch, but overtime has hit 99%, and Team Peps, even if they do take this point, Zero Tenacity might let them to an extent to just refresh these ultimates and try and go for a nice clean fight to finish off.
That's exactly what we're seeing. Full retreat coming out of Zero Tenacity, waiting for their vanguards to respawn as both Lugia and Ducky were taken out. They can now regroup and make their way in. Still holding on to that horde of Proteus and the Eternal Bond for the setup, and they almost have Fate of both worlds. But Team Peps, they do have counters. Invisible Boundary, Fate of both worlds, Eye of Agamotto, and Hardest is a full 90%, a full 60% up on Knuten as they already have their final judgment.
There's a lot of ultimates for Peps here that can make this fight an uncomfortable one if Zero Tenacity don't have things lined up well. Like, sure, strategist ultimates all available, but if Lugia gets picked off and taken out like that, it might not matter. You have the advantages there, and now Smash there is trying to loom and flank a little bit more. It's going to focus that Doctor Strange shield over in that direction, and that's incredibly aggressive actually coming in from DRP to just claim some of that space. Now Leaf is able to find an opening, and you can sort of see Hardest trying to posture himself with that final judgment. It's going to come out at the same time as the counter from Knuten, and Knuten actually taking out everybody through the Lunar Fate of both worlds. He's able to out-sustain it, but the Eye of Agamotto catching on to 3 for Zero Tenacity just gives Team Peps enough room to take this. Meteor M with everything going on, Tetcher, everything that is available for both sides going to be used on this first point.
Going in for the big delay. The difference is there is Portal available for Beetle to bring the team back. Smashnez has swapped to Strange for the reinforced. Monster Hulk for delay once again, and everyone is committed to try to buy the time. Here comes the Portal coming out from Zero Tenacity for the reinforcements, while in the meantime everyone is forced off the points, locking them off the objective with that Monster Hulk crowd control with the Hulk smash. Allows Zero Tenacity to claim point number 1.
Yeah, very back and forwards. We sort of knew that both these teams were going to have a closer series than it might look on paper. And like Craggy said in the interview, this first game can be a lot of focus on individual performance. And I have to be looking, I think, at like Larry and Aura Stealer. Certainly Larry, the amount of healing that he's been able to do, you can see that Knuten's leading with damage, but it really comes down to the out-sustain. As a reminder, that Cloak and Dagger not available for Team Peps at all. They're having to go for Aura on the Invisible Woman, but Aura is so good at that character, even when the ultimate does less healing than the majority of like Lunar Snows or Cloak and Daggers, they are still so individually good with their utility, they can make it work still.
They've been using this cloak and dagger Zero Tenacity have. As you mentioned, they did not have it banned out against them compared to Team Pep, so they've been able to get themselves in with these Terror Capes to try and set up for Knuten with these final judgments. And then it's just been the game of which of the protecting characters. Ducky, if they've been able to get these shields onto Knuten, they've usually won the fight. But on the odd occasion, Harness has been able to time it well and has won the duel, as once again Team Peps with these incredibly aggressive rollouts will get the first pickup.
Whether they can hold on to the point long enough, because just giving it up once on that first part of the objective was enough for Zero Tenacity to take it all the way. You also have to say for Zero Tenacity, Ducky not being able to be on the Emma Frost is a nerf, because they are a fantastic Emma Frost, but they've had to move over as teams have realized just how much focus goes onto it. Magneto's going to work in the right areas, and certainly if he can synergize well to Legia, that we haven't seen much Hulk action in EMEA, maybe in other regions, but not so much here. You don't want to be too much of a sponge to let Hardest just farm up these final judgments for free.
Flank coming in from Zero Tenacity on the low ground, as once again Team Peps have the defensive position, utilizing this Goddess boost for a little bit of speed currently for Hardest to make sure that they can stay mobile, and of course that Doctor Strange can push in and out when needed without dropping it too low. Here comes the commitment from Ducky, but forced down to the low ground as the flank comes on in. Aya Magamoto from Beetle to try and lock it down, but Media M interrupted on the half cooldown, and Mega Hurricane going to look for the counter, but the Eternal Bond to try and delay it, to try and outlast an indestructible guard from the Hulk is buying time, and it is Zero Tenacity turning on that completely, seeing the Omega Hurricane. They group together in the shields, in the heals, and they wipe them.
Just through all of those ultimates too, you got a Fate of Both Worlds from Larry used at the end there. And Omega Hurricane, it doesn't matter too much if you have more HP. Knuten's still going to absolutely tear through you with that final judgment if he's given that space. And I don't think there was any real other damage boost there. It was just combined with that Horn of Proteus. Everybody grouped up together, enough burst to just make them more vulnerable and susceptible to the damage. And now Beetle, yeah, interrupted with the Eye Bagamoto before, so he's got it again. Pretty much found up that 50%. You can see the positioning here is very good. It's very bunkered down for Zero Tenacity as they've taken that point. And now the ultimate coming out of Hulk to just buy a bit more time to be a lot more disruptive and just keep Peps on the back foot whilst this keeps churning up for Z10.
The Monster Hulk dropped down to 100 HP, but gets away with it. Now dropping down to the low ground, healed back up, trying to turn onto Beetle, who, like you mentioned, has that Eye of Agamotto. A radioactive lockdown or that snowball from Lunar Snow could be a fantastic interrupt here. Also, the mag cannon from Magneto could be a hold, but he's pulled on in, nearly getting dropped down. Here comes the Eye of Agamotto onto Knuten, but the Fate of Both Worlds is keeping them up. Not so lucky for Winnie, though, who is picked off by Leaf as they try to push on back, but it's Zero Tenacity, even though they're down a member, going for the counter, picking up Harness, Horn of Proteus into the boundary, and they're just dropping all that damage, but they can't see their targets.
You do have a Fate of Both Worlds if you need it for Peps, but you want to hold on to it, and Leaf just used the Kraken's impact, but was taken down from Smash Nails. He's been finding so many picks, but now it's going the other direction. DRP able to just clear up the objective, does have the Silent Seduction. But Peps managing to take the point before it gets to 99%. They have a lot of good stuff to hold on to this.
Willing to help?
Really, it comes down to a case of like how impactful Winnie can be with this Eternal Bond. How aggressive do you want to be? Because outside of the Meteor M, you don't have much ultimate-wise to work with in comparison.
Culling turret goes down. They were utilizing Guardian Barrier and that Sephirim shield from the Doctor Strange. They will back up a little bit here to to give Zero Tenacity a little bit of space so they can re-engage when needed as Ducky gets pulled on in, has to use that Iron Bulwark for the protection. Mag Barrier, here comes the Eternal Bomb to create the pathway to open on in, and immediately the Fate of Both Worlds to match as Ducky is sniped by Beetle.
The 3 ultimates dedicated in this fight for Peps, but it makes sense if they can just keep things cleared up. Ducky actually just coming back from spawn. Is it going to switch over? That's a great Eye of Agamotto from Beetle. And there's the follow through. Ducky having to switch over to the Strange. The portal play required. So it means that Leaf has got a few more targets to try and clear this. Is there going to be an attempt for Z10 to be able to fight this a little bit more? Sure, you have the Doctor Strange here, but he's all on his lonesome. Look at him. Some healing and more support coming in to just keep him alive, to keep a bit more time in the chamber for Z10 here. But Leaf isn't allowing stuff. Knuten bringing out the final judgment, isn't really allowed to touch the point at all, so this only works out more for Peps. They bring us on as even, and we're going to a third point.
threaded in one by one. Team Peps able to take the control, especially due to that incredible flanking Aya Wagamoto from the side of Beetle, able to get onto both the Luna and the Punisher, taking down Knuten and Oasis early in that fight, meaning they had a huge numbers advantage, and then it was all about the staggers. Ducky having to swap over to that Strange, but by that point, Lugi is down, and everyone is just coming back one by one. Team Peps at that point, it was just playing until that portal expired, and they did so beautifully.
It's just, again, the damage that Knuten is able to throw out. How much is it able to sort of go to, like, getting the final judgment into confirms, really? That's the key thing. Like, we've seen a couple more of those. Like, so much focus goes onto it. I feel like I'm just yabbering on, but that seems to be just the main play. Get your Punisher, damage boost him, debuff the opponents, win. That's pretty much the go-to for these teams, but it's down to a fine margin when you're playing in these domination maps. And because Zero Tenacity used so much towards the end there, they're missing the likes of a final judgment for Knuten. They do have a Fate of Both Worlds ready to go, and hardest, the portal play, means that this could be a rude awakening for Zero Tenacity if they're not careful.
Hulk Smash is at the ready as well, so they could try and just go for a big aggressive dive. Like you mentioned, Kraken Impact, Invisible Boundary, plenty of tools for Team Pets to try and defend if an aggressive move out comes in from Zero Tenacity. While we do see Team Pets on that low ground playing defensive, Zero Tenacity are hyper committing to this high ground, and again, Beetle is utilizing this Cloak of Levitation incredibly aggressively to meet them where they are. Monster Hulk has to come out for Lugia as they try to keep everyone zoned into this doorway. Gonna get the lockdown onto Hardest. Aya Wagamoto into the backline. Only stuns out Ducky, but the ultimates are staggered a little bit there. We saw Winnie getting that Eternal Bond a little bit during Oasis's Fate of Both Worlds, so they did overlap a bit mid they have this time. So Aura Stealer, Invisible Boundary, comes on out for a little bit of extra protection, and Zero Tenacity lose their defenses earlier.
What a block there to stop the Meteor M from catching much, but I think it's Leaf that's actually been the one to find the openings. These teams would fight for eons if available because they're just so good at keeping themselves going and keeping these fights long-lasting. But the Kraken Impact for Leaf was enough to just find the picks to get the resets.
We got it.
And the point finally in the hands of Team Peps. Lucky for Z10 that Team Peps weren't able to grab it early considering they went for the portal play. That could have been the 99% with how long that last fight was.
It was a long fight. There was Tenacity getting in there in time, but like you said, it came down to just how long it kept going. With Zero Tenacity burning their defensive tools a little bit earlier, Team Peps were able to turn that round, utilizing that Kraken Impact right at the end of the extra couple seconds from Aura Stealer on that Invisible Boundary. Now, we are going to see a little bit of a flank. Smashness and Lugia looking for some flanking potential to see if they can grab anyone on the side. Leaf does see him and is trying to send in a couple early shots and is currently on squid duty.
All the damage taken for Leaf, but the sustain is there to just keep them alive. Final Judgment, that's a bit too much of an ask, it looks like, especially when you've got the rest of the team being able to dive on it. And then the Fate of Both Worlds afterwards, a little bit late from Larry. A bit more unfortunate that I thought it was just, okay, Peps are going to have to just give up the point, but that's one of your big strategist ultimates gone for the time being. Just as the objective is starting to rotate. Look how much damage Knuten has done. 30k. And it's requiring 50k's worth of healing from Larry to keep people going on the side of Peps. So that mistake could cost him. Larry has been the saving grace, and without a big ultimate for these next few fights, could be scary for Peps.
Knuten using that Scourge Grenade to back up a little bit, trying to focus onto Beetle. They know they probably have that Aya Wagamoto available at this point. Here comes the hyper commitment, and there is that Aya Wagamoto, but great protection from the Fate of Both Worlds is not enough to protect Lugia. That battle form is a little bit too weak. It's going to be a Punisher taken down though for Hardest as they are locked in, but it's the commitment from Team Peps as they push in so aggressively. DRP is deep in that backline and is trying to create an opening, but they're starting to get concaved on, will be forced to back away as Aura Stealer sniped on the backline. Beetle is getting closed in on it. Zero Tenacity making space. Final Judgment to push on in.
He's getting absolutely mowed down. His shields are just dropping like flies as Knuten having enough about him. Even the Bulwark to just stop him from being CC'd. Knuten has found a lot of space here and 70% on the board for Zero Tenacity. Team Peps using a lot. Need to build up some of these more like duelist-centric ultimates and hope that there's enough space and enough time, because now Zero Tenacity looking in pole position after that play.
Hardest has decided that they are done with the Punisher and decided it's time to duel. The Star-Lord coming on in without Adam, without Mantis. Going hard on the commit here as Knudsen is going to be taken off of that culling turret. Monster Hulk and Eternal Bond are ready with everything else slowly creeping up. Monster Hulk going to be dropped for zoning potential as they're already on 97%. The commitment has to be made by Pez as Beetle is getting juggled right now into the backline alone. And taking down that Strange is going to remove on at the front line, but Smashnez is chased on down and picked off to make that a 1-for-1. Cracking it back into the backline with the invisible boundary to keep them alive to look for the resets, but they're still going to be taken down by Ducky.
Larry's had to use the fate of both worlds, and you got the invisible boundary, so Pep's not having much left. Just as Knudsen gets another final judgment, the Psionic Seduction from DRP trying to keep him under control, but he's looking to see if he can find any players in the nooks and the crannies that are hiding away from him. Aura Stealer eventually taking him down, but now it's just bodies on the point for Zero Tenacity. Pep's struggling to make this engagement. Eye of Agamotto going to connect onto 2, but the fight is pulling away from the objective, and that's not good for Peps. They need to keep contesting as much as they possibly can, and Zero Tenacity are just not going down. There's Knudsen, but the trades are going the other direction. Zero Tenacity able to hold on, but Peps pushed him all the way over on this domination.
That is going to be Zero Tenacity taking game number 1, but like you said, that was close. A little bit of back and forth earlier on in those fights with Team Peps forcing them off those dives onto the backline. But the second we started seeing Knudsen finding those shots onto Beetle, they took a lot more control, focusing hard onto that Strange, really gave them a lot less space to move around, forcing an earlier Eye of Agamotto, allowing a bit more of a dive from the people who were able to absorb it into the backline. That Namor did pretty solid work. It's, again, not a character we see too often, but 23k damage. That's keeping up with Leaf and Hardest pretty effectively with 10 final hits. Only going to take it down 9 times, which is about average in this game. It worked out quite well while also defending the backline.
And that's the tricky thing really here. When you look at the bans again, you've gone for the torch, you want to take it off Smashnez, but and you see Z10 taking out the Cloak and Dagger there, and it really did feel like if one team has Cloak and Dagger and the other one's on Invisible Woman, the healing output just flat out can't compare. It just can't. Like, the AoE healing that's available, I think, to Cloak and Dagger really puts her in an advantage in game modes like this. I think if we go to the payload-centric maps, you know, Convergence, Convoy, maybe Invisible Woman can find a lot more success there. But it really did feel as Zero Tenacity set up the draft really well, and they have enough scary elements about them that Team Peps had to respect it. They tried taking out the torch, they tried taking out the Mantis to stop Knudsen going over to the Alan Warlock, and they did that, but then you're just not able to beat them in a straightforward 2-2-2 setup. Like, that's how good the Zero Tenacity team is, and that's why they were able to top their group. It's pick your poison. What do you want to deal with? Triple strategist? Do you want to deal with a Human Torch, or do you want to deal with just that damage output coming in from Knudsen and Smashnez?
Knudsen did so much work, like you said, with that damage output, with that targeting, but I think a lot of this has to go over to Lugia. They played this Hulk, a character who we do not see very often, as you called earlier, but they played this so aggressively. Monster Hulk as almost as an engage tool. You see your opponents grouped up in one doorway, about to try and move in to step on the point, just leaping in there and using the fact that those main attacks are knockback in that Monster Hulk form, allowing you to control those entranceways and just make it so that no one can get to your backline. In the meantime, Knudsen's just sitting there, unleashing all kinds of pain upon your front line while they're just getting juggled in the sky. And maybe if you get lucky, you get some situation like you saw in that last map with Beetle, just getting absolutely sent from where their team is to the other side of the point, just being juggled by the Hulk Autos. Lugia had so much control over entrances, they absolutely deserve a shout out.
For sure, and I think it's nice to see the Z10, even though we saw a lot of games from them last week, that they're still able to show a couple of new tricks, even in the first round. They're not holding on to anything for those all-important games towards the end of playoffs just yet. Remains to be seen what else they're sitting on, but it's nice to see good ideas from that, and Lugia, you know, other regions using a lot more Hulk, wanting to see a bit more in EMEA. So excited where this series is going to go, Tetcha. It's the first map so far in our first day of playoffs. But before we go to map 2, a very quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Out of sight! Judge! Jury! Executioner!
한껏 더 높이 날아올라 내 누워진 밤하늘을 가로질러 Oh yeah, oh yeah. 필요할 때 내가 널 지켜줄게 간절히 바라면 이루어지는 마법인 거야 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작해야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸 소리 높여 노래를 불러 작은 걱정 따윈 던지고 최선을 다해 갈춤을 춰봐 어둠이 떠날 때까지 아름다운 꿈을 밝혀봐 우리에게 달려서 그 세계 운명 어둠이 떠날 때까지 세계 운명 오랜 시간 간직해온 열망 까만 밤의 빛처럼 빛나 네 눈앞에 바로 왔던 나라 탑을 딱 봐도 스파스타 딱 보면 모른다 널 지킬 나란 걸더 지켜볼수록 점점 빠져들어 카리스마 넘쳐 흘러 oh yeah 운명의 소리 들려 여기서 저기서 날 찾으면 달빛이 날 비춰와 시작이야 let's go 어둡고 흘러는 우주 따뜻한 눈으로 감싸나 순간 신비롭게 녹아내릴 거야 좀 더 기다려 I'll be there 쓰러지지 마 끝까지 일어나야 해 어딜 가든지 극복해 힘은 너에게 있는 걸
Peps, with their back to the wall, have to have a map choice now, so they get to take us pretty much wherever they want other than the domination maps. And it's looking to be, apparently, Central Park, which, Tetcher, I think it's the least popular map that we've seen so far in EMEA. Probably not because of, like, dislike or disdain for it or anything like that. Probably because teams have just wanted to hold on to showing what they play on this map full stop. And Peps, well, they haven't played it, so the fact that they're picking it feels a bit of a Hail Mary, honestly.
If that is what they're going for, it would be interesting. I would have expected maybe a Midtown if we're going for any of these like Convoy or Convergence, which of course they have to go for one of them. But Midtown is a map where you can play a lot more defensively, and Peps have played a little bit more often of these big spawn hold setups. So we'll see if this is where they decide to go. The side of Central Park, it does have some very good defensive spots. That first point is a massive zoning potential for trying to prevent people from getting really high aggressive pushes on that first setup, and you can hold there a little more efficiently than some of the other Convergence maps.
And it's a really good map for flyers too. So yeah, Central Park is exactly where we're going to be heading. Team Peps, I think, leading the line on the picks and bans as well. This first one, even if we see a team lock in early, they are going to be revealed to both teams at the same time, kind of like they were there, right? So they're both locked in. So it's the same again. Zero Tenacity wanted to try to get Magneto away from the likes of Beetle, DRP as well. But I think it's a case of, like, we've seen the majority of work done from Ducky over on the Emma Frost, so that's why Team Peps are looking to take it out. But also DRP would also prefer to get their hands over on the Emma Frost themselves if they can help it. But I do think that this first part of the draft, looking pretty much typical of what we expect, only leans in the direction of Zero Tenacity. I think both teams are pretty flexible, Tetcher, but Zero Tenacity have a lot of, like, sort of tricks up their sleeve that can cause problems for Peps later down the line.
I think you're right there. They have characters like the weird solo Vanguard composition they had with Lugia swapping over to a Wolverine, and this being a pretty fantastic Wolverine map because you have this big enclosed area in the first push and these big ramps where you can wrap around very effectively later on. So there is a chance that we will see that. And we have actually seen Peps, though. They are not a huge fan of the Wolverine. They have in some cases banned Wolverine before characters like Loki and Luna Snow in the past in these earlier rounds before we started seeing these bans onto the Cloak and Dagger, for example. The Punisher will get banned out as a target against Knuten, as of course they were able to unleash a lot of damage.
Smashdance can also play it. You could see them sort of hover over protecting Psylocke for themselves to just give something for Leaf to play. But if the Human Torch is banned out, this is a really good torch map. Just flyers on the second point if you can get there. It's just so much suppressive fire. With both teams banning out Loki, it's not going to find all that much success in the end. So far, 010's draft looking exactly the same as it did over on Hell's Heaven. Here, they did protect the Punisher, but now obviously they're not able to. Are they going to protect the Torch? You could also get the Mantis or the Atom. The Torch is going to be protected. So again, pick your poison. What are you going to have to deal with if you're Team Peps? Right now, they banned out the Mantis last time. Do you risk it? Do you go for something that might be a little bit more hard-hitting, like banning out the Lunar Snow? But if you ban out the Lunar Snow, then you get Knuten going over towards the Adam Warlock, and then you run triple strategists.
Could make all the difference.
And we are immediately seeing a little bit of a move over Aura Stealer onto that Mantis. Let's see which way they go on the side of Zero Tenacity. Like you said, Knuten onto the Adam Warlock. They have the Mantis, and they are just running a sort of double version of the triple res with just the Adam Mantis damage boost and, of course, that hit scan that Adam Warlock is to just try and snipe Leaf, who will be counter going on a Human Torch, something they are very comfortable with. And both teams have been allowed onto this Invisible Woman with the priority onto Cloak and Dagger. Invisible Woman is sometimes neglected in these cases, but Fantastiforce for a Human Torch, Guardian Barrier to protect flyers, and of course characters like Hela or Punisher if they are trying to get if people try and focus in on them. It is a good setup to try and run here. Both of these compositions look quite strong, but I'm a big fan of Adam Warlock in the current meta, so I am leaning a little bit in favor of Zero Tenacity just due to how sticky they have set themselves up to be, how hard they're going to be to take off of the point.
Yeah, I mean, they're an irritating team, and they've put together some fantastic attacking sides. That's why they're going to be beginning on this one. Team Peps choosing to be on the defense to begin with too. Has to be a strong hold here. You have to be looking at Leaf. He's typically the flexible one, but a Torch versus Torch is looking to be the case. Smashdez up against Leaf up in the sky, and it's the job of Hardest and Knuten to shut them down.
Creeping on in, looking for an early bit of zoning. Smashdez playing very aggressive. There's that damage boost from the Mantis for Knuten. Cosmic Clusters just trying to unleash a big chunk of damage into the front line. Already we're seeing a big aggressive push up from Zero Tenacity, who sent Lugia up to the high ground using Ducky and a little bit of a jetpack from the rocket that they had in Spawn to try and get a quick rollout onto the point. Winnie has to back away though, as we are seeing Leaf currently uncontested, is creating a pretty solid zone, but Zero Tenacity have broken the containment and are on the point. They've already forced Peps into this hallway and are taking full control of what is a very difficult first point to capture sometimes.
You've just sort of allowed Ducky to really get involved and get stuck in, quite literally. Playing on the Groot, dug his heels in, that the roots are spawning underneath to really put him in a great spot to just fight in a corridor like that. I think the draft as well has sort of put Beetle in a position where if he's just stuck on Doctor Strange, he's also a fantastic Vanguard that can play a lot more of those like brawlier, disruptive Vanguards like Captain America. Almost feels that you nerve him a little bit by just having him be a bit of a shield bot. The DRP has a lot more pressure on him being on the Ember Frost, and this is a hard area to fight. If Zero Tenacity can keep that momentum, this could be a very, very quick second point.
They're already pushing forward incredibly aggressively. Spawn Bomb down to the low ground. Hardest looking for a bionic hook, unable to find some. Ducky does get locked down, but again is tanking through beautifully. This triple strategist composition, very difficult to really get through the initial burst setup here. And Zero Tenacity straggling Prison, Supernova, faded both worlds to try and absorb it, but the damage output from this torch is so high, forcing them all to stay grouped up, which means there's a good setup for the second that faded both worlds ends for a great group wall to try and punish damage there is going to be the karmic revival from Knuten, as Smashness was taken out quite early in this fight, and they're forced to bring it back as Media M will snipe out Larry.
Oh, this is great from Zero Tenacity to keep themselves going. Karmic Revival means that more ultimates pretty much free online consecutively, all lining up, but still on the right-hand side, it seems to be just the red of Zero Tenacity filling up the board. Knuten still able to keep on going, and a Strangling Prison for Ducky being built up very quickly. You can just see he's on the edge of being on like 1 HP, and Larry eventually knocks him over the side. Same with Lugia. They're both going to be going down, and Peps take a sigh of relief up until now because they're able to use the portal to try and contest this. It is just Smashness here, and he has to give out.
Has that Guardian Barrier. Fantastic Force 8 seconds away for a little bit of extra healing as they tried to siege in from the sky. The cart was held in what was a very good looking fight for Zero Tenacity, but like you say, there was a little bit of control and zoning from Team Pep, so they're able to stagger quite effectively. Knuten creeping up to the high ground here, looking for a wraparound to get a big burst of this Cosmic Cluster. Great bionic hook onto Ducky, but the sustain, the healing output is keeping them so healthy, and that Straggling Prison already back up. Knuten needs to be careful as they've already used that cocoon. They can't afford to get blown up again yet.
How did Knuten survive that? Strangling Prison again thrown in, and just there's too much focus up on the high ground. The Smashness just mows down Leaf. And the bad side of Team Peps in that last fight is using the portal when they did over from Beetle. Meant that they don't have it for like an engage after this. So just Zero Tenacity needed a good fight. And Smashness, he's very close to having a supernova, but the other side of it is when you have this like Guardians comp, Oasis is damage boosting Smashness when he ults. So that sort of like just splash damage, it can be really irritating, becomes a big problem for the supports of Team Peps. The strategist ults are on, they don't want to use it yet, they just want to keep these fights and keep the time rolling down. But 4 minutes on the board for Z10 to put this one to bed.
Supernova going to be burned, even though Leaf is directly in their face, using the Flaming Meteor to get out of danger. Invisible Boundary to try and keep Smashness up in this fight. Media M to look for the turnaround. Ivan is completely blocked as Larry is sniped in the first fight. Beetle and Harness are taken down. Psionic Seduction to try and buy time for Team Peps. But Zero Tenacity are in full control right now. They still have Karmic Revival. Even if they lose someone in this fight, they are smashing through this. They lost nothing. Beetle has swapped onto the Groot to try and buy some time, but this is Zero Tenacity cruising forward right now. Team Peps, they're swapping desperately. Here comes the Star-Lord to try and buy
prison. Oh, that was a Kobe from distance up on the high ground, boosting himself up with a wall to just see over the top, and it's just pushing all the way to the spawn doors for Team Peps. You have to see the supernova used from Leaf, but his focus isn't on the ground, it's on the targets up in the sky. So he takes out Smashness. He's looming right above where this Karmic Revival is. That's almost just an arrogant, cocky spot for Knuten to just place it there. So it should be free damage, but still, it's Peps losing numbers here. You've got the Fate of Both Worlds from Larry, and the supernova enhanced for Smashness. Might have waited for this ultimate to subside before he uses it, but Zero Tenacity have to reset. Oh, that was close from Peps.
Under 5 meters is where that cart peaked, but Zero Tenacity, they still have 2.5 minutes left to regroup up. We've seen how quickly Ducky has been building these straggling prisons, but Beetle will have theirs first. Harness swapping to that Star-Lord to try and duel the Human Torch in the air. Star-Lord is so good at taking these 1v1s versus other flyers. It's a fantastic pickup, just trying to keep the focus going, and with that being the main damage dealer, while Knuten is adding some supplementary with that hit scan and that Cosmic Cluster, they are getting zoned out a little bit and they can't keep up alone. Smashness trying to create an opening. Groot Walls to split the team in two, but DRP just a little too tanky at this stage.
It's really a case of who's going to move first. Visible Boundary for Aura Steel is going to be the main thing for Team Peps, but this damage, this output, especially in Strangling Prison, even in the middle of a support strategist ultimate like that, it's not enough to deal with the damage. And now Galactic Legend from Hardest trying to clear and find something, but it's not enough. Zero Tenacity, it's pretty much a lot of numbers on the board. The absolute damage that they're throwing down at Team Peps, it's unrelenting, and they're able to finish out the map.
Time to switch things up.
And that fight came down to, once again, an incredible Strangling Prison, setting up for the Supernova, and they were able to utilize their strategist ultimates to make sure that Smashness stayed up and get that focus onto Hardest. This is Zero Tenacity in their incredible, just adjustable playstyle. We saw them play a little slower role with that Punisher, the entire strategy being protect the Punisher. This strategy is all about make our way in with just how sustainy we are, and then wombo over and over again with some of the fastest building ultimates in the game, just due to how they play. Ducky and Smashness were always in sync and were able to just get blow-ups over and over again.
20k damage from Smashness, and I'd love a stat for the Marvel Rivals devs to just be able to sort of see like
30 seconds
the
before you attack. Get ready.
stuff like Terra Cape, how much damage is done off the back of a Terra Cape, that extra like 28% damage boost that it gives, but also Inspire, because Oasis, all they have to do is look up, Inspire Smashness, and Smashness is like, all right, and everybody is just eliminated. It's just literal limbo. Magic is living in this zone. That's how much fire is on the ground from Smashness here. 30-degree weather, a little bit hot for us Brits to deal with, but Smashness comfortable. And it's his time in the sun so far. Peps have a lot of work to do.
I do not appreciate this level of immersion of the Human Torch just spilling into my room, but Team Pep's going to attempt to spill onto this first point, bringing out the Ultron like you said. They're committing to some heavy damage. All of their strategists here are quite high up in the damage output, but with no Adam Warlock, they are just going to use this Ultron to try and just give themselves a second aerial. For the meantime, Smashness playing high up, utilizing the cover. You mentioned how good flyers are on this map, just due to how vertically it's built with all these pillars, with the castle itself acting as fantastic cover to dash back and forth between and Smashness using it to great effect.
Yeah, it's the sort of battle of the triple strategists, really. And now it's just see how annoying Smashness has been, and the Invisible Woman really finding her success here, I'd say, from winning just the extra little bit of shields and able to deal with the mitigation when the focus starts to turn onto you. But this is good. You got the Rage of Ultron being used from Hardest and now Larry, Fate of Both Worlds. It doesn't matter too much that the strategist ultimates are comboed in a certain way, but dealing with these Ducky Strangling Prisons is a problem. When you got the Supernova and the Inspires on both characters, I think nothing can keep Peps alive in these moments. And you look at the screen, who can deal with this?
Everything is pain. Everything is destruction. They've got the point control. Here comes the counter-strangling prison. Karmic Revival, point blank on that point. But no one was even taken down. It was a preemptive measure. In that fight, the only people who went down were Knuten, who cocooned, and Oasis, who cocooned. We're finally seeing Team Peps getting close to taking out Ducky, but it's just not enough. Smashness literally chases down the Ultron. Hardest is picked off, and Smashness holding the high ground. This is Zero Tenacity with the zone forcing them right back to the first choke.
They're switching over towards the Bucky right now, and Leaf over on the Wolverine. The fastball might be able to smash this out the sky, but neither the Vanguard's budging. Sonic Seduction available for DRP, and no progression made on the point. Half that time is already gone, and the Sonic Seduction trying to get out to smash this. That's a great dive to just avoid the line of sight, and the Fate of Both Worlds for Peps. It's go time for them realistically. You've got the Soul Resurgence being used from Oasis and another Strangling Prison. There's just no answer to it. Again, smash this, Supernova. It's an easy combo, and Peps just flat out do not have an answer.
They did burn quite a few abilities, but so did Team Peps. 99%. Hello, Squirrel.
Me, that's just pain.
My face again. My face went Supernova again. The zoning is so effective for Zero Tenacity. They did lose Knuten, but they have plenty of time for them to walk back to this fight. They are always staggering. They've still got Invisible Boundary up. This is Team Pep's potential last chance here. Strangling Prison is about to be up. They will very soon have Last Stand. This is where they can try and turn this with Kraken Impact on the board. They have to make the most of this. If Knuten is not careful about where they put this Karmic Revival, then Hardest is about to have an absolute field day.
Yeah, it seems that really it's a case of the Strangler Prisons now. Invisible Boundary going to be used. There's a Strangler Prison, and then the combination in hand with Meteor M trying to buy a bit more space, but it was a Kraken's Impact from Hardest. Doesn't really connect onto anybody, so the reset's not going to be coming on through. Even Last Stand used from Leaf, it's not enough. It's him going down, and even if there are people eliminated on the side of Zero Tenacity, Knuten has the Karmic Revival. Just look at this. It's a crazy amount of damage from Human Torch, a character that was first banned so often, might be on the list again when they see this combination start to come together. DRP, though, has found some space and enough time, at least for Leaf. No! The portal was trying to come in the end, and people got off the point. It looked like Peps might be able to go for another fight there, Tetcher. But it's a 2-0 for Z10.
DRP tried to buy time, tried to delay, but forced off the point at the last moment. The portal not coming out in time. Literally, if you touch the point a second before, or a couple seconds before overtime starts, then you get that overtime tick and you start going into the yellow bar. But in this case, they were fighting off it for so long to get that pickup that they effectively weren't on the point for too long, allowing the 2-0 victory for Zero Tenacity. They will move on to the bracket, and Peps will make their way down to the lower bracket. Not out yet, but they have an opportunity to make their way into that grand finals. But Zero Tenacity looking incredibly strong. And yeah, Ducky on this Groot in a tight enclosed space, that is horrific.
He sort of knew the win conditions that he needed to play around as Groot. Like, played in the right spots. You've got Human Torches in the sky, and obviously Groot can't deal with those all that much. So being able to just pick where these engagements are happening. But it's more of the same for Zero Tenacity. The way that they were able to be the top seed from their group is how they're able to influence the draft. And if you can take out stuff like Mantis, the Human Torch was available this time too. That's why it was banned out the first time from Team Peps, because that Inspire Supernova combination alongside Ducky Fern in the Strangling Prison, even the highest output of healing that you can get from these strategist ultimates are not enough to keep people going. And Z10 are feeling confident there. I think Peps gave them a big scare over on Domination, but on maps like this, where we've not seen them play, they're clearly very prepared. And I think it's going to be tricky for teams to find an answer for them, most certainly in the draft phase.
And this is the power of Zero Tenacity. They cause trauma, effectively. The first game, you mentioned, that torch was banned out, but it was let through this time because Knuten caused trauma, playing the Punisher, and was able to create such a dominating presence that it was banned out in game number 2. And if this was a best of 5, we'd probably see that flip back again, because Smashness is now causing British summer trauma on that Human Torch, creating massive zoning potential, huge bursts with the Mantis team up. Zero Tenacity not living up to their name at all, just consistently always having these ultimates ready when they're needed and showing all the tenacity to stay on the point, especially with the fact they kept reviving.
Yeah, I mean, I love that as a potential meta name of just British summer trauma. The BST really does sum up stuff at the moment, but it really does feel on that note that like Z10 is still hotting up. I was worried going into this series, Tetcher, that maybe there's an element of them being caught out by Peps, because Peps are individually very strong. They've played together a long time, and not only in Marvel Rivals, but beyond it too. It really did feel, if there was a team that could just catch them with just some of the coordination that they had available to them, it might be Peps. But honestly, once we got to some of those like objective focused maps, it was pretty easy from Z10 because they had all of the answers both in the draft and outside of it.
Yeah, it came down to the draft setting themselves up, like you said. I'm amazed that we saw that Wolverine come out a little bit later. We talked about how strong Wolverine is, but it's just not something that Peps have brought out very often. They've played it, but it's Leaf who's been the one who plays it, and Leaf was the one on the torch, which was kind of important for their counter opportunities, for their counter play style, to try and just push through these front lines. And then, like you say, in-game, being able to position Knuten correctly, damage boost onto torch. We keep reiterating it because it just hurt. It was just so much damage, so much control, so much zoning, the group walls making it incredibly difficult for the team to actually play well together. Even if Supernova wasn't enough, Groot Thornlash walls was just bursting through everything.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why, like, we know a lot more teams are putting like a protect on the Loki first, We spoke to Nevix about it, and he was like, if I speak, I'm in big trouble when it comes to like revealing their strategies. That might be another reason, right? Because regen domain able to keep people alive, and then you're able to just get a copy onto an opponent's Luna or a Cloak and Dagger. Surely one of those two is going to be in the server to copy. So I guess we'll find out. But we got an interview with the man in the sky himself, Smashnez. I think if you can hear me, Smashnez, my biggest question is, how do people beat you in draft? Because it feels that people haven't got an answer to you. If you ban out the Torch and the Mantis, you just go something else. Like, just tell the other teams, like, how are they able to beat you in draft? Because it doesn't seem to be an answer.
Yeah, well, we're just a really versatile team. We have a draft for every single team we're gonna play against. And yeah, just play everything.
So in game number 2, you guys had maximum control over the objective, but you ran that Human Torch over the Star-Lord, which has been the more consistent in the triple revive meta that we have seen creep in from some teams, but we have seen it run with the Torch. I'd love your explanation as to when each one is viable and why, in your case, you do prefer the Torch.
Well, I think Star-Lord is like a really fake character. I think that character is really, really bad. And Torch is really OP. And I happen to be really good on Torch, so we just prefer playing that. And also, you get so much more control over the map being able to fly permanently. It's really strong.
Makes sense for sure. I think you had some really good combos as well with the Mantis, right? You just get inspires at the right time, Ducky strangling prisoning people, so it's just an easy target to throw everything you have available at them. What has been like the main focus for you guys going in from Sunday, where you topped your group with a nice series against Beba Patapim, to today to playoffs? Like, you don't need to reveal too much, but I imagine with a team like Z10 that you guys aren't getting complacent. You want to be the top dogs in EMEA, or at least in that discussion. But what do you focus on, like, other than preparation against other teams?
We wanted to make sure we were actually like ready for these few matches. So we took one day off, and then we were back on the grind again, coming up on the drafts, figuring out what we want to play against the different teams. And as you can see, it's working pretty well so far.
So I guess we should ask about the different teams. Your next matchup will be against either Rad Esports or All Business. Do you have a preference, and would you like to explain why if you do?
Well, we would prefer playing against All Business. We've already shown that we can win against them pretty clearly with a 2-0 and a 3-0 in the past. Rad is also a really, really good team, so if we do end up playing against them, it would be a fun match.
I think, lastly from me, Smashnez, last week against Beba Patapim was like a really good showing from you individually. We had a lot of focus on Knuten because he's like the personality of the team. He seems to be the face of it. Had stuff like the Iron Man like 4K, 5K that he got the other day too. But I think that like you were forced off the Torch a lot. Like we saw Beba Patapim first ban in Torch to get you away from it. Yet you showed up on Punisher. You showed up on Namor. I guess realistically, it's like you're showing. What was that like? Because it felt like you had a lot of comfort on the roles that you were playing prior to that final, but then you were the target. Like, was it a bit stressful to have to move on to other characters, or were you just like, I'm versatile enough to move on to whatever?
For that specific match, we weren't really prepared to play other stuff. We got really caught off guard by Patapim in our first match. But then we came back to the drafting board, we figured out, okay, what can we play to counter them? And yeah, I've just been practicing. I can play most of the heroes in the game.
A bold statement, but if you have any last statements to say before we let you go and celebrate with your team, what do you have to say to everyone watching?
You should look out for us. We're going to do really good.
Thank you very much, Smash, for jumping in with us today. Once again, congratulations. We'll let you go back to celebrate with your team.
Thank you.
Well, Ryan, an intense first series. Team Peps, like you said, showing some brilliance on that domination. But Zero Tenacity saying that you should keep an eye on them. And they are going to be keeping an eye on this next matchup. Rad Esports versus All Business is going to be our second series, where we both lead a little bit in favor of Rad, but All Business have shown they have the chances for upsets here.
Yeah, I mean, I think all business have a lot to show, but I think just final point on Z10, it shows a lot of like the irony of being a team called Zero Tenacity, how tenacious they are to just get their name out there. As just, you talked about Virtus Pro, you talked about Berber Patspim, Z10 deserve to be in that discussion as a potential top team. But as most of you know by now, if you don't, you've been living under a rock, you have the chance to earn some in-game goodies from watching the Ignite tournament and all of its co-streams across all of the different regions. If you haven't managed to watch 6 hours of streams yet to get the Magic Willa Galacta costume, what's wrong with you? There's been so much good stuff, but you have playoffs happening in EMEA, in Asia, which is happening in the morning, so you could drink it with a cup of coffee or whatever, and then also the likes of like Americas. And then we've got stuff beyond that too, and all of your favorite streamers to be keeping an eye on. So all of the good stuff that you can earn in game from just watching these streams, but just make sure that you've got all of your stuff connected so you can get those goodies in game and then claim them. Is all I would say.
Yeah, we talked about Zero Tenacity, you talked about how tenacious they are, and that's about putting in the time. They put in the time to practice. You guys just get to watch. You get to watch some of the best Rivals esports around, and you get free stuff for it. What more could you ask? I can tell you what more you could ask. Another game, and we will be coming back with Rad Esports versus All Business after this short break.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, wishing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up in your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up in your fries, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals to the end. And rise up in your mind. Hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
We're converging from the group stages into playoffs, and as we see Group A and B fight each other for the first time, sparks are definitely flying, Texture. And now that we're getting into the second, third seeds from each group battling it out, Rad versus All Business might not be as straightforward or set up as people might anticipate.
All Business have the pedigree, they have MRC finishes, they have experience, whereas Rad have come in here with also a lot of experience, but they also have the hype behind them, being one of the first teams to beat Virtus Pro, period. That's the end of that sentence, and then a new sentence, but they did lose the run back as Virtus Pro did take us the #1 seed in that Group B.
Yeah, and I think for Rad, the other bounce back thing there is like, yeah, it was a final that you lost that was due for seeding, but also it's the fact that they haven't shown as many maps. Like, we've seen them win cleanly 2-0s and then lose the grand final against Virtus Pro 0-3. So it means that statistically, we've seen the least of Rad play in these tournaments so far, which going into playoffs is only a good thing. You basically get to hide the majority of your strategies, whereas All Business, because they were knocked down to that loser's bracket and had to fight for a qualifying spot, finishing in third place, it essentially meant that they had to show pretty much everything that they had available to them. So for Rad, especially as the first team, even though Virtus Pro beat them handedly on Sunday, I don't think it's going to amount to too much when it comes to their chances of being a top team for EMEA Stage 1.
It's going to be coming down to draft in a lot of these cases, as well as we're going to have a look at the rosters. We saw Virtus Pro change around their drafting style in that rematch versus Rad, and that seemed to make a pretty solid difference for them. But Rad, they've shown they have the potential. Melio is one of the most legendary players in the scene right now. They have been around the block, and they are leading this team to come on into this. But we also have some of the most flexibility and some of the most deadly play from the likes of Naga and Rajaro, swapping onto different roles in some cases and having massive hero pools between them.
Yeah, and the other side of it as well is that they've got Zestroid sat on the desk, like on the bench even. So a player that has got good pedigree himself, and I mean, we saw from Rad, Fate in an interview saying that Zestroid, it was a matter of time before he shows in one of these actual games. So that feels like it could be a big element of what might define their drafts for them, might give them some key strategies into these bigger games. But when you do have that like duelist lineup, I suppose, of Melio and Naga, it is hard to sort of slot somebody like Zestroid in because you're removing two very flexible players that, as we just saw there, brought out a little bit of Hawkeye previous.
But then, of course, you have this incredible lineup. You have All Business. We have Tuzi, who we have been gushing about for weeks at this point. But they have so much flexibility. Toot to Toot has shown some massive burst and dive potential to create a little bit of pressure onto these backlines. But it is Vanguards where we've been seeing a lot of control from them.
Yeah, very flexible Vanguards, but I do think the one thing to highlight with All Business so far is just their focus on one in particular. And of course, it's Mother that we're going to be focusing on. It's basically how often we've seen these teams protecting Emma Frost in a region that is putting a lot more focus on banning out Magneto. It does mean that you have a bit more freedom on that Vanguard, and All Business top in the charts, just a couple ahead of Virtus Pro. Granted, it's done based on like how many times we've seen these teams like play realistically, but it's just a difference between All Business and Rad here, like how much goes on to getting Welshmania over on the Emma Frost to be able to do the damage there. But if he's not got it available, Welshmania will just move over to the likes of Gru, or even mostly to the Captain America, just something that's a little bit more disruption focused. But it really is All Business wanting to play around the latest Vanguard that was added into the game.
And this is going to do them very well when they go in against some teams who like to play, for example, that Captain America. Emma, with that Carbon Crush, is one of the best anti-divers right now. And with the removal of Loki, dive has crept in, especially with the rising of Cap and Psylocke in a lot of these cases. You can catch Psylocke right at the end of her ultimate, or even the beginning sometimes. It can be extremely effective. And with Rad liking to play a little bit of Doctor Strange as well, being able to lock them down and try and prevent them from diving in could be a game changer.
For sure. I think it is just how much this All Business team can be very flexible. This is also a squad that's been putting a little bit more stock as well over on to trying to get the Loki for Zenost up and available as much as possible. We saw them flirting with that a little bit more towards the end of playoffs, as other teams were really dedicating into that quite hard. So here, I think for Rad, they had this very set standard way of formulaic almost of how they wanted to approach the draft, with just banning out 3 strategists in a row a little bit later on. But seeing as that didn't work against Virtus Pro all that much, I am curious to see if that's going to change any more realistically, or whether Rad are comfortable enough to stick to their guns.
Speaking of guns in this case, though, there is something that we need Rad to not do, as it has been proved to not work, and that is target ban Tuzi. We saw it happen last week, where someone was like, okay, we've only seen them play Punisher, Psylocke, Torch, Punisher. What if we just banned everything and just see what happens? The answer is you lose to Hela and you lose to Iron Man. Those are the solutions when that happens. Yeah. So focusing onto Vanguard or Strategist bans in this advanced draft phase will probably be where we see the return to for Rad.
Yeah, I mean, 12 bans for Psylocke is what I just checked against Tuzi is quite a lot. I actually just want to see the list real quick to see if there's any others. Not really, surprisingly. I guess Torch 4 times, but other stuff is just the typical like Magneto, Luna, Loki. But it's the fact that out of all of those characters, Tuzi's at the top with people banning out the Psylocke against him. So it makes sense. But now you know how flexible he is, but also how much these characters can be enabled by the damage boost from Terror Cape and Inspire, and from the aura from Storm, or various ultimates. What on earth can you do? You saw just how much it was a difficulty for Peps to shut down Smashnez. Now it's a case of Tuzi up against the likes of Melio and Naga to an extent. Who's going to have the freedom to go on and do the damage?
We will be finding out as we are heading to Hell's Heaven for the second time for our first matchup. And it is going to be these early bad stages. Magneto already being hovered for All Business. And it looks like Rad going to be sticking the same. Magneto and Loki have been the dominant characters in a lot of the ban phase. You mentioned how Emma has been banned a fair amount as well and has been protected a fair amount. And we're immediately seeing Rad leaning into that to try and snipe it for themselves first.
Like we said, Mother's Boys on one side at least, I'd wanted to sort of up those numbers, but they're deliberating, using as much time as possible. It's the right thing to do. You don't want to rush a decision. But you know that if you do leave that space open to pick up a Loki, that the Emma Frost ban would just come out here. So interesting for All Business to go for such an early ban onto Torch. So Loki is still available and open, and that's actually going to be something that they're potentially looking to pick up themselves. They're not going to go for the Emma Frost, they're going to protect the Psylocke. So, I mean, it's going to be Welsh Mania, not necessarily playing on what they want as usual, I guess, but it's making sure that Tuzi does get the freedom to play it on that Psylocke.
Looking at what the tanks have played, Welsh Mania has played, like you say, Groot, Emma, and Cap. Then you look at Toot, Venom, Doctor Strange, Groot, Magneto, Hulk, Emma. They have played basically everything. So they do have flexibility, and then we are seeing a couple other teams slowly deprioritize some of these vanguards. Zero Tenacity, for example. They deprioritized vanguards in the draft phase, got very hard target ban, and then swapped over to Groot and the Hulk in order to just absolutely blow everyone up immediately with massive wombo combos. So potentially we might see All Business lean in a little bit that way as they lose the Emma as well, but they're gonna get that Captain America as well, so they're still getting pickups for Welsh Mania.
Yeah, they need to really. It'd be too much damage to lose out on Magneto, Emma Frost, and Cap. But here it means that you can maybe do some more damage to the strategist backline potentially if you're Rad. I mean, what's available still? Like, Luna's still on the board. Loki, you haven't banned out just yet. You're going to go for the Luna.
Yeah.
And so it does mean that, like, All Business are going to have access for Xenos to be over on that Loki for free. So it's a tricky one, actually. It's a very different draft, but it's really a case of looking at what's not on the table for one team. And All Business being able to have access to Loki without having to, like, protect him. That might be something that slipped through that could cause a lot of damage to Rad if they're not careful.
I love what Rad did here, though. Of course, you mentioned that Loki's going to be very hard to deal with, but they did a last-second adjustment. Seeing what they've banned out, they've banned away that Emma and they've banned away the Magneto. Where does the tank priority fall from there? You're looking at Groot, you're looking at Doctor Strange as the next two, and then below that, you're going to start to get into your Hulks, into your stuff like that. Captain America's, of course, getting prioritized, but the Groot is the one that can be the most game-changing. How do you deal with Groot? You pick them up with a Winter Soldier, with Bionic Hook. You can try and pull them away and, of course, percentage damage them with Wolverine, but both of those are situational. The one consistent one who is still going to work in most compositions is Punisher. Having massive rate of fire, solid damage output to clean out those walls is going to give you a lot of a counter turnaround. So Rad protecting that for Melio means that they have the versatility to try and deal with the Groot if it comes out.
Tuzi is on that Psylocke, as we're seeing. Not to put too much pressure on him, but if you're going to protect it, you got to have the follow through. Like we sort of mentioned, it's a big target ban for opponents. So All Business feel that that's the thing that could turn the tides, give them a better finish than they had in groups. But you also see it on the other side from Naga as well. The animal name still showing for the majority of the team. But we do see a little bit of a turnaround as it's going to be a Strange Emma Frost front line for Rad.
Making their way in. Doctor Strange, Emma Frost, try to set up for Melio with a culling turret. It's going to be cleaned out quickly with Slowpoke. Going to be trying to go for the counter pickup on their own Doctor Strange, but Welsh Mania onto one of their favorites. You saw them sail across your screen there. The Captain America and the Psylocke on the flank, but the Psylocke back to spawn as Melio with the adjudication takes them down and sends Tuzi back to spawn.
Or just as the regen domain was used and a little bit more. I think we even saw just more healing coming out and resources from Cloak and Dagger, but it's not enough as Rad are not going to give up any space here. They're going to keep these resets going. And then this is perfect farm up in the end for Melio. 70-80% over on his ultimate already. And All Business didn't even get a whiff of the point, it felt like.
So far, Rad in full control, and they are still playing extremely far forward, forcing a wraparound from All Business to try and make their way in via the low ground rotation due to how much positioning Rad had. But Rad, they just play back, they kite, they're going to set themselves up on the high ground as the objective starts to reposition, forcing once again a quick cancel onto the culling turret. They're adjusting positioning so quickly, making it very hard for All Business to get into the commitment here. But here comes the Eternal Bond from Znost with the clone, and Slowpoke with Final Judgment melts through Melio, who had their own ultimate up as well, meaning it is completely lost.
They sort of got a Mischief copy over, but there's still some fight in here for Rad. Even seeing the Dance of the Butterflies used from Naga. So if this is an over-dedication from Rad and they're not able to take the point, this could be a nightmare. Toot the Toot was the main entrance way of finding that objective over from All Business with the Maelstrom. Uses it again to close out the fight. You sort of look 3 ultimates dedicated from Rad in that engagement. And 2Z so far, 4-1. Not a lot of damage, but all of that focus of the damage that we're seeing, that 2k, is going to be on bringing people down to 0 HP.
Rotation coming around Melio. Trying to find an opening, find the gap, trying to focus onto that culling turret, which they will be able to take down. It takes a lot of damage. Melio actually getting caught out here. Will get picked up, meaning Rad are incredibly staggered, and All Business taking the opportunity. Eye of Agamotto into the backline. Dark Force teleport will not come out in time, and Fate of Both Worlds has to be dropped before Melio's even here. It's an incredibly staggered push from Rad, but they're making the most of it. Taking out Slowpo. Melio is arriving via zipline to reinforce the team, as we're seeing All Business getting forced off the point, but everyone else is retreating. 2-2 getting sniped. 2Z is dropped low, and Rad are reclaiming the point.
This is where it went wrong for All Business last time. Disengaging isn't too easy when you've got the chase happening here. And 2-2, I don't know if the portal was used, if he has it available, because yeah, he's going to go for the portal play now. Means that he won't have it right at the end if it goes to 99%. But up on the high ground to play from, you do have that freedom charge and the Dance of the Butterflies. And the Eye of Agamotto is going to be used preemptively. It connects onto Fall from All Business as they tried to be the ones on the aggressive. It really turned around and Rad were prepared for it. Nice and easy for them. Naga just backing out, disengaging, trying to clear some of the clones that are appearing from the low key. And trying to get these resets in. Rajaro's now the one that's getting these Maelstrom kicks. And All Business now down on numbers. The portal play a complete failure in their eyes. And Rad's 8.1.
Rad with the hold there. The portal play came out, but Eye of Agamotto, while it didn't find any eliminations thanks to the regen domain, kept the strategists from healing, and that allows everyone in that low ground to take what is essentially a 6v4. A fight that Rad were able to take unsurprisingly, with no healing being available on the other side, and they were able to keep control, take the point, and they are now 1-0 up in this first map, with Naga still having Dance of the Butterfly.
Really did feel like so much focus went on to just getting 2Z over towards that Psylocke. You're looking at some of the just flat out healing that Fate has been able to do. 16k on Cloak and Dagger. Feels that it's just been the common talking point, or a broken record going over it, but we're still not seeing many teams put too much focus on it flat out just in the drafts. It's such a key element, and when you have the Lunar Snow and a Cloak and Dagger, that is 2 big ultimates to rely on to keep you alive in these big engagements. Zenost, he's able to copy them if he gets that God of Mischief. How else are they able? Oh my god, 2Z's taken out instantly.
The portal rollout, Dance of the Butterfly, within the first 10 seconds of the match. Slowpo is taken down, and Naga chasing onto Welsh Mania. And Rad, they burn an ultimate, but they get defensive position again, which is where they prefer to be. They have Melio, they have Culling Turret. They want to try and make sure that they have a safe place to be, because otherwise Welsh Mania is going to harangue them all the way to the point. So they'd much rather make sure that they are set up first.
Yeah. He's got Psylocke for Naga, he's got the Luna with the Idol Aura on top of him. He's able to go for these engagements and healing, but it's most important is that both those characters were not involved in the draft at all for All Business. It wasn't the focus. Now Final Judgment's going to come out on both sides. Welsh Mania does find that first pick over onto Naga, and that just out-sustain the regeneration domain, keeping people topped up. It is enough for All Business to take a good, clean fight here. They don't want to use any more ults if they can help it, and Zenost actually goes for the God of Mischief. He connects, but he gets taken out by Trust Me. It's all the dedication for All Business. It seemed that they were going to get the point for free there, but 2 other ultimates used in that time texture free, actually, as Welsh Mania used the Freedom Charge. It looked like they were able to just get off the back of it with the Final Judgment, but Rad do a good job of forcing out a lot more.
Rad are able to force out a lot of the abilities. They very nearly even took down Slopo, who took the 1v1 fight, like you mentioned, thanks to that regeneration domain of Zenost, but they very nearly ran them down. Slopo used a mid-fight culling turret for the health boost, using that turret as essentially a shield of their own. It's very difficult to pull off because sometimes you can just get wrapped around the meat, be blown up, or hit by AoE from something like a Strange, but they did take the fight. Rajaro now with Hayavakomoto at the ready, but they're very outnumbered as Tuzi is in the backline with the Captain America, causing an absolute mischief. Welshmania will get taken down thanks to the Emma with the Carbon Crush, but already Rad's push has been slowed down to a crawl as they retreat to spawn.
I guess that's a good thing for Welshmania is if he can just almost bait out the Carbon Crushes, even if he goes down, it means that it's not going on to Tuzi. And Tuzi has the freedom to build up already Dance to the Butterflies. Rad not fully disengaging in this fight. Now it's more just time being bought. It's going to focus out a little bit more regeneration domain just on top with that final judgment. And Welshmania is cleaning up house. A really good fight, but I was a bit worried from Rad there. It didn't feel that that was a complete clean engage, that there were still people rotating in to get back into the fight. And now All Business have Tuzi set up with a Dance of the Butterflies and there's a God of Mischief just in case things go wrong.
The cousins of Pokey and Polly diving the backline with Captain America and Psylocke has been a composition that many teams utilize, from Patapim being the ones who seem to have popularized it, if maybe not created it. But All Business using it to incredible effect here. Rushing backlines, taking out Melio again. Naga's back in spawn. Fate of both worlds. Sorry, Eternal Bond is forced to be used now. Interruption onto the Hayavakomoto, back onto the 50, but we're seeing All Business still the numbers advantage, pushing on in, and Rajaro finds nothing with their own Hayavakomoto. This is Rad getting zoned off the point here. Melio is trying to make something happen and does have final judgment. If they can time these defensive abilities to try and take out Sloper once that regeneration goes down, but they need to make sure that someone's on the point to delay this while they do so.
It's just too much to deal with. Slowpo's putting out a chunk of damage with these final judgments. Welshmania and Tuzi like hunting dogs, just finding out those last survivors. Brings us to another full-out domination map, Tetra. We're getting a lot of these and really just shows the parity of EMEA is down to a map. A round of a map, if that. All Business, I think, looked a lot better there, like playing around their win conditions. Maybe looked a little bit flustered on that first point. The second one built around the ultimates nicely, the right utility in the right spots. And Welshmania having a lot more freedom there. 10 final blows from them, 24-4. That's hard to do if you're a Captain America playing in a game like this. You just have to be in and out and be constantly annoying. And you could already see just how much healing Fate has been putting out. Now it's not mattering too much as All Business are able to out-sustain it.
And Tuzi's right behind them, being able to just dash on in. Also, with 10 final hits, these two are playing this backline dive style to just find anyone who's not grouped up and punish them. And this is why Loki is really good. The ability to try and protect you when you are rushed onto from behind, and it's what we've seen All Business utilize to great effect. Zenos has allowed Slopo so much freedom, and so far, no compositional adjustments as we see another portal engage, this time from All Business with a culling turret. Diamond form has to be used as everyone from Rad is going to retreat, and this time they might get away with this. Final judgment gonna be burned to try and commit to this, getting Slopo as they force their way through, forcing them back into spawn and now making their way towards the point.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It seems to be the common thing for Rad of just going for these aggressive portal plays right off the rip to find that first pick and the point to gain control early. Didn't matter all that much on the final point, and if Welshmania and Tuzi are going to jump on people like that, it might not matter much at all. Silent Seduction's been required to come out from Trust Me, but the Dance of the Butterflies in the backline is turning people on this balcony into absolute baloney. All Business take that point back very quickly.
Tuzi making their way around, looking for another flank. You can also see Welshmania joining them. They're going to try and find anyone out of position, anyone who's not grouped up. Ultimate Economy very in favor of All Business as they're already catching up that lead that Rad grabbed, burning a final judgment to do so.
So the turret on the high ground from Slowpo, he's just dove out a bit to see if he can back out. See the respect that's almost given for all business here. They do have an Eye of Agamotto, and now that aggression's going to come out as well. Shemania goes in with a freedom charge. A knockaround with the Eye of Agamotto means it catches on to nothing, but it doesn't matter too much as the first pick has been found. Fate has tried to sort of carve the path for Rad over onto the objective with this Eternal Bond, but it gets copied by Zenost over on that Loki. Welshmania still just punching away, holding left click, having a whale of a time, but the Eye of Agamotto catches on to both the strategists on all business. The whole thing is going to flop down now that there's no healing and no support, and this first point, this final point, Tetra, is back and forth.
52% to 22. Rad with the adjustment. Naga bringing out the Wolverine. They see how this Psylocke and this Captain America is causing them issues, and they see Doctor Strange holding the front line. How do you deal with both these issues? You stop them moving. Wolverine Feral Leap to hold people in place and to try and isolate Doctor Strange. If they're going to be the main front line, if there's only one front line, because Cap is trying to deal with the back line, then you might as well take advantage of it and try to pick them off. Melia retreating as well. Mania is chasing them onto the point. Slowpoke trying to get an early pickup with this final judgment as Rajaro is already down. All business are just going to flip this again.
It's such a strong strategy, and even though the adjustments I like from Rads, just having a Wolverine to dive on people, especially Rajaro, trust me, to stop the shields means that there's more space for Melio to go in with the final judgment. But it might be just a good principled idea. The execution might be a little bit harder than just discussing it. A Dance the Butterfly is available for 2Z. Looking at the backline, Kruk 60% on the invisible boundary. Fate is very close to a Fate of both worlds. You have to be almost aggressive with this like last time. You need to go and try and fight and take this space. Make this more of a brawl on the objective, because all business, they're trying to peel away from you. That's a great catch onto Welshmania. Is there going to be enough follow-up? Because Welshmania, as the Captain America, can't get out of there. It's the other Vanguard that goes down first, though. And the final judgment from Melio holding on to this point.
And that was an incredibly split fight from all business. Trying to go for the wraparound, but Naga able to just pull that Cap out of position, meaning the initial engage was just completely disjointed from all business. And with Melio immediately saying, yep, that's the perfect opportunity, pulling the trigger. Final judgments, again, it's a big cooldown to burn, but they know that they are able to take advantage. Now, they still have that last stab, they still have silent seduction, but all business rushing on in. Here comes that freedom charge. What an extra bonus help for the rest of the team. Down to the butterfly onto the point from Tuzi. Cleans out Melio once again. It's the backline getting absolutely massacred. 92% versus 82%. As all business reclaim the point of Rad. They've got a portal now if they have it.
Is there going to be enough time for a contest? Yeah, Melio has to switch over towards the Strange, so the portal play is going to come out in a second. It's pretty tight on time. I don't think it's going to be possible. Just waits a bit long. I don't know if there was a disrupt that came in as well from 2. To just stop that actual progression happening, that contest right at the end. And all business actually are able to take that first map against Rad. It's been complete free fall since that finals for Rad, and they've lost their 4th map in a row.
Welshmania, one of our many incredible EMEA Captain America players. Salutes in chat for the captain, as they did insane 13k damage, which is a little bit more than Naga, who is on a duelist for the majority, and also more than we saw, just a little bit less, sorry, than we saw for Melio on the Punisher for the majority of that game. We saw some great duels between the Punisher, Slowpoke being able to turn this round, but it's when they started bringing out that Captain and Psylocke, getting used to it after that first round, that we saw Team Rad losing members on the way to objectives. And that's when all business were able to hold the point for longer periods of time, because they forced more regroups.
That's pretty much it, down to a T. It was that first fight that we just saw then that really enabled Rad to snowball the first point over on Hell's Heaven. All business, as you correctly sort of point out, Tetra, like I felt that they really got their stuff together, that they knew exactly what they wanted to be doing in team fights, the coordination a lot stronger, and a very different approach. Even just looking at the draft again, that you've got the likes of Torch being second banned out on the side of all business. You've got them protecting Psylocke first and then Cap, so you're not playing neither of the scary like Vanguard line of Emma Frost or Magneto. But there, you could just see exactly why. Welshmania has the freedom to just be an absolute harasser over on the Captain America, and 2-2 having enough shields to just keep people by when you're going up against like final judgments from Melio.
Very nicely done. Toot to Toot, like you said, they are this team all business. They actually swap who plays the dive character depending on which one they need, and that just is such a testament to how good these Vanguards are. If it's a Venom, you want Toot to Toot, but they can also Magneto, so can Welsh Mania. But if it's Cap, it's all about Welsh Mania being able to run into that backline, and just being able to adjust like that gives them so much freedom. And you mentioned it way earlier in the fight. This Loki, there is no way to put a price on how much value that got them.
Yeah. And when it's not something that you have to worry about at all as a protect, or it just made it free for Zenost. And like we sort of mentioned in the pre-show, this is a team that has been doing a couple of instances of first picking the Loki, first protecting it instead of the Psylocke. So really, if you're Rad, you should have seen that coming a bit more, I think. And that could cost you potentially if you kept letting that go for the next couple of maps.
They attempted to just play a style that can just try and focus down the lanterns, but with the protection that was offered from that Doctor Strange. Again, a huge shout out to Toot to Toot, who all that pressure was on their back to just try and stand in front of Slowpoke in particular, and in front of Zenos to keep that Sephiroth barrier up, to try and protect the lanterns so that they could get their own final judgments off. Will lessons be learned, or are they just going to commit and adjust the playstyle? We're going to be heading into map number 2 in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire.
This is very serious business. There's lots of money on the line and a position in those mid-season finals. And so far, All Business, living up to their name, were able to take the first map off of Rad in a 2-1. Rad, how will they adjust heading into this second map, which we have been told is going to be the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda? We are moving the Statue of Bast.
Yeah, going to the Halls of Dajalia, which is the most picked map, I think, for Rad. They've won it once, they've lost it once, so it's a common place for them to go. But we have seen All Business have some really good performances, I think, on some of these like convergence maps when they can get stuff moving. Some good games against like OG Seed, I think, is what the qualifying game for playoffs was, where both teams pretty much pushed it to the ends of the map in OT on their second go-around. But again, like, we have such a interesting system with the advanced draft, and it might seem that it's almost an over-focus on that, but it's such a mainstay of what gives a team an advantage here, Tetra. You can't not over-focus on some of the elements. When a team is able to get Loki and the other one can, that's a big buff. When you have one team being able to get Captain America and the other can, that seems to be a big buff, especially when it's Captain Wales himself or Shmania doing the work. And Torch is a first ban here from Rad.
Okay, gonna see the double up on the Torch, but that gives both Loki and Magneto. But All Business will have to pick one, as of course Rad are gonna have 2 bans coming out of this. But that is still risky. They're giving up one. The question is, which one do All Business value more? For starters, they're going to just try and Vanguard Bully. Take away the Magneto, take away potentially the Emma. Nope, they're going to stick with Luna just in case, because if that Torch is in the air, you do not want it to have that idle aura, that snowflake giving you healing every time a Vanguard is healed, keeping your frontline alive while also having your aerial assault cause problems.
Yeah, it's the idle aura. And I think Rad are going, okay, if you're going to put so much protection over onto the Psylocke, we're going to do the same on making sure that we can get Naga the Human Torch. Now it might just be a case of a very different draft. Rad coming into this in a very different style, at least recorrecting and not being punished for the fact that it's going to be the main Vanguards on one side and not the other. But the end of this draft, I do think, Tetra, is going to be pretty interesting, because there's still a lot on the board, and like Loki, for example, still available on both sides.
And Magneto. We just talked about it, and they're both still here. All Business have yet to protect either of them, and Rad have yet to ban either. Instead, Rad, realizing that Slowpoke actually put a little bit too much pressure on them here, taking away the Punisher, which immediately means Welsh Mania is going to get their hands on that Captain America, while taking it away for Rad. Having the ability for Cap to just rush in and cause distractions gives that Torch a little bit less pressure, because everyone's busy with the angry man from Wales/Brooklyn.
I mean, I think the Loki here is a good one. There were certainly a lot of moments where even just the regeneration domain kept people alive in fights where Final Judgments were used. You don't need to worry about the Final Judgment on the side of All Business anymore, so Slowpoke doesn't have that to at least rely on. And the Emma Frost being able to be protected gives, I guess, either Trust Me or Rajaro, whichever one wants to go for it, that freedom in that direction. And an Adam final ban sort of makes this an interesting one.
This does prevent the composition that we saw in game number 1 with Mantis, Adam, and the Human Torch in the sky, and then whatever you want your last strategist to be. So we're just going to see the Mantis being hovered here, and they're using the Ultron as the second/third strategist here, meaning that they're going to have a very high damage strategist output here. Ultron, of course, is a hit scan character, has really good damage output. You have Fate with the Loki firing squad. While the healing output is good, and of course being able to clone anything, your damage output, if you get all those clones up, can be insane in those fights. And then currently on the Rocket for a bit of pre-armor, but was hovering earlier than Mantis. Damage boost and potentially a self-inspire means that Mantis's damage output is actually pretty solid here. This could be an attempt at overwhelming just push pressure from the side of Rad.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how the comps sort of work out here. Rad, up until now, very straightforward with how they've approached drafts, but day 1 of playoffs showing that they've got a lot more to offer, and All Business has certainly taken them on an interesting road, less traveled with how they want to approach things now. Here, Rad attacking first on their map choice of Halls of Dajalia. Trust Me over on that Venom means that Rajaro is going to be on the Emma Frost. He's immediately forced back by that nuisance that is Welshmania on the Captain America.
Tuzi is already sneaking around, looking for anyone on that back line. They can get a quick blow up. This could be their trigger, but we already mentioned it. Rad just going for overwhelming push power. Are already nearly at the point, forcing Tuzi to commit quite a bit further. Has to get that Iron Bulwark to make sure that they can stay sustained in this fight. Focus down, forced to back up. Soldier's Fist from Slowpoke to also retreat as they are just getting overwhelmed. Finally, Crook goes down, and that will slow down Rad for a bit.
Fate is actually the first pick that comes in. Which says a lot how well Tuzi's been annoying on this Psylocke, having that freedom to go in and perform. And really now it's a case of like having the support ultimates, maybe even potentially both of them in this fight. Oh my god, they're just taking chunks out of each other just to hold and left click going for this engagement. But you have to worry about that supernova that's going to come in from Naga with the damage boost from Crook. And it's whether or not Zenosti's got the Cloak and Dagger ultimate, Eternal Bond to keep people alive and fighting. And look how aggressive it is to just allow all business to keep up that pressure. You can see Rad scrambling to get back in the Rage of Ultron. He's actually going to send them forward. There with the Supernova. There's the overwhelm. There's the overflow. And trust me, dashing in forces out the other Strategist ultimate with a Fate of Both Worlds.
Dozen of Modifiers in the backline going to be matched with the Soul Rejuvenation. All business trying to commit to this on the hallway, but the healing output is just so strong. Fate of Both Worlds finally expiring as Crook runs out of their ultimate as well. Psionic Seduction is enough to lock down all business, and Rad will claim point number 1. A portal will be attempted from Slowpoke, but I don't know if they probably will have enough time. This is going to be a reinforcement here to try and contest this with triple Vanguard.
Oh, they just got it. I thought that was too late. Oh, they already lose Tuzi. Might not matter too much, but with the Freedom Charge, it's another go and a bit more time being bought. That's a great Meteor aim from distance to take out Crook. So no Inspire is going to be up in the damage. Might not even be really needed because the picks are still going the way of Rad in this direction. Able to take the point. Slowpoke gonna reset, go on to something else that wasn't the Doctor Strange, so no portal gonna be available for now, but at least a little bit more time ball.
Rad now making their way up. Loki clones starting to be set up on top of that card just to make sure that they have the firing squad. Get the maximum healing output, maximum damage. The extra clones do not count as additional bodies on the point, sadly, so it will just continue to move on at a single person rate here. But that extra sustain is going to be huge, as already zoning potential coming down as Trust Me is on the backline. Rage of Ultron being burnt quite early from Melio, as the team is very split here. Welshmania trying to harass the backline as they're trying to create zoning, and lovely use of the verticality from Melio going into that center building over the top to make sure that they can chase them down.
I mean, Trust Me on the Venom is a smart move because you're playing chicken almost. You know that there's no Emma Frost available for all business, so the Carbon Crush can't CC you. And then you're essentially sent to Tuzi, like swap over to Wolverine, which I don't think we've seen all that much of him play or Slowpoke pick at all. So there's not much like tank busting ability to put this pressure over onto Trust Me. He has a lot of freedom and he's good enough to be able to swing in and out with the drone, with the Ultron. It means that it's just consistent. Supernova going to be used now to just keep these defenders off the objective. And the Cloak and Dagger ultimate mixed in, I think, with the Fate of Both Worlds on the other side, copied from Fate. It's just not enough. All business can't keep a hold of it.
Lovely push by Rad. Like you mentioned, the Psionic Seduction, they set themselves up nicely with the push, and that is already, again, Rad so fast on these first points pushing into the backline. We're just not seeing all business get time to get this wraparound with this Captain America and this Psylocke, because they're attempting it and they're getting countered by Fate. They're attempting it and suddenly Melio is pinging them from the sky. They just can't seem to find these angles, especially as every time they do, Trust Me is in the backline, creating problems, causing issues, and instead they're having to play together in the doorway.
Oh, just a Vulcan battle at the moment. Rad's Rage of Ultron is going to be the thing that keeps things afloat. Forcing out the Freedom Charge here from Welshmania. It's these counterattacks that they've attempted that have ended up costing them and splitting them just a bit more. And Soul Resurgence from Crook, it was looking like Rad were just trying to bump some of these ultimates bait a bit more time, but they're forced to use some of these bigger elements before them potentially ready. That said, Old Business are like down Welshmania. Rage of Ultron's going to have to be used from Slowpoke to just keep things going, and it's combined with that Fate of Both Worlds. Rad are going to be happy about this because they do have a Supernova on the horizon, even a sign of Seduction. Tuesday, though, clearing up the house, moving over towards the Star-Lord, needed for All Business to gain control back.
Realizing they're up against double flyers, they move over to the master aerial duelist themselves, that Star-Lord. Invulnerability frames plus the ability to fly can give you a great chance to try and take out flyers like the Human Torch, like the Ultron, who are limited to that extra speed boost from the Human Torch and the dynamic flight from the Ultron. For now, they're going to try and make their way in again. We have the Feast from the Abyss and Silent Seduction versus the Eternal Bond and the Meteor M as All Business taking that defensive position, holding the doorway for the moment, making the best use of that Dagger Storm. That extra bubble healing from the Cloak and Dagger is already coming in with that Eternal Bond dropping low, keeping the team topped up. There's the dive, fending the rival from Trust Me, but Tuzi is uncontested right now. Silent Seduction coming on up, trying to take it as Trust Me gets the double on the back line.
Trust doing it. I don't think it without any damage crease. I think it was just the Rage of Ultron on top. So now 90 seconds on the clock. All Business need to go and contest this one. Welshmania is back, so he should be fast enough to go and fight this. Meteor M for 2-2. If you can find the perfect spot, you might be able to take out Croak before he uses the Soul Resurgence. Is that going to be the main target? Hard to know. Carbon Crush over in Welshmania, but he's got enough to keep him going, at least for the time being. Even with all the CCs, he gets sedated. There's the Meteor M going up onto the high ground, looking to see if he can get stuff around the regeneration domain. He can't. It keeps people going, and Naga is just cleaning up house over on this Human Torch. It's good enough. 1 minute and 3 seconds on the clock for Rad. In All Business, it was looking like a disaster to begin with. I think they did a good job to slow things down towards the end.
Very nicely done. Like you said, they slowed it down, they burnt for a lot of the time, but Rad had so much speed in those earlier parts of the map. It was potentially a little bit late for All Business for their adjustments. Bringing out that Star-Lord for the interior fight was a stroke of genius, but it was just a little bit too late. But again, they've moved off of the Psylocke now, realizing that Fate is just kind of countering them at this point. These regeneration domains have been on point so far.
It's the risk of just leaving it out. I mean, you saw how much success All Business had with it when they had the Loki available to them last time. Now they're on the receiving end of it. And you've got Trust that hasn't died yet. Like, no eliminations have gone on to him. He's been able to survive just going in and out as the Venom. And it's one of the few times, I guess, that you'll see the Ultron out healing somebody. He's just got 1k more than the Mantis to Crook. A little bit behind because Melio's been able to just keep the Venom alive.
Interesting. Utilizing rollout speed. Trust Me has decided that they're not going to go for another Vanguard. They're starting on Spider-Man. Potentially believing they could see an All Business portal out for the rollout, or just to try and take someone off the map. Sailing past, they find nothing and are heading back to spawn.
Yeah, nice try, I guess. But yeah, trust me, I guess he's just going to move over to the Venom and it's not going to be too long before he's back. But All Business seeing this as a chance in a 6 versus 5 to see if they can catch other people out. All of the low-key clones up on the high ground, regeneration domain forced out, but Melio catching on to 2Z. He's going to be brought back pretty early because now you do see that Guardian's triple strategist comp coming out a little bit more. It might not matter though if Naga's just able to sit on top of where these cocoons are coming from. Doesn't matter how much soul perseverance you have, you can't persevere through this.
Pushing through, they force them right back to spawn. Like you mentioned, Trust Me, trying for an ambitious rollout. They did just swap immediately back to the Venom to make sure they could rejoin their team on the Vanguard. I'm wondering if that, like, dropping off the edge was intentional just so they could get back to the fight quicker instead of having to roll in on a third duelist here.
Yeah.
Interesting to think about, but for now, Slowpoke has moved over to a Wolverine to, we already mentioned it, try and deal with that Venom.
Are you going to have any combos to fastball though? Because it feels like that's the thing that really is hard for teams to deal with at the moment. But now you've got both of these like duelists forced onto picks that they probably don't want to be on. Tuzi on the Star-Lord is having a little bit more of a struggle so far here, but combos nicely with Slowpo. He's able to get the catch. Rage of Ultron's going to be used. Trust me, slowed down and frozen still isn't going to be able to fight in this engagement. As a God of Mischief forced to bring out the fate of both worlds. The barrage is good enough. It's great to farm up this Galactic Legend. But Tuzi sat here thinking, I can hold on to this because we managed to get this point seemingly for free.
Elio swapped over to the Strange. They're going to try and portal delay it, which does mean they're going to be a little staggered because trust me, it's only just respawning. Here comes the portal. They do touch the point. Sonic Seduction coming out. The Galactic Legend on the flank to try and burst on through. Media end point blank onto the Mantis, who's able to sidestep it to avoid the main impact and stay up in this fight. Blaster Rush coming out once again, and Rad are starting to fall one by one. This is all business. Once again, living up to their name as they claim point number 1 and are beginning the journey to the temple.
For Rad fans, you're fine with that because so many ultimates were running for All Business. For All Business fans, I really respect that they threw everything that they had there. They know there's instances where Portal Recontest can end badly and they're not able to get a point which seemed to be completely theirs. So you had the Galactic Legend used, the Last Stand for Slowpoke on the Wolverine, Meteor M, Fate of Both Worlds, where you're over halfway to having it for closer. You can see All Business trying to set up, go for this engagement yet again. And trust me, doing well to sort of stall. He's pulled all the team back. It's a pick on the other side as Slowpoke goes down against Melio's Psylocke now. And it's really a case of the space being taken up. Tuzi almost getting a pick there if it wasn't for the Carbon Crush from Rajaro.
Melio dashing away, very nearly getting caught out by Tuzi on the high ground, coming in from behind, looking for the Emma. Rajaro dropping low. Quick escape by Tuzi, but they're melted by the main attacks from Emma Frost as Naga in the sky trying to create an opening as Mantis will, even though they're down a member, they're going to try and commit to this push in the 5v5 as we see the quick retreat. Slowpoke looking for anyone to step out of position so they can get the quick isolation, but while this is happening, Rada fighting in the doorway, the cart keeps moving.
Great catch over on Naga, but he's actually not gone down a lick of health. He's been 100% the whole time for the regeneration domain, and then the fate of both worlds that are falling on both sides. This is an absolute mess, and trust me, with a Feast of the Abyss gets maybe more than he wanted to chew on, Melio's able to just sort of clean out a little bit more. Galactic Legend up in the sky, forced back a little bit more. The Silent Seduction forced him into a position where trust me, he's actually able to grab on top of him. Now the Last Stand coming in from Slowpoke, able to connect onto 2, leaping back onto this point that's now in the hands of the defenders. Rad have done a real good job at steering the ship back into their favor.
Not giving up though, All Business still committing to this, but Supernova will shut this down. Portal, and Supernova through the portal door. That is going to hold them in spawn and buy extra couple seconds that Rad were in need of. 2 minutes to go for All Business. Welsh Mania on that Captain America is going to try and rush in again. And Slowpoke, they are all regrouped right now with only the Freedom Charge, but that is essentially a strategist ultimate in its own right, meaning All Business do have the opportunity to try and push on it.
It's hard when you're up against the Loki on this part of the map where you can just sit on top of the high ground on the rooftops like you're seeing. At least Tuzi's able to sort of be the anti-air machinery to take down Naga to bring him back on to even footings. You can see just how much focus tries to go into taking out the Loki to the point where it's just given up in the end. Welsh Radio goes down, fighting up onto Rajaro, and you can see the Wolverine trying to go and clear things up nicely. Just over a minute onto the clock, Feast of the Abyss trying to connect. Not really going to bring out any of the support ultimates, or really many of the bigger cooldowns used, but you can see how Rad are just holding on. They're stalling out a good portion, and the Invisible Boundary means that Rad are able to recontest this.
They just refuse to give up, just rolling in one at a time. Fate is now going to be taken down, though. Melio does it, the butterflies in the background. They've still got Venom back on the point with the fast rollout. Galactic Legend to try and melt them, but they are being focused down here. So much damage output. And Rad, they are holding this, utilizing the clone onto Captain America from Crook to give them that freedom charge, that bonus health in the fight. And now with 30 seconds remaining, All Business, it might be time for something risky. And they've decided that they're going to bring out the Hulk, maximum sustain, and to try and get someone onto the point to trigger overtime. It's the job of Wolverine, the Slowpoke missile, but they do not reach. And now they're distracted by this Venom with 15 seconds left. They are running low on time.
Yeah, trust me, he's so good at forcing all business to turn around and look behind them. And now I don't think there's going to be much chance of contesting onto the point, so this scrap is all for naught. Actually, no, there is a body. I'm not quite sure who it's going to be, but they're alone. A couple of players now managing to group up as well. Shemani on the Magneto just having to hold W and go there the old-fashioned way, but it's bought some time for the Wolverine. Bruce Banner for 2-2 goes down, and Rad now holding this nicely. The fate of both worlds used to just get the speed boost in order to get there, and the barrage in the middle of it is not going to be enough damage at all to take anybody down from Rad. Supernova from Naga is going to make this point unbearable for all business to be touching, and they're not able to touch it any longer. Rad are going to bring us to a map 3.
All business, they just put everything towards that. Hulk diving onto the point, got dropped into Banner. Wolverine diving onto the point, gets taken out. The Lunar Snow skating onto the point, gets focused down. Tried to use Fate of Both Worlds to delay. Was able to hold out for a while. Jeff with the speed boosting bubbles, just because it's one of the faster rollout characters, trying to put out the Supernova and keep their teams topped up. But like you said, it's a much closer spawn for the side of Rad, and the second that Dance of the Butterflies came out, it was just inhospitable. And we will see the evening up of the series by Rad.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the damage output, and it's the fact Torch one side, 36k. You've got Rajaro that's able to do almost 30k as Emma Frost. And that's the character that all business would comfortably play on, that haven't really bothered with all that much, to try to give Tusi a little bit more comfort over onto the silo. I think here, is that strategy worth dedicating to a third map? Because, I mean, Tusi looked really good on the Star-Lord. You have that as an option if you need.
They even ran the Atom with it for a bit, but then swapped off it later on just because they realized that he didn't really need it. He was playing quite safe, and they had the Snowflake and the Ultron drone. Tusi was pretty well protected.
Well, that's the thing, I guess. It's just like with the Ultron before, how much of a focus, I'm just double checking, how much of a focus have we really seen from all business so far with it? I don't think that the answer is all too much. I don't think it's the only time that we've seen Slowpoke move over towards the Ultron, but
Definitely seen it.
yeah, it's not something that's like at the top of their wheelhouse. Then maybe they felt that it just wasn't working there, they're just having the Wolverine across, but it felt awkward when you're adjusting over from the Guardians comp to be playing a Wolverine, and then you've still got Xenos that's on Mantis for a good portion of time, and then at the last breath, that's where you go for a fastball play. It just feels a little bit like, okay, if you're moving one piece, 3 other characters need to adjust at the same time too. That's why so many of these comps are like very much stuck onto, and they're not swapped over win or loss, because of the team ups and the reliability and just the synergies that you've frankly been practicing the whole time too.
Speaking of win or loss, let's talk about the elephant in the room. He's burdened with glorious purpose and a 2-0 currently, as Loki, whichever team has had him so far, has won. The backline flanking that we saw from All Business in game number 1 was shut down by this Loki in game number 2. We even saw a clone on Captain America at the end for bonus health, just whoever you can get at that point, just to make sure you've got extra bodies on the point. But at this point, surely you start adjusting and banning it again. It's crept through because the support priorities have adjusted so much, but now it's been so impactful twice, we're maybe going to see the banning phase start to adjust.
Yeah, if I was to guess what this third map is going to be, it's probably Yggdrasil, because it's 4 picks that we've actually seen come out from All Business, but who knows? There's clearly some twists and turns to keep an eye out for, but before we potentially go to Yggdrasil, quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Struck down by living chi.
we were guessing that Yggdrasil Path was going to be the area that All Business want to finish this series on, but like I said, plenty of twists and turns, and Spider Islands is actually going to be the map of choice for this final one, which, if it wasn't Central Park that was the least played so far, it probably was Spider Islands, which I think has just come out once so far, Tetra.
It's definitely not been played a lot. We have been seeing it so rarely. The only thing that's been played less are the maps that aren't in the pool right now. They're just not appearing. But some of the teams, when they decide it's time to take people off comforts, a good way to do that is to scrim maps that aren't being played, force people out of their comfort zone. You can build strategies based around the maps themselves. This map, for example, has some lovely verticality where you can just get some great Punisher positionings to make it very hard for your opponents to push in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw certainly some interesting moments from Insomnia when they played this map. I think up against Peps, the Spider Islands, like giga overtime right at the end. Now, for these teams playing it so far means it's a little bit of a question mark in which way it's going to go. But kind of like we spoke about before the break, Tetra, I think the draft, I want to be a little less silly from both sides. I think now's the time to rein it in, to just make sure that you ban out one of the Vanguards or even the Loki first, to be brutally honest, and just stop that character going on one side for free.
Starting off, though, with that Torch ban into the Magneto ban. It seems here that like 50% of the teams in these playoffs so far respect Magneto, and 50% just kind of don't worry about it, as we're immediately seeing Rad go for that target ban, and All Business going to try and remove Naga from getting their hands on the Human Torch, and Rad going double Vanguard ban here. Emma is gone as well.
The All Business, as we sort of said, that their Mummy's boys of just playing a lot of Emma Frost, not going to be playing them at all so far in this first series of playoffs. Magneto, I mean, you're free reign here. Which one do you want, Emma Frost or the Magneto? I mean, we saw so much success coming in from the Emma Frost last time, I think, from Rajaro, that them saving and protecting Magneto is a little bit interesting. And thankfully, the Loki's been taken out from All Business. They know just that, honestly, Rad are required to ban it out themselves.
Surely at this point. The Loki's been so impactful, literally has won every game it has shown up in, and it's always been one-sided. But Rad, they're letting it sneak through here, as we will see them take away the Wolverine instead. This could mean that Rad are looking to lean closer towards potentially a Magneto Strange or a Magneto Groot, where they could just try and lean in a little bit heavier, and they're going to protect the Punisher as well. They have a one-sided Magneto. Sorry, I just got my toes stabbed by something sharp on my carpet.
Wait, what? just a blade cutting through. I
don't know what it was. I think it's like a thorn from outside that came in on a shoe or something. But I can deal with that later. I have a tissue, so it's fine.
Yeah, just make sure you're not like bleeding out. Like, I don't think any of these teams are bringing it back, bleeding out in this draft necessarily.
Hey.
The Punisher save, I think, is an important one to just give a little bit more comfort. But I am curious on like the Wolverine ban, because you're not going to have Torch, so you don't need to be worried about taking out the Sky, unless Naga's looking to go stuff like Storm, maybe a bit more Ultron. You don't need to worry about the fastball, because All Business just haven't really played much Hulk/The Thing to really warrant it, it feels like. Protection of the Cap is going to be the final thing All Business are going to bring together in this one. And that's pretty much... It's looking a little bit better, but you ban out the Loki here. For God's sake, Rad. Yeah,
okay,
thank
there we
Lord.
Go. All right, we very almost ended up with Welsh Mania getting their cap and also All Business getting the Loki, which is how they did so well in game number 1, amongst other things. But in this case, the Loki will be mirror banned, and we did predict correctly, though, with that Punisher will be protected. Does All Business getting their Punisher means they will have at least some counter for this Groot, but the Wolverine has been yoinked, making it much more difficult. Welsh Mania is currently hovering Squirrel Girl. That might just be for a portal rollout. I expect they will probably not be rolling this the whole game.
You'd hope not, all things considered. An interesting look into these two teams that honestly showing All Business a little bit maybe forgotten about, because they were a team that finished top 3 in the Marvel Rivals Championship in Season 1. There wasn't really much other tournaments happening at the moment. Like, all of the Tier 1 teams were still in that championship. Now it's a bit different because the championship leads into Ignite. So like for season 2, it's going to be a lot. You're not going to see the likes of Virtus Pro in that one, for example. So all business, a top 3 finish in that tournament definitely is a testament. It's a good showing. In fact, they've really got Rad by the potential Gunnar here if they're not careful. Actually, if they go for this engagement, Wolverine's like hovering up in the high ground, trying to see if he can dive on somebody, take them out of position. 2-2 needs to go careful.
Naga looking to spring the trap. You mentioned 2-2 is going to be the big target here. As Welshmania is likely going to be moving a little bit too fast, but it's already losing Slopo and Tuzi. This is going to force the retreat out of all business back into the spawn. And Rad, they strike, immediately taking the opportunity to chase them all the way back.
Oh, they get him.
And they grab 2-2 on the way out.
It was a horror film for 2-2 trying to get through, but the walls that were coming in from Groot, the knock up as well up into the high ground. And they wasn't able to completely reset, so buys a little bit more time for Rad that are not afraid to go for this super aggressive, Peps-inspired spawn doors hold. Welshmania trying to pull a bit of the attention away, but Tuzi's not even being allowed the freedom to fly.
Trying to push their way out here. All business once again gonna be staggered. Melio sieging in from above. You can see they're trying to take out this central building to remove that cover for the flyer to prevent Melio from having all this freedom. But right now their big issue seems to just be dealing with Trust Me, who on this group is just uncontested, zoning away people, splitting between 2 and setting up for this Wolverine to isolate people away from the Stratus. But finally, Tuzi has some room. They've escaped spawn and are starting to rain down fire, but already losing Slopo. Rad are just not going down.
Overall business up until then, strangling prison, forcing out the invisible boundary for Zenost. Welshmania just can't keep up with it at all. You've got Naga on one side that's going to stop just any like brawly disruptive Vanguard's been used on the other side, and Welshmania switching over to the Squirrel Girl to just buy himself some space. He's almost got that tsunami ready to go with, and the fate of both worlds is going to force a little bit of a pushback from Rad. If it wasn't for the ultimates dedicated, the Rage of Ultron interrupted actually from the Eye of Agamotto, but still the elimination's not going their way. Watching 2-2, the frustration of just being reset back to your spawn, at least attempted, but he can't quite get there. This is just cyberbullying. This shouldn't be allowed on the internet. This is crazy.
Welshmania has said enough is enough and it's time to break the siege. The Squirrel Girl has come out. I wouldn't be surprised if we see potentially a Storm swap to here. They're being contained. They must just maximize damage. Supernova's going to be burned. Unbeatable Squirrel Tsunami comes out, but Trust Me, straggling prison finishes off Welshmania, and all business are once again getting staggered. Rad just refused to go down. Tuzi is flanking now. Has to use the Flaming Meteor to get out of danger as they almost get caught out of position. But right now, this is Rad. This is a completely different game to what we saw in the first 2 rounds. The Groot is causing too many issues. This Wolverine is uncontested and all business can't find an opening.
All business maybe regretting the choice of coming here to Spider Islands of how this is going thus far. The 2-2 actually finding an opening. After all of that cyberbullying, he's been able to bounce back with a couple of picks on his own. But you still have to look at the clock. Less than a minute, and the payload has moved 20 meters.
The fact is we could probably just see a portal re-engage here to try and defend a second time, and immediately that is what we do see. Trust Me moves over to the Doctor Strange. Portal's going to come out. This is a composition that was kind of perfected by Peps by defending and just hard holding on the first setup, and then Portal in for yet another fight with 20 seconds remaining. It's just going to take one fight from Rad to hold this. Rage of Ultron coming out, Eternal Bond, Media M to try and deal with. Slowpoke gets sniped again. Welshmania is holding. They are wiping them off the board right now with the Maelstrom. Rajaro is holding it together as we're traded 2 for 2 for the moment. Tuzi with Supernova is buying every extra second, but they're getting meleeed by Trust Me with that Cloak of Levitation getting forced off the point. The cart is creeping forward. It's currently just the Vanguards buying every extra second as Welshmania with that Freedom Charge sustains the team through, and in overtime all business will sustain immediately. They're rushing ahead. They know they have to zone. They can't allow Rad to get set up for another defense.
Have to farm up these ultimates too, because Tuzi's not going to have a Supernova. Welshmania's not going to have that Freedom Charge, so they're just trying to do their best with a little bit of support from the drone of Ultron to see if they can create a bit more 5 more time as well, but hitting this checkpoint, and Ryder trying to find a good engagement to go off of it. There's the Eternal Bond that's going to enable stuff to go through, but the Fate of both worlds is going to be used in kind. Meteor M trying to come through, and another Eye of Agamotto is the main thing that's going to stall out all business for the time being. The closer having to respect this, give up a lot of space. In fact, everybody's got off of the objective now. This is really just a case of touching. 2-2 is the one that goes down. And Rad eventually stopped things pretty much right by the end of this first checkpoint. All business, considering how bad it looked a minute in, I think they're going to be pretty happy that they got it that far in the
You'll
end.
need a top-notch team.
Legitimately, considering how they were down to 40 seconds before the second portal fight came in, they were able to turn that round. But this is now the opportunity for Rad to just pull the trigger and play aggressive. They have to make angles. At this point, all business, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw them try something a little bit riskier, potentially something like a penny composition, even though it did get nerfed. At this point, you got to throw stuff at the wall. If at one point you get broken siege-wise, you're in serious trouble. For now, Rajaro is going to be the penny, but that is just for a pre-siege up. And Melio, while we saw all business start with the Squirrel Girl, they are looking to start with the Black Widow. If they can burst someone down in the initial fight, they get value. But they're thinking about maybe not doing it because otherwise they don't get that extra shielding on the Punisher.
Still seems that team up between Penny Parker and Rocket is still good enough to be using.
50 armor's pretty good.
Yeah, not too much of a change there. But all business, they sort of know the stakes. It's going to be required of them here. Rad, ever since they had that series win up against Virtus Pro, it hasn't quite been the same level of glory that they might have been expecting afterwards. In fact, everybody's gunning for them, including all business here. You've got the triple strategist comp running in. Slowpo again, dedicating over to the Ultron. It didn't work that well on Halls of Djali. He was forced to switch. He has to do a little bit better here. And Welshmania, Captain Wales needs to shine again.
Trying to just harass the backline to give their team some space to make sure they can stay set up. Tuzi, the pressure on them as well to just land these shots from above, setting up pyro prisons whenever possible. Toot the Toot's going to get zoned away, and already Rad have broken the initial containment and are creeping forward as all business are just trying to whittle them down and weaken them from time to time. Washmania's in the backline, sets up the shield. He's be careful as Melio, in theory, get deflected onto themselves, but it did not matter. They are able to use adjudication and clean up Welshmania. Toot the Toot falls to Naga, and this is Rad pushing on in so aggressively already. Zipline trying to get up onto the high ground and to push on in. An aggressive rollout from Melio as the card is heading right towards this finish line. Toot the Toot is on straight, so can portal the team in.
It's an early portal, 3 minutes on the clock, so you're not going to have it for the rest of the game until there's maybe a potential long overtime. There's the Eternal Bond, allowing a battle stance for Rad in the Strangling Prison. Has to follow Apache. Tuzi goes down, pulled to the ground. Welshmania connected onto by Naga. It's looking really uncomfortable for all business as they're losing bodies to actually contest. It's Slowpo left alive, and yeah, all business fans feeling a little bit like that as Rad reverse sweep their way back into taking this first game of playoffs.
Nicely done. Again, that was just completely different. A completely different game to rounds number 1 and 2. Rad just took full control on the holds, reinforced when needed, and then tried to create openings, and then zoned to make sure that reinforcers didn't come back in for when they were on the defense. This was just a really solid setup. Rad, nicely done. Melio with a classic 11k damage, actually getting out damaged this time by the Vanguards because they were the ones creating this containment. 13k damage for Trust Me. Rajaro with 12k. Tuzi, of course, is going to top the output because Torch versus Groot and Magneto is going to give you a very high damage output, but just not finding enough final hits.
Problem for all business is trying to take us to a map that's been in the game for this long, that Rad have been a team that have, as a call, played together for a long time. And it just took, 3 minutes before we sort of started to see the string of eliminations go the way of all business. And honestly, even with Tuzi having the freedom with the protects on the characters that are super strong at the moment, it wasn't enough because Team Rad had the preparation for it, they had the coordination, and just some really good individual moments. Like this pick that Melio was able to get, this flick, very clean.
You worry about Cap on the backline. Cap can be so good for this pressure, but the Punisher has more than one weapon. That's Shotgun being so good against backline divers. It's insane against the Venom. You can burst through the Cap shield. Of course, they can deflect some of the shots back, but if you can position yourself and time your shots well, then you can take 1v1s against divers incredibly well. It's one of the main reasons why this Punisher has become so popular and so effective in this season, in the group stage, and already moving on into the playoffs.
Yeah, we should have an interview with a Rad player very soon, so get a little bit more insight, I suppose, on just what went wrong in the Virtus Pro, like rematch, for example, and really sort of see where things were looking a little bit uncomfortable from All Business at the beginning there. But a grueling matchup. It's good to at least see that it isn't a case of just those upper seeds, the ones that were in the finals, just beating down on the ones that went out in like the losers round 3 or the losers bracket finals. And so it does mean as well that we're going to have Team Peps going up against All Business, I think, in the losers bracket, which again, like that's a slog. 2 really good teams forced into an elimination game that early. It's sad, I suppose, but that's the reality of a tournament like this when there's so many great teams.
I don't know if they're against each other or if they are split, but either way, both of these teams are going to be rough to go against just due to how effective they are in these drafting phases. But speaking of effective in drafting phases, we have our interview with Trust Me from Rad, who just put on a massive containment with that group, preventing anyone from getting out of spawn. For starters, congratulations, but we have to start off with something maybe a little bit uncomfortable. What went wrong in Game 1?
Well, for starters, in Game 1, something actually happened. I was not even here, so I couldn't join for the ban phase. I couldn't even influence the bans. We did a Luna ban, and it kind of like allowed them to play the Cloak Punisher, and it made it very, very hard time for us, because the Punisher is very strong with Cloak combination.
I also want to talk a little bit about last week as well, because obviously you guys beat Virtus Pro, but in that rematch in the grand finals, it was a struggle, right? It was a 0-3. Overall in that series, what was the issue, and is that something that you've managed to fix going into playoffs?
Virtus Pro is always a good contender. We tried all different stuff. I think that the bans also were not good from us, especially against them. We kind of allowed them to play the good characters. We think that currently Psylocke and Torch are insanely strong, and I think that's also the comfort picks of Virtus Pro, which the last time we played them, we haven't really faced them on these characters, and I think that made a very big difference there. So we kind of allowed them to play their strength and even allowed us to like play into that weakness of us, right? Because we allowed them to dive, and we had a Loki that only has 250 HP and just gets one-shotted every single time the captain goes in. It's kind of hard.
So you guys had the Loki against you in game number 1, and then you picked it in game number 2 and did quite well with it, and then in game number 3 it was banned out. We have been seeing Loki fluctuate in terms of ban priorities throughout a lot of the games. Where do you feel like he fits at the moment?
I mean, I think that Loki might be the strongest hero in the game. It is definitely the best support in the game. It's very versatile. The theory behind my idea on how to beat Loki is very hard to go around, because in my idea, Loki strives best in a brawl environment where you have a lot of characters, like Groot, an example, that benefit from the lamp usage. And the issue with that is basically he's still very good without that. Like, he has insane survivability. There's double Luna ult on point. Luna ult is by far the strongest ult in my opinion, because it's just so versatile. You can stall the point forever. You get the damage boost benefit, so you get more opportunities to kill through other support ults, and that is very, very strong and like very lethal to play against. So the Loki is definitely a very good anchor in any composition.
I think one thing that I've learned about you as a Vanguard player, Trust Me, is how flexible you are and how experimental, I suppose, your approach is, right? Like, we saw a little bit of Venom today, where you're known as like a strong Penny Parker player in a lot of different instances, but also a little bit of Spider-Man today as well, with that of Holzajalia. We were trying to guess if the fact of like you trying to almost go for the Jeff strategy of like zip somebody up, pull them off the map, you go with them so you can reset to Venom. Was that the general gist? You just missed the pull, but you were meant to go down.
That is basically what was the strategy. So I can reveal a little bit. Yesterday we scrimped like 6 hours and 3 times that exact map, right? This is the only map where you make it back in time. But I not only did I mess it up on Spider-Man, I also messed up the Venom rollout. So I came back a little bit later than I did originally. But it's still enough time to get back. So that's the strategy, right? It's like the fact that you can do it without no drawback, basically. So it's just a free chance regardless of if you get it or not. It's like TPing off the map, but it's better than TP because you still have that TP to come back if you lose the fight. So it's like the same idea of TPing the spawn door to get an entry pick, but you keep the TP for it so you can come back to the point after. And there's no drawback since you're back fast.
It's really a drawback to you telling us this because now everyone is going to be worried coming out of spawn, which can slow rollouts. This is really clever. I love the idea. Like you mentioned, John the Strange or the Venom for the return. Absolutely genius. But is this something you might consider bringing into your next opponents as you will move on in the upper bracket? You're going to be going up against a Zero Tenacity.
Potentially, right? If we play the same map again, they might have to look out for a Spider-Man that is practiced 2 hours in custom game yesterday to pull off the combo just to not hit it, right?
I guess then that's sort of a good point. If you're putting so much time into like little rollout plays like that, so much focus on the draft is on 2 Vanguards, right? Magneto, Emma Frost. You were almost trying to push the boundaries of what characters are like considered meta. Do you feel like it's almost like a bit of a mistake of teams over focusing on, because I think you went a game without getting either Emma Frost or Magneto and you guys were perfectly fine. Like, do you think that teams are over prioritizing those 2 characters in particular, or is it just I'm so good at all of the other Vanguards it's not a problem for me and my teammate?
I think this is something that I feel too, because in my experience with scrims and from different teams, it truly feels like a lot of people overrate the Emma and the Magneto. I think, but like in our case in the team, we don't really trust that call. We want to play either Emma or Mag, but I think that we should spend more time in practice, or like we should have had spent more time better, right? Because the tournament is ongoing to like play stuff without those characters, right? This would have been better for me personally to practice that, because I don't think Emma and Mac is always necessary.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us. Trust me, we'll let you go back to celebrate with your team. Your next matchup's going to be against Zero Tenacity, so it's time to start getting more hours in the custom games to see if you can start pulling people off the side again.
Hopefully once, right? In scrims I also didn't hit it, but as I said, there's no drawback. So
oh my god! You said he did it 3 times. I assume that you got them 3 times, not that it was.
No, I failed it 3 times. And it was funny 3 times, but at the same time, they're like, oh yeah, we got a free entry pick. We're just gonna run in, and then they get hit by a very good Venom Slam, right? And it's like they baited to rush to the point, and then they get hit. And that's exactly what happened the first fight, even though I was dead, right? They rushed to the point and they totally sacrificed checking all the angles, checking all the stuff, because they thought they were upper player, but they're not really. So it's a very good strategy.
E10 look out for sure. Thank you very much, man. It was a great pleasure to talk to you, and we'll see you, I think it's tomorrow, but very soon at the very least this week.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully I can join you again, right? We will win. I believe that.
Hopefully. Thanks, pal. Oh man, I love talking to players that are just that nerdy that it's almost psychopathic, honestly. Like just that level of like minute detail, but like as expected from a player like Trust Me, who's got so much experience in hero shooters and as a Vanguard needs to be respected. That matchup versus Z10, considering that you've got Z10 top in their group and then Rad beating Virtus Pro and coming second, like you have to add that asterisk of them beating Virtus Pro every single time because it's such a testament. But we do get to look for confirmation. We also do get confirmation of Peps versus All Business is going to be that lower bracket first game. So, sad, like I mentioned, but teams have got to drop out of playoffs eventually, right?
Someone's going to have to go out. These 2 teams have also not really met each other that much, so it's going to be an interesting matchup. That game will be coming tomorrow, but we have even more games coming up today. It's the first game that we disagree on, Ryan, coming up next. It is Berber Patapim versus Insomnia. And Insomnia, one of the least predictable teams, so hard to draft into.
Yeah, I mean, I probably upset the coach that I know from previous games, who I'm pretty close with my prediction against Berber Patapim, but I do think that this Insomnia team have a lot of interesting issues that Berber Patapim need to be aware of. But we'll have all of that and more after a break, so keep your eyes as we continue on with playoffs for EMEA Ignite.
Jury! Executioner!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Blink and open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise and open your mind. Hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smash
Welcome back to playoffs, and we are heading in to a highly anticipated matchup. We have Berber Patapim, a team that everyone expected to be maybe the first team to really take it to Virtus Pro, but being in separate groups, they've yet to have the chance. But now we've already had one team that has already knocked Virtus Pro into the lower bracket in the group stage, and another team that has taken maps off them, and that team was Insomnia, the least predictable team in this, and I will go down on that hill.
Oh, for sure. Like I think nobody really expected Insomnia to be this enticing, I suppose, at this part in the tournament. There seems to be this sort of like line drawn in the sand of Virtus Pro on one side, Rad, Berber, Patapim, and then sort of everybody else, right? Zero Tenacity's done well to sort of be amongst that conversation, and Insomnia could be that themselves, right? I think a lot of people had less stock on them because it was just a team that had a lot of changes and didn't really know what it was doing at a certain point, I believe, but it really is just a case of strong fundamentals, a lot of changes when it comes to some of the ideas that they've had, but that have gone a long, long way on how this team looks.
This is also a situation where we have quite a few in terms of how things looked. We had some insane cap play in the last game, and these are two teams with some pretty solid cap merchants. It does beg the question as to whether Sentinel or we see Passuo playing today. I believe it's Passuo, as I saw a message earlier that they have had a bit of a family emergency, but are still going to try and bring it today. Just going to try and take out their frustration against Berber Patapim.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to impact the stocks a little bit. I think Passuo's been a fantastic, like, Captain America to be watching. But I do think in the case of, it would be, I'm trying to remember the name of them.
Sentinel?
Yeah, Sentinoblan. Like, them being able to switch in and be able to do a lot of the fastball specials has been what's really enabled this team to keep on going forward anyway. But for Berber Patapim, this is a squad that we've seen quite a lot of, that have really pushed the likes of Virtus Pro in close best-of-5 finals previously, and honestly looked to be the top of their group if it wasn't for that shock loss against Zero Tenacity, where from speaking to the likes of Enzo and stuff, like he admitted that they overcooked the draft a little bit with the Touch first bands to try to tick Smash Days off of it. But there are a lot of other teams that are making similar moves as we've seen today, so I don't think it's inherently them making a false move with the drafts or anything like that. I think it was just that rematch ability for Zero Tenacity to come in and have so many different looks with their versatility. Berber Patapim didn't know what to expect going into that final, and they got caught out by it.
Another team, like you said, not knowing what to expect, but it's hard to know what to expect from Berber as well, as they are another very flexible team. You can even see Enzo bringing the Namorless Hulk in that game at one point. But Insomnia, this is a terrifying composition. You can see Sento being hovered here, but we've also seen Passuo on a Captain America. Sento has brought us Hulk. They've brought us the Thing. They have had so many plays. Relaxing Knights has been a dominant strategist in terms of keeping the healing output, and Nocta has one of the widest hero pools in Ignite right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really impressive team, but it's the bigger than the sum of its parts at the same time. Like, yeah, like Nocta's been a fantastic flex player. Sentinoblin's been really good to watch when he's come in, and the synergy that he has with the likes of Demon and stuff. It really isn't a team that has a weak link from the looks of it, but they've just had a lot of freedom to work with, I think. And certainly when they've been running like the fastball Demon Wolverine combo, even some of the better teams that we've seen, like Virtus Pro, have like slipped up against it. And I think even Rad had a bit of a rough time too.
But the fact is, this isn't all Demon can do. We're seeing them right now on the Punisher. They've also shown us some Hela, some Torch, and even some Star-Lord. They have a lot of flexibility. Forever has just been a stalwart force, giving us so many options. They've only played a couple characters in the form of the classic Vanguards, Emma, Doc, Doctor Strange, Groot, Magneto, whereas Lurkin has actually played some of the least amount of characters full stop in this tournament. Only Cloak, Rocket, and Mantis so far.
Yeah, and I mean, it's predominantly over towards the Cloak, and potentially if you're doing your deep dive in, like I guess we have when we're looking at the players and stuff, they seem like pretty easy targets for stuff like the draft system. And honestly, I think for both sides, Patapim went a bit more experimental with their approach against Z10, and it ends up costing them. I don't think that we're going to be seeing them go into this and go for some kooky ideas either. I think they're going to try to narrow it down and at least give them something consistently planned for, that they can practice in scrims and then follow through in official.
Both of these teams have shown flexibility with actually some very similar compositions. Like you said, in the first game against two teams that are very different in terms of how they play. In a lot of the cases, it might be best to start off very standard, especially for Berber, who have this classic Captain America and Psylocke composition, for example. They've shown how good they are on the torch. They have so many options to just play a safe setup to begin with.
Both these teams playing 11 maps each so far this tournament. Krakoa is going to be the random domination map of choice. Pretty good news for part of him. You're 2-1, and it's actually Insomnia. We've not seen them play it at all so far. And you're right, Pasivo is going to be in over from Sentinel, so that I think does change what my prediction would have been if I knew that Sentinel wasn't playing today. I probably would have gone for Patspin, because that's the problematic area, I suppose, that's been coming in.
Getting ourselves set up with the early low-key ban. It seems Insomnia are going to the rad school of drafting, of not hyper-prioritizing some Vanguards in this case, and they are not prioritizing Vanguards at all. As Berber are going to get their hands on the Magneto, we see a Psylocke Loki as the first two bans here.
And the Loki one makes sense. The Psylocke one is just a little bit too off the goop, I think, from Insomnia, but that's the kind of curveballs that you want to be throwing in the direction of Patspim to send them potentially off in a different direction. But no, they're sort of sticking to their grounds, right? This is kind of what I want to see from Orbis this last game, of just kind of commit. You want to play the Magneto, you want to practice the Magneto over the Emma Frost, then go for that. Then you can ban out the Loki if there's potential of trying to play a bit of Groot as well, because Polly and Enzo are able to pick it up. Banning out the Wolverine does make a lot of sense.
The respect from both these teams. They are actually targeting each other aggressively here. With Berber, it's a standard ban, the Magneto, but also Forever is insane at it. The Wolverine has been Demon's bread and butter for turning games that they were struggling with earlier. So taking that focus. And Insomnia, they are putting all of their eggs into the Pokey basket. Taking out Psylocke and Storm already. Pokey has also played Storm and Ultron, so they do have some other options. And we see Luna Snow sneak through the draft phase for Insomnia here.
It's an interesting one. I don't know if they've actually picked Luna at all so far of Insomnia. So it's a little bit of a change up. But yeah, like they've gone for the likes of Loki and even Invisible Woman in one case for Relaxing Nights. So interesting that they've actually gone aggressive in something that Patspim haven't seen before. But they're going to take out the Atom. They're going to protect themselves to Captain America over for most likely Polly. And then you've got the Wolverine being banned out. So yeah, Enzo being over on the Magneto makes sense. You've got the Captain America, but you have some freedom to play some Groot if either one of them want to decide to go for a good shot at it.
See the counter Wolverine ban, just in case they want to play Groot. We're going to make Insomnia making sure that they do not get locked down. So they protected Emma quite early. They were going for these target bans, but like you mentioned, they let Polly's Captain America through. So they made sure that the Vanguard that they got was Emma. Carbon Crush into Captain America is a great way to stop them charging down, and we will see the mirrors between the Captain Americas here.
I guess looking at the Adam ban is the interesting one for me, up against Patspim, because like sure you can go for shutting down the triple strategist, but you can just put an Ultron there instead. I don't know how much of a focus that's been for Patspim in the past. I don't know if they've played a little bit of it because Pokey's been on it. It's only been banned against them once, so I don't think that it's really something that teams are terrified of. But if Patspim want to sort of show a new look and start off playoffs with a comp that is strong, that can avoid a lot of these big hits in the draft system, going for Ultron Triple Strategist isn't a bad shout. Especially because the Mantis is still available, so you still have those Inspires that could damage boost and potentially set the likes of Demon or Pokey up with a bit more damage.
2,
Not going to be seeing a Mantis from the side of Berber Patapim, as it looks like they are going with Cloak and Dagger Lunar Snow to just go for the safest possible setup that they can. Insomnia, they are also going for the Lunar Snow and Invisible Woman. Not going to be bringing out the Cloak and Dagger of their own, but they do have the Psylocke and Captain America composition that Berber would have especially enjoyed. Instead, not going to get their own Psylocke. They are forced onto the Star-Lord and the Punisher.
Yeah, just poking it down. Also makes sense why they want to get the Luna, just to get the Idol Aura over on Tanuki, and also the Magneto as well, to put those bulwarks on top of him. Farm this up for free, and it is just more chip damage when you're looking at the fact that Pokey in the backline with a turret. That's a hell of a roll-up, but he's landed right into the loving arms of Forever. Fortunately, though, Tanuki's able to take him down, and the point is going to go over towards Patapim.
That is a huge first fight for Berber and Patapim, and they are already pushing on up this ramp just to make sure that they can get a little bit of zone, a little bit of harassment onto the members of Insomnia as they regroup and prepare for the next assault. But this is somewhere where we can't see Berber and Patapim get complacent, because we've already seen how deadly Captain America and Psylocke can be as a backline dive composition. We saw the turnaround of it with Pokey using the culling turret for extra sustain to allow them to get the pickup, but if they just let the side of Insomnia move in for even a moment, that they could be in serious trouble.
Lurking actually in the Invisible Woman is good when you band up the Wolverine, so you're not going to get pulled out of these positions, but Insomnia, I think it requires them to be on the point in the first place. That's a great combo actually from Forever to clean up nicely onto Tanuki in a position where the rest of Berber Patapim can't help.
Pokey getting focused down, Nocta through the Scourge Grenade, trying to get onto that Magneto. Pokey playing quite far back, very safe here, but they're getting a little bit outnumbered. The Pointers currently has more members for Insomnia on it, but Berber Patapim going to take the moment to move on in with the Eternal Bond, the Meteor M, and the Final Judgment. Fate of both worlds to try and sustain this, and it's working out for the moment, but Lurkin will not get that level of sustain as Polly helps out to get the pickup.
Oh, this is clean from Pokey and it's clean from Patapim. This combo, this setup, architecturally sound. Insomnia can't really seem to do much to contest, but the portal play is having to come out. That in the invisible boundary might provide a bit of a safety net for Insomnia if they want to contest this, but leaving it for as long as possible. In fact, are they going to even do it on the point? No, they're going to do it on the high ground, which might require a bit of a double back to actually go in and touch. The Silent Seduction is going to be the thing to go in first. But it is just Forever contesting as of right now. Fate of both worlds from Alex is going to allow Berber Patapim to go in and fight on the objective. But the Vanguards are the one finding the picks. You've got the invisible boundary happening off of sight. And a bit more of a battering ram coming in. There's Pasiwo's found another pick to go in. And Polly now is using that freedom charge. A bit of an over-dedication because it doesn't really feel like Berber Patapim can hold on to this when you've got Forever and Pasiwo finding all of the eliminations. That front line is really connecting, and Berber Patapim have to give up the point at 99%.
99% though is still very solid, and they're still going to have their own Galactic Legend. Insomnia, they burned basically everything for this. They have Freedom Charge. They're 69% of the way towards an Eye of Agamotto, as they're currently running this triple Vanguard composition due to Demon having to set up the portal for them in order to get this re-engage. It was a little bit risky, like you said, taking it off the point, but it meant that the strategists had a high ground position where they weren't going to get too much danger. Nice Guardian Barrier. The strategists just taking care of each other.
Bunker setup for Berber Patapim isn't actually on the point itself, but you can see how Insomnia are sweating a little bit. Meteor M for Enzo available, and everybody's grouped up, so he's licking his lips a little bit. You've got the Galactic Legend sat on from Tanuki, but it's waiting out some of the supportive ultimates, starting with that Freedom Charge from Pasiwo. Fate Both Worlds sat on, probably going to come in straight on afterwards, but the Meteor M misses its target. The Galactic Legend has ultimate stacked on top of each other as the Eye of Agamotto from Demon, as he's trying to contest, is not actually going to be there available. So Berber Patapim cutting on through. There's just enough to go with the Final Judgment to clean on house. And Berber Patapim only needing one more fight after they got to 99%. Insomnia not looking to be able to contest.
Nice hold, Berber Patapim, utilizing those aerial duels from the Star-Lord for the turnaround and making the most of the fact that their ultimates had enough damage to melt through some of those strategist ultimates. It was just a solid, safe setup here by Berber Patapim. Exactly what you requested from them, and it's working out quite well in their favor for the moment. Demon is currently still on the Doctor Strange. We'll see if they continue this triple strategist setup, or whether they'll mix it up and bring out something with a little bit more damage, a little bit more oomph. There we go, the torch.
I don't know if you saw, after Pokey got the point at the end, he was looking at his camera and fixing his hair.
You may have just been on guard
I
in
did
your
not
time,
see
right?
that.
He's got like the
US.
David Beckham haircut of like the 1990s. It's great. 20k healing from Relaxing Sky though, or Relaxing Nights. Just decided to change up the name a little bit. Rebrand yourself potentially. Maybe the night is over and it's a new day and a new dawn for Insomnia, but they've still found themselves a point down over on Krakoa. Not a map that they chose, randomly assigned to them. And the portal play for Enzo is going to be the thing that starts off and setting up Pokey, no doubt, with a good position with the turret.
They've chosen high ground and the objective instead of going for any quick blow-ups. This is going to allow Pokey to get set up like you mentioned. This is going to allow them to take the objective first unless Insomnia can get the good engagement. Currently ultimates, Freedom Charge for Polly, Dance of the Butterflies for Nocta. This is going to mean that Insomnia may have the opportunity to go for the quicker blow-up, but if they wanted to, they're running out of time. As Dance of the Butterfly is already going to be used, and Fate of Both Worlds just coming off cooldown will match it. They tried to go up onto that high ground to go for the backline blow-up and will not find anything.
Yeah, I think Alex was actually sort of hiding, just ready to peel because they were up on the high ground waiting the whole time. Freedom Charge now running through from Polly at the same time that Psionic Seduction from Forever is trying to come through. Lurkin, though, with the Eternal Bond, is able to find a pick. The Psychic Spear is available to do a little bit more burst damage to cut on through, and Demon's just going to do it himself, though. He's got the Kraken's Impact to keep these resets flying in. Berber Patapim were the first on the point. They postured up nicely, but it's actually going to be Insomnia to stall it out and take the point first here over on the Cradle.
Tell me if this sounds familiar to you, Ryan. Insomnia are struggling a little bit on a map, and Demon says, hold on, I got this, and picks up a different hero. They are suddenly in control on the point and forcing Berber Patapim to push back in. The Winter Soldier. That is a lovely freeze there. But Winter Soldier, with the Bionic Hook, with the Soldier's Fist, they are able to just get so much locked out to try and stop Polly from getting all that freedom. They're a little bit less vulnerable because they can stay behind the shields compared to being focused down by that Punisher and by the Star-Lord when they were on the torch. It's a lovely adjustment as Final Judgment for Pokey comes on in immediately. That Fate of Both Worlds coming in for the extra protection, but the damage output is strong. The Aegis for that kind of protection to tag on through, force the Skirt Grenade out and Dance the Butterfly to the backline to try and clean them up. Everyone is so low, but Passimo is keeping the team topped up. Me, Eb, and Berber with just slivers of HP on Alex and Ken are trying to turn this round, but Ken and Alex both down. Galactic Legend for the turnaround. Strategists are falling for both teams across the board, but it's Berber who have the positioning advantage, taking the point, and they will start to get some percentage of their own.
That was a little bit dicey from Patapim, to be honest. You saw Enzo throwing in a Meteor M, and it's still Insomnia were the ones that were finding the pick on the right-hand side, as you were seeing in the feed. So now it was just an over-dedication for Berber Patapim, but they managed to get it over the line. Insomnia building up some good stuff so far. Both Bonds having their ults, the Eternal Bond, and another Psionic Seduction over from Forever. Tanuki needs to go careful. He's taking a good amount of poke damage. He's able to back up, but he's trying to connect over with Polly. They're aggressive enough to actually find the picks, and it's incredibly clean with the setup with the turret.
Noxa trying to get a little bit of damage onto this defensive high ground bunker position. And Polly chasing down any stragglers. They find Emma, but they will not commit too close to the enemy spawn. They do not want to get staggered, but it's going to give enough space for Berber Patapim to catch up. Just about to hit 50%, meaning 9% behind, and Insomnia forced to regroup once again and make their way through the standard entrance.
Yeah, the old-fashioned way. Demon does have that Kraken's Impact. That was the thing that cracked open the point for Insomnia last time. But it's hard when you've got the Punisher set up on the high ground with a turret like this. It's just pot shots to break it down, which is just going to give Patapim a little bit more time. And time is going to be really good for Enzo here. He's not that far away from having a Meteor M, but the dance of the butterflies from Nocta, at least pushing people off the high ground, didn't really result in an elimination, but it created some space. Might not matter though, as Polly's good at turning these into numbers. And Insomnia just losing too many players. You've got 85% on the board, so it has to be a pretty abrupt reset. And hoping to go in off Nocta, who's picked up the Strange.
But immediately, Culling Turret is about to be set back up. 95, 96, Portal is in time. No defensive ultimates. It's all about crack and impact, and they brought the Storm to try and get that extra burst damage, making it so that they're sticking with this 2-2-2 strategy. Freedom Charge coming off cooldown, potentially just in time for the turnaround of Media M. If they can get it onto the back line, take it out! Both the strategists! That's all the sustain. All that's left is Cap, and the Galactic Legend is absolutely melting through that. And Enzo just dunked them into the first win, taking map number 1 for Berber and Patapim.
I mean, Berber and Patapim just seem to understand the assignment right. You don't have to deal with a fastball, but obviously they didn't know that. They didn't know that Sentinel wasn't playing, but they just get rid of the Wolverine out of the draft. They have to go for something that's a little bit more experimental, but they make sure that they take out the Loki, they go for the Adam as well, they take out the Magneto and the Wolverine, and it's just easy setup from that point. They really play around just setting up the pocket over onto Pokey, and when he's just up on the high ground like that with the turret as the Punisher, what on earth can you do? It's just so hard to contest him when he's just putting out that much damage, but also able to get that many final hits too alongside Tanuki. It's just the duo from hell, right, to have to deal with as the duelists, and perfectly set up from the rest of Patapim.
30-2, with almost half of them being final hits. Love that catch there from Cat to try and give them at least a turnaround. Every single member of Insomnia is highly skilled, some of the best in the game right now. But Berber, they've been playing together for a long time. Since MRI, the team, the little roster apocalypse we got, a little bit of a regroup, sniping a couple members from Luminosity, sniping a couple members from OG. They created a monster of a roster that has just been rising and rising throughout the stands of EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall for Berber Patapim, it's a good sign too, because the series that you lost against C10 was frankly for seeding. So you could just buy it off and be like, it doesn't matter, these are the games that do. And up against a particular prickly team like Insomnia, a first pretty handed like domination win is a good start. But now you need to worry about Insomnia taking you to Symbiotic Surface, for one, and that's an area that they love to go to. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case, because you are missing Sentino, that's going to be setting up a lot of the Hulk thing fastball plays with Demon. But Pasuo has got a bit of experience in them, potentially that's an option. Regardless, something needs to change for Insomnia if you want to really give Berber Patapim a good go in on map 2.
They do, of course, still have Passimo has been doing so well on this Captain America and very nearly turned that in favor. But like you said, they've been also running that Wolverine even before Sentinel did jump in. But the fact is, they're a sub, and it's between matches. There's nothing stopping them just bringing in Sentinel if that's what they want to do. And they can create these more unexpected drafts. If he is available, they can create these unexpected drafts. And they've already shown they have flexibility onto other strategies as well outside of this Canadian missile. We'll see if that does come in, though, as we're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we will see if we're heading to Symbiotic Surface or whether Insomnia have something else in mind for us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
A gift from Khonshu. The moon haunts you. Not bad, eh, Khonshu?
A bit of a bumpy night so far for Insomnia as they're a map down against Berber Patspin, but they do take us to their dream map. And I think, Techi, you could set up exactly why like Insomnia want to take us to Symbiotic Surface.
Symbiotic Surface has been the map where Insomnia have brought us to almost every single time, and that is because Demon has been dominant. They have been bringing out this Wolverine consistently. Berber have been banning it for a reason, because they have seen what Demon can do. From a standard Wolverine, just to turn this round into bringing in Sentinel to just launch Demon at the enemy team like a cruise missile, catching people like the Human Torch out of the air and delivering them special first class all the way back to their team. And that's not even the only thing they've done. They've brought out Namor. They've brought out the Punisher just to go with static defenses. They've been using Rocket for quick reinforcements. They've done portal engages. Insomnia, this is their home. They are infused with the essence of Null, and they're going to try and use it to start the comeback.
They have such a way with words for that one too. They're 2-1 in it so far, but one of those victories was up against Virtus Pro. So a pretty good showing. You also have them beating Peps and narrowly losing to Rad, who hadn't dropped a map at all at that point. Looking in, are we seeing the addition of Sentinel? Unfortunately not, because he was going to have to do, and the save over to the Wolverine makes a lot of sense considering that Berber Pat's been banning it out last time. Pretty much instantly.
It's been the key in quite a few of these games, so open it up. But this does mean that Berber can now get some priorities. They can now grab themselves a Loki and Emma. Anything of that line. Emma might be pretty solid here, as Diamond Form means you won't get picked up by Wolverine, but they choose Loki. If the objective is to try and stop people from getting dove on, then you can protect them on the backline that way.
Also just means that if Insomnia decide to go for like a triple strategist ban here, starting off with Luna Snow, so it's looking likely, means that you have something ready to go. And in the end, if they do take the Emma Frost out, then it means that you have another option to protect, like a Luna or a Cloak and Dagger, or just something a little bit more offensive if Berber Patspin feel the need into having it. Because Insomnia GG are falling into that trap a little bit. It's the Rad draft ban system coming through. But a Punisher taken out on the side of Berber Patspin means that we won't be seeing Demon or Nocta be able to play it.
Demon has been very proficient on this Punisher and the Wolverine, but again, they have played Hela, Star-Lord, and Torch as well. Nocta, they still have several solid options. They have been the one who's been bringing out the Adam Warlock, for example, in the composition where they did launch the Wolverine, because the idea is just send them in. If they go down, they get revived by the BRB, and if that goes down, then Adam just gets another revive. This is the main idea, but they have had a little bit of a lead onto Punisher compositions as well. So seeing it taken away is a little more dangerous. And there it is. Emma going to be taken out. So we do still see Insomnia get the double Vanguard ban.
I mean, you've got the Captain America, so Polly has some comfort here. Enzo, he can move over to the Venom if he wants to play something, even a bit of Groot as well. You might ban out Wolverine here to just stop it from... Oh, sorry, you can't even do that because Insomnia have stopped it. But Hulk would be interesting to try to gun for... I kind of like the idea, but then you sort of put them on the thing, and the thing isn't bad in a lot of cases either, with the Earthbound effect to stop people from being able to get out with movement abilities. But instead of actually... Yeah, it's an interesting end to this draft, I think.
Berber have learned. They have been watching, as we will see a very familiar composition for Insomnia, but instead of the Rocket, they are bringing out that Luna, and they're bringing out the Cloak and Dagger. Not yet going for a Hulk play. It was very sensible to ban out the Captain America, as that is, while the Hulk throwing system can be extremely deadly, it is very consistent to just give Wolverine a load of bonus health and just let them keep on cruising. But seeing Wolverine come in so consistently, Berber are immediately hovering the thing of their own. Wolverine's power comes from the ability to dash, being hypermobile, and try and pick people up and get away with them. The thing cannot be moved. They cannot be crowd controlled in that way. They can follow anyone who is with an embattled leap to try and protect them, but it looks like they may have decided to go against that and start on Doctor Strange.
Yeah, Doctor Strange, Captain America, seeing the Psylocke and the Torch flying around for Berber Patspin.
4, 3,
Comfortable, I'd say, for the most part. Alex on the Invisible Woman means that you just get a lot of support up in the sky for Tanuki, and obviously that team up at the same time. Right now, portal plays coming in from both sides, and it's a bit of a brutal approach as Berber Patwin were preemptive with their approach, making sure that Insomnia couldn't set up for themselves as Forever was considering it. I don't know if it got interrupted though. Regardless, Insomnia looking to go route 1 with their approach.
This did allow Pokey to get a little bit of poke, but now Passimo swapping off of the Doctor Strange, so no portal coming out. And here comes the Incredible Hulk. They're going to try it. Passimo going to try and fill in the shoes of Sentinel here, and they're going to see if they can get a quick pickup. The idea, send them to the skybox, see if we can grab someone, but they don't get it. The Psionic Force, the pull from the Invisible Woman shuts it down. And already they will take out Tanuki. They do still get the follow-up, and Insomnia are going to try and go for overwhelming momentum right onto the point as fast as possible, forcing them into that hallway, keeping Pokey locked down, using the jump pack from Rocket that they grabbed earlier, but it's not enough for the finishing blow because the strategist healing is just a bit too much.
They got the regen domain out of the way, and Berber Patwin not really losing numbers. They're still sort of here, so they're able to go for this fight. At least Demons making sure you can ward them away. Trying to get up onto the Captain America that's up and down in the sky, but Holly is not quite there with the Freedom Charge, and so far Berber Patwin have done a good job to try and keep contesting this. Invincible Boundary, I mean, that's the problem, right? Demon could just grab people in and out of it. They're forced to back up, and now that this is on 99%, lovely play with the Eye of Agamotto to catch on to 2, but Insomnia still having to dedicate and fight for this space. You have got the Carmen Revival now for Noctive. We do start to see people from Insomnia go down, but right now it's Berber Patwin that's losing the numbers, and they lose the point.
Polly drops the Freedom Charge, but that bonus help for your allies outside of the initial burst only continues to tick for people in the path, and the path doesn't happen if you don't move. Radioactive lockdown from Passimo to keep them in place and prevent that charge in by Polly, allowing Insomnia to claim that first point and getting ready for more orbital Wolverine strategies.
This is what Berber Patwin would be expecting. Yeah, Enzo on the thing, expected it, ready for it. And Alex over on the Invisible Woman, no doubt, for the force physics to just enable stuff. And I love the way that actually Berber Patwin are dealing with this. They're really just forcing them back, and catching onto Polly isn't too much of a big deal, but if it keeps stringing together, he might have more than he bargained for. Luckily, Polly's a well-veteran Captain America, so he's able to just dash out of dodge, get to safety. But the last stand is actually going to take out Tanuki. He's stuck right in the corner and just on the cusp of getting that final judgment. That's a great potential pick. And Passimo's filling in that role as Sentinel's sort of left by the wayside. And while we do have the Dance of the Butterflies being used, everybody on the side of Insomnia is grouped up that it's not going to matter.
Soul Bond keeping them sustained. Here comes the Eternal Bond, countered by the Invisible Boundary, but they get Ken, meaning they will not get the clone for the second Invisible Boundary. Psionic Seduction. This is the full commit out of Insomnia with Monster Hulk to cut off any reinforcements. Tanuki is giving everything they can to try and delay this Guardian Shield to try and keep them sustained, but they are outnumbered. They're getting pushed off. Polly will go for a delay, but gets sniped out the air by Nocta, and this is vintage Insomnia. This is why people ban the Wolverine against them. This is why people don't like to play this map against them. They just know how to do it.
Berber Patwin, another situation that they're in. They're setting up nicely with the ultimates on their own, but it's whether they're going to get a moment of respite to try to set up for an engagement here, or whether these fastballs are just going to keep being annoying and in the face of Berber Patwin. There is a clobbering time available for Enzo, but they've lost one of their supports already. Relaxing Sky, Relaxing Night's going down pretty early on in this engagement. Might slow things down for Insomnia, and losing the Wolverine certainly is going to allow Berber Patwin a bit of space to allow this reset. They've got ultimates too to work with, just using the clobbering time for Enzo. They're going to be sitting pretty for now.
Passimo gets staggered. That buys a lot of time, and they needed that because Insomnia had over 3.5 minutes remaining. Now they just need to back up and regroup, wait for the return of Passimo on that Hulk. Luckily, Hulk is one of the faster rollouts due to having that incredibly long jump to try and re-engage. The constant duel of the game of Dash Chicken between Pokey and Demon. If Pokey dashes first, they avoid Demon. If Demon dashes first, Pokey could be in serious trouble. Silent Seduction is going to come out for forever into the back. Like Polly getting locked down, being stopped from chasing in and adding any follow-up.
Well, Pokey now trying to pull your attention away a little bit, backing up, going back in, disengaged, almost playing with his food a little bit. Nocta's going to go for the resurrect just off of the passive. Soul Perseverance going to bring him in, and he's actually going to get the revenge on Pokey. But Demon, we're back onto his perspective, and it's just a bloodbath on screen for the most part, isn't it? Last stand, he's waiting for it, and off the back of this final judgment, it's a lot of people going down, but they're all going to be brought up by this Karmic Revival. It's just a reset, a factory of Nocta. Insomnia have the numbers to still engage onto this, and the invisible boundary to just buy them a little bit of space to work with. You've got the Wolverine jumping onto the thing, immovable object, unstoppable force. We don't really know how that one's going to go, but freedom charge for Polly is going to allow Berber Patterson to go for the side swipe, not even going on the route that the payload was moving along, pulling this into unprecedented areas for Insomnia, and they're not able to go for the fight. And the last stand, Tetcher, held on entirely from Demon.
Relaxing Sky getting focused down, trying just not to get staggered. Instead, there's nothing they can do. They could try and run to their team, they'd get taken out. They were trying to force it by pressuring the objective, not able to do so, and once again, Berber showed that they have so much patience to be able to just wait on these KOs, making it so that Insomnia lose even more time. Forever has been doing fantastic on these silent seductions with the setup. Here comes the next launch. Blind to the skybox. Almost finds punish and just able to get away with that as they'll pull back to the cart, getting ready for the next duel.
There's the Dance of the Butterflies, immediately getting onto Relaxing Nights too. Bit of a problem. It forces out Hulk Smash from Insomnia, but still the picks are going away over on Berber Patspin. You lose out over on the Adder Warlock. Noctis down for the time being. Not really close to having a Karmic Revival, so you don't have to worry about that for the time being. But there's the combination. You're seeing it nicely from the clobbering time to just keep this fight going for Berber Patspin. The Zero, and you can see Demon just shredding as much as he possibly can. Means that this is still more of an even fight, but a very quick turnaround with this final judgment from Tanuki. Is there going to be much like strategist ults to sit back on this one? It's looking really uncomfortable. Lurkin and Relaxing Nights both used them very recently, so it's an easy cleanup yet again. Forever was holding on to that silent seduction. Probably wise to us. There's just 30 seconds left.
Password's going to get staggered again, and that is devastating. With 30 seconds left, like you say, it might be time for anything they have left in the tank. They have a Karmic Revival, so if they can get Noxa to the point, they've got 2 fights in this, and they decided that it is time for the Strange. Immediately, Demon swaps to Psylocke. They gotta make sure that they have the best fights they can do here, so they're going for full burst. Revive, Psionic Seduction, Karmic Revival is going to be key if Nocta can stay safe, and they just took out Tanuki within seconds of arriving.
Oh no!
No time!
Get on it! I mean, C9 don't have a team in this game currently, do they? Did we say that that's on them?
Oh my, they were just not on the point. They got the first pickup, but they were not standing on the objective. Overtime ticks over, and now Berber Patapim find themselves in a situation that not many teams have found themselves in. Going into Insomnia while they are on attack, when Insomnia did not get a triple cap.
It's not going to be overtime hijinks, and that's really an area that Insomnia were really strong in. With just when there wasn't any time left, when it all is said and done, they're able to still just dig deep and find a lot of space that other teams couldn't manage. So the fact that we didn't see overtime triggered there is triggering for Insomnia, no doubt. A blip on a day like this, so Berber Patspin set up nicely, I would say.
And it looks like Berber Patapim is still potentially going to hover on that thing. The Thing plus Captain America is a composition we saw right at the end of Season 1 when the Thing was out, which did actually some pretty decent success. The whole strategy of literally just running in as hard as you can and just bursting through everything. But it did get replaced as time went on due to the fact that it didn't really have any protection for the backline and people did just wrap around it. But Berber Patapim going to try and bring it out because they're expecting more of that melee style from Insomnia where they might be able to punish it. But Demon has moved over to the Star-Lord.
Seeing Berber Patspin slowly make their way onto the point. And so still dedicating to the thing is just honestly putting himself on the board to move people from Insomnia, force them down to contest. That alone might find some space for Pokey. It isn't him. He's trying to go down and find a little bit of an alcove to sit in and sneak away, fully healed up by this regeneration domain. He's now going in alongside that tank. That cousin duo has been so strong, and whilst it's not him in the limelight, it's the pick going in the way of Polly.
Polly's keeping the pressure on, diving up. You can see that soul bond getting used. They commit the second it expires. Indestructible guard to keep the team topped up. But with Demon down, numbers are in favor of Berber and Panther. They can begin to push on in. Ken burning that God of Mischief so that they have the ultimate. Invisible boundary will be committed. Lurk and forced to go for that eternal bond to make sure that they are matching. And it's going to be enough as Nocta again is able to get one up on Tanuki.
And so the butterflies coming in from Pokey yet again. All of Insomnia understand the assignment, try to group up, but they still lose Relaxing Nights and they lose Lurkin shortly afterwards too. I think it's just a fact of 3 sets to go in for the Karmic Revival to bring them straight back. Noctis set this up nicely on this defense. Berber Patspim, I mean, that's a risk, right? We're seeing the Freedom Charge used alongside that Final Judgment, and Insomnia are holding on. They actually have the numbers and they're able to turn it around and back again. It's 78% on the board for Berber Patspim, but Insomnia are stopping this from being taken. They've wasted 2 minutes, Tetcher. This could be a complete full hold if they keep this up.
Also, the Butterflies and Silent Seduction are at the ready, whereas Berber currently have nothing. They're about to get clobbering time. Tanuki forced a portal to reinforce to make sure they can try and contest this, attacking from one end while their team attacks from the other. They're going to try and commit to this. Yazi Street Charge going deep into the backline, but it doesn't. Butterfly going to be coming out. Polly is taken out immediately at the start of this fight by Passilo, who is showing off on this Hulk. Relaxing Sky snipes Tanuki, who is just becoming target practice at this point. Insomnia are locked in on them, realizing how much of a threat they are. And Insomnia hold with 1.5 minutes to go, but Pokey gets a revenge pickup.
Oh yeah, that could be big. Tanuki moving over to the Black Panther. Comfort is everything with 1 minute to go, near enough. Silent Seduction's going to be used pretty much off the rip for Insomnia forever. Wanted to try and claim some space, and it's going to force out Pokey away from the shadows to try and go for a fight and go for a little bit of this posturing. It's also going to force out a pretty early Eternal Bond from Lurkin, and you lose Relaxing Nights again. They keep going down in pivotal times, and Nocta not only doesn't have the Karmic Revival, but he goes down to Pokey as well. Polly now trying to set up and just keep alive. He's very close to having that Freedom Charge, which might be enough, but not necessary. If Pokey keeps up this space, Dance to the Butterfly cleans up, and finally Berber Patspim. It takes 1.5 minutes, Tetcher, but they're able to take point 1.
They finally found it with that early pickup onto Demon, forcing them onto the Wolverine. They then took the fight before they got back, and they were able to stagger beautifully. Nocta went down too recently. They did not have the Cocoon. Relaxing Sky, of course, does not have a Cocoon, and the Karmic Revival was not yet off cooldown, meaning that Berber were able to time that push to perfection. Now it is about hitting that point number 2. Wolverine has been swapped off. Demon has decided the Torch is the play, and Tanuki, stuck on the ground, is going to be having to land these dives perfectly, and it seems to have worked out with Pokey and Tanuki able to take them down, forcing the Karmic Revival immediately.
Karmic Revival forced out, yeah. And Pokey now having to give up a little bit of space when Pissy was just in his face like that. Hulk Smash is very, very close to being used, so this fight can go on a little bit longer without needing to dedicate that Fate of Both Worlds from Relaxing Nights. You have to look at the backline, right? You're looking at those triple strategists to stay alive when you've got Tanuki and Pokey running at you with these combinations. There's players down low and the resets are scary enough. It's going to force out the Fate of Both Worlds. Understandable when you look at that combination and the Hulk Smash just trying to carve a little bit more space for Insomnia on this defense. They're buying a lot of time and they know how far they need to hold off before Berber Patspim can take this map 2-0.
Indestructible Guard is holding out for the moment. Invisible Boundary for Alex. Berber and Patspim attempting to commit to this Dance and Butterfly to the backline, and with all the strategist ultimates down, Insomnia are sliced through like a knife through butter. But Tanuki and Pokey are picked up on the other side, leaving the Vanguards and Demon to try and make something happen. Lurkin has moved over to the Doctor Strange. They intend to hold this here. Nocta is going to get melted here, trying to stay topped up. But even if they go down here, there's a portal Immortal coming in. They're just so close to the ultimate. They want to stay up. Enzo looking for that Eye of Agamotto to try and catch anyone. The portal coming in for the reinforcements. The Psionic Seduction being held for the last possible moment. Relaxing Sky taken out on the backline. And it's all about these backline pickups. Pokey and Tanuki have full control right now. Wiping the defenses. And the portal will have already expired. That is going to be Berber Patapim pushing in towards point number 2.
It's so hard for Insomnia when you don't have the Loki as well on your side to put down these regeneration domains. It just feels like every single fight Relaxing Knights is the first to go down. When you've got 2 dive characters just jumping on top of you, it's so much work for Forever to just be holding on. Pasiro's going to move over to the Venom to go for a different approach. A Demon back over on the Wolverine without the combination. Lurkin, I think, switching over to the Rocket Raccoon for a little bit of comfort more than anything. Some self-heal as well to boost out. The Eye of Agamotto catching on to both Vanguards, and the cleanup is nice from Berber Patspim. The point hasn't quite reached the second area. It's not really going to be too much. Insomnia just buying up until they can get into overtime, which means that, there's going to be 90 seconds left to push the rest of this map? Yeah. The Berber Patspim, a couple of fights left. Insomnia want to just stall this out as much as they possibly can. Nocta moving over towards the Namor.
They're going all in on range defense right now. This is how Insomnia like to play. They force you to fight for every inch. They will reinforce with rocket. They'll reinforce with portals. They will just burn whatever it takes to make it so that their team gets to the point first. And that is the idea here. With this Namor on the backline, Dance of the Butterfly going to be trying to take them down. Has to use the Aquatic Blessing to get out of danger. It's enough to take down Relaxing Sky, who will be brought back at the BRB, but that means there's nothing for Forever and no one on the point. That is going to be GG. Berber Patapim take the 2-0.
We need an action replay on the mewing right at the end there to finish it off. But man, it was a good effort from Insomnia. It just felt that once Tanuki moves over to that Black Panther, it's just too much for that backline to deal with. But Relaxing Knights was just going down first every single fight because of the focus. And like I said, you don't have a Loki that can just regen domain. It's hard to find people to actively peel for your backline when it's just under that much unrelenting force. It does mean the Berber Patspim do get to bounce back a little bit more. Insomnia down to the losers bracket. Even with this fastball strategy, Berber Patspim came in very prepared and dealt with it nicely.
They really did. They adjusted. They bought out the thing. They adjusted for just continuous backline blobs. When they realized that they were having a little bit of trouble with keeping Tanuki up, they said, well, if he's going to go down, he might as well try and take someone with him. Swapping over to the BP, just keeping the pressure on, realizing that if Insomnia's composition is all based around engaging with 3 people, then there's 3 other people who are sitting nice and pretty, potentially easy pickups for dive characters. And that is Berber Patapim, taking control 2 times, able to utilize Dance of the Butterfly to control carts, and they are moving on in that upper bracket to play against either Virtus Pro or Low 9.
Yeah, scary stuff. You would imagine it'd be Virtus Pro. So Berber Patspim getting a chance to fight up against the champions pretty early on in playoffs. Means that if you do end up losing, that there's a chance to reset. Hopefully, if you continue on with the losers bracket, you get that rematch potentially a little bit later on. But looking back at this, I think this is a good return to form for Berber Patspim. It was a little bit nervy with how they lost, and to sort of quote what Knuten was saying from Z10 about Berber Patspim in the podcast prior to playoffs, prior to Igniting starting, Berber Patspim is a team that can sort of make it as the top team or break it as the top team. Like, they can win against the likes of Virtus Pro, but lose against the bottom teams of the tournament potentially, because it can be that rocky. Here, we saw a very strong, resolute tree that is that Berber Patspim squad.
They were able to take control, and like you said, they were looked at before we started this tournament as the team that could make or break it, the team that could go to the internationals or could find themselves if they were target banned. We suspected that there might have been some target banning at the start of the season. Not an issue. Berber Patapim have shown that that is not an issue for them at all. They've got easily enough versatility, and they've got their comfort picks that are away from the metas that we've been seeing of people hyper committing to Punisher, to the Lunar Snow and Loki bans, and when they got their hands on it, they still are happy to use them. This team has a preferred style and can also play the meta to the highest level in EMEA. I would be scared if I was any team going against Berber Patapim. And they also took Insomnia, one of the hardest teams to play against, one of the hardest teams to draft against, on their map, the map that they prefer, using the composition that they like to run, and they have clearly studied it and adjusted to deal with it. It shows that they're not just skilled, they are prepared and studying, and we love to see that.
Yeah, and I mean, you're sort of looking at the fact of like, it's more scores for the non-mirrored Loki. Again, just it seems to be the way to go, and if you're not taking that focus early, it's disastrous in some areas. Like, it could have gone different, and you sort of look at, like, again, Strategist backline was the one that was being sort of taken apart the most. You have a Loki to copy some of the bigger Strategist ultimates, you might be able to survive through it, but it's like ifs, buts, and ands. It is more the fact that Berber Patapim, knowing that the Wolverine was such a key thing for Demon, that they could force out that Protect early, which means that the Loki is fairly uncontested. And in those instances, I'd rather take the Loki over the Wolverine any day if you're given that choice.
It obviously comes down to preference, whether we do see teams like Insomnia who love that Wolverine. You could compare that to the other side, but Patapim, people looked at them going into this and were like, okay, Cap Psylocke, that's how we deal with that. Nah, don't work. They just have too many other options. But in this case, utilizing the Captain America for that extra sustain, but being able to contest it, the Psylocke not really being touched and was able to just dive the backline forever. We did see some pretty consistent dueling with the Hulk able to get some lockdowns onto the Psylocke. But we actually have the coach for Berber Patapim here to talk to us today, so we're going to have some lovely questions about how they get trained up for these matches. Salah is joining us. For starters, congratulations on yet another win, continuing your journey through the bracket. You are up against either Virtus Pro or Low 9 next. Would you prefer to play against Virtus Pro for that consistent rematch throughout the history of Marvel Rivals, or is Low 9 your preference as potentially someone you haven't played against as much?
Nah, we prefer VP. I think we were kind of upset when they went and lost the other day to Red. I think that should have been us. I think we all think it should have been us. So yeah, we want VP for sure.
First of all, it's good to see you, bud. It's been a while. Secondly,
what's up, Brian?
I think I wanted to get your take on what happened against like Z10, because I spoke to like Enzo a little bit, and like I know you were trying some things with like banning out Torch first and stuff like that. What was it from your perspective as a coach? Because sometimes, you know, players from their perspective could be like, oh, we went wrong because we did this thing, and you're sat there as a coach being like, it was more of like we stopped communicating, or we got too stressed, or we just went for some weird picks in the draft. Like, from your seat, what was the problem in that Z10 like grand final last week?
I think it's like a mixture of everything you said almost. I think, first of all, we are the team that kind of experiments the most with drafting and different comps and different ideas. I think we maybe had a few ideas that didn't work that day, but maybe can still work, maybe can't. I think they also drafted quite well in that specific situation, and I think we just had an off day a little bit. I don't think it was anything specific. We are a team that, when we're good, we're maybe the best in the world, but we can dip a little bit. But yeah, I don't think it was anything big. I think it was just they had good drafts against us, maybe won the draft a few times in a few games, and yeah, it was a bit too late. I think we went 0-2 down, and then we kind of were able to recover a little bit, but it was a bit too late at that point. Yeah, they also played very well. I think they're a good team, to be honest.
Let's jump a little bit back to the present here, as you just had your matchup versus Insomnia, banning out the Wolverine in game number 1, but letting it through in game number 2 on the map they have consistently played it on. Was it just because you knew you were prepared, as I did see a little bit of Thing hovering right away, or was this just, we need to let something else through so that we can get the priority?
I mean, we banned Wolf the first map, and we expected them to save it insta, like on the first save on the second map, because we know it's their pick, basically. That's their win condition. We were prepared against it. I think he's really good, so it made it a little bit hard, but we were prepared. I think it was more so just no reason to ban out the Wolf in that situation. If they want it that badly, let them have it. We'll beat them with it anyways.
Okay, so the question I want to ask requires a little bit of setup, but we're basically from a game previously, and you had a habit as a coach where you would go up to the teams that you were playing up against and you try to do the draft like a day before. You'd be like, let's do the draft now. Have you managed to sort of pull out those mind games against like some of the teams in Marvel Rivals yet? Because I feel like whilst you don't have like a map pick ban system, the draft system in itself is almost more complicated in a sense because you have to prepare for different looks. Like, what's that like for you? Do you get to sort of bring out some ideas that can leave teams a little bit confused playing up against you?
I think we have this is the first time in my career kind of that I've had a team that is almost, what's the correct word? Bigger monkeys than me, if that makes sense. We are the monkey team, I would say. And I don't need to do a lot. In this team, I can kind of chill most of the time and they do most of the work for me. I think if you ask a lot of other people, they would say the same thing. So I can be more of a grandpa and kind of just chill and relax and, they'll do the job for me. They'll psych other people out or they'll come up with the crazy ideas themselves.
So what is actually the vibe in terms of, like, obviously psyching out, you say that they're happy to do that for you, but in terms of drafting and doing the calls for the scrims and stuff like that, what is the vibe between you and them?
It's a team effort. Sometimes I'm coming with ideas, sometimes they're coming. I mean, Barcode's really, really smart, for example. I think he's probably the best in-game leader in the game. I don't know how others are, but I would say he's the best. He comes up with a lot of good ideas. We have like a lot of players who are extremely smart, let's say. Tanuki, Alex, Tenor. And then we have like Poli and Pokey who are just running all the time at them, And I think Poli was insane today, for example. So it's a mix. It's not like, I think Ryan knows in Valorant I was much more of a dominant coach, let's say, but I don't really need to do it here. My players are insane, man. So I can kind of just chill and they do a lot of things themselves.
You just keep them on the straight and narrow when it matters, I guess. We'll leave it there. I guess you guys can sit back and watch this next series, see who you're playing up against in the next round. But absolute pleasure to talk to you again, Salah. No doubt we'll see a little bit more of you guys, certainly as Ignite goes on.
Hope so.
All right, Ryan. For starters, what a lovely lad. For second, we have our last series coming up. Virtus Pro found themselves in the lower bracket in the group stage at the hands of Rad. But Lone 9 also found themselves in the lower bracket quite early and had to fight tooth and nail to get here. They had so much pressure on them to get to this point, and now they're going to be up against what might be the best team in EMEA, if not the world. There is a lot of pressure on them, and if they go down to the lower bracket, they have to go against Insomnia, which again, we've already seen is very hard to draft against. Even a team like Burber Patapim almost stumbled.
Yeah, I mean, I hope the players don't take this badly from L9, but I think they're the team that I have the least expectations for naturally going into playoffs, but I'm always happy to be proven wrong. We'll see exactly how much damage, if any, they can do to Virtus Pro after this break, so don't go anywhere.
Struck down by living Chi.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing and hoping your rise, raising up Across all time, I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more. That now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
We are down to our last game of the day to decide who will be in our upper bracket semi-finals and who will be sent down to the lower bracket. Virtus Pro, the undisputed kings of Europe up to now, had to fight to get here. Low 9 have been what a load of teams were looking at and saying that they might struggle, but they are here and they have earned it tooth and nail. But speaking of earning it, you can earn yourself some absolute drip by heading to the store and endeavoring through mighty trials to showcase your prestige on the battlefield in Thor's majestic raiment costume and the Punisher's Daredevil Born Again costume. You can get these from today at 7 p.m. PDT. I know that you and me were talking beforehand. We're both big Daredevil fans, so we'd love to see this. We've been talking about the memes. It is definitely not a no. This is a yes.
Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite Marvel things is the Defenders, like, TV series stuff. So Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist and stuff. So seeing stuff like this, I was going to do the whole, like, wait, but I feel like my voice has gone enough that I could probably just pull off the, like, let me tell you something, red kind of stuff. But regardless, we do have a red team for low 9 at the very least. So we're sort of going to be looking at this series getting back into it swimmingly. Honestly, I think with Virtus Pro, we can sort of look a little bit more at the team that has been dominant at the top, right? When it comes to the pedigree that this squad has, Tetra, they've essentially won everything in EMEA.
Yep, they have not lost since beta, basically. They have proceeded to do both MRCs, the Marvel Rivals Invitational, and anything else they put their mind to, including 11 fight nights. They hadn't lost a single series. They are incredible, and they fought their way through, only losing this one series in those group stages, and have adjusted their draft so much. After struggling in that first game versus Rad, according to them, due to the draft, they've then been through triple res comps, they've been through the Psylocke returning once again for Sparker, one of their most legendary characters. They've been picking up the Captain America again. Virtus Pro are terrifying.
You said it there perfectly, though, when it comes to, like, adjusting your draft. Because Virtus Pro, I mean, everybody sort of admitted it. It was the talking point after they lost to Rad of just, it felt that Virtus Pro weren't necessarily that prepared with the meta. And I think one of the things that they were hit hard with is just how often teams banned out the strategists against them. So you're looking at the Loki and the Luna especially. Natural ones, Cloak and Dagger sort of started to rise a little bit more as does third, fourth picks. But I specifically wanted to highlight Mantis as the 0 bans against. Because we've seen, like I mentioned earlier in the show, we've seen a lot more teams ban out the Mantis from Asia, from China, from OCE, to try to combat that triple strategist, Adam Warlock, Mantis, plus whoever else comp, where you have those like Kamek revivals and also the team up Resurrects with Star-Lord and stuff. So that is something that we started to see a little bit more from Virtus Pro with Sparker going on the Adam Warlock. I can definitely see more teams looking at that Mantis and going, we need to ban that out because it shuts down everything else around what Virtus Pro want to do here.
But as you mentioned, they have been adjusting their composition as time has gone on. That Mantis may be a worthy ban because not just the Star-Lord, we've also been seeing Fire when they don't get their hands on that, looking at the Human Torch sometimes, who, as you mentioned, is going to benefit hugely if they want to go for a Mantis. Low 9 on the other side, they have been playing very consistently, but they have been playing a little bit less versatile. They have shown a lot less heroes than some other people, with the exception of Jerky, who has played 4 characters: Psylocke, Torch, Ultron, and Wolverine. Crisis has played Punisher, the Winter Soldier, Hela, Psylocke, Star-Lord. But in terms of Pink Clone, Invisible Woman, and Luna, Gonski, Cloak, Loki, Luna, they have been very consistent when it comes to their strategist bans as well. But there's one player who I want to bring attention to. We love our dive players in the side of EMEA, and Saint Moto has been doing so much for them. They have played 11 maps so far in the Marvel Rivals Ignite. They have had Captain America banned against them 9 of those 11 maps, and the amount of times they've won when the Captain America has been picked is 2. They are 2-0.
I mean, that's the data that's going to matter. Like, that's hard to get, I'll be honest, when you're sort of doing stuff manually, but like that is the stuff that teams are going to be wanting to keep an eye on. It's just like the win rate when they get, or the win rate when they ban. And Captain America is such a interesting character at the moment, because you go and play him in quick play or ranked and you're not going to feel the impact that he has in a coordinated 6 versus 6 setting. And you're right, it just really enables the rest of the team with just how disruptive you could be, what you can force out, and just how unrelenting you are. It's just, you know, the literal "I could do this all day" quote is pretty apt with how this guy is able to sort of take these fights and engagements. But for Low 9, it's been tricky. They've had some really hard series, and pretty much that big game against Shmungus was the one that sort of really highlighted what this team could do a lot. But, I mean, no disrespect to Shmungus, because I know that some of them are going to be watch partying this. They are the team that sort of scrims the least, right? So Low 9, if they are practicing as much consistently as the other teams, they should be beating Shmungus, and maybe should be beating Shmungus 2-0 and not dropping a map. But they did lose domination, as Craigie said earlier. It can be a little bit of a dice roll and be a lot of how you deal with stuff in the moment as opposed to preparation.
We'll have to see how well they do deal with it in the moment, as of course that first domination map is random. So of course a lot of these teams will be scrimming on every single domination map they can with whoever they can get their hands on to be a scrim partner. You mentioned that Low9, they should have been taking these matches versus Schmungus in potentially a 2-0. They got 2-0'd by All Business in the semi-finals, but in the group stage quarterfinals in the upper bracket, they did take a map off of All Business. So Low9, they have been able to take maps off of other teams in this playoff stage.
So I'm wondering here, we're seeing a lot more. So one of the things that we sort of failed to mention about Low9 as well is that they actually started off, from what we saw, that trend of picking Loki first. Like, Gonski has been gunning for this character in this first protect. And Low9 were doing it before we saw any of the other teams. And, you know, we see Virtus Pro talking about it, being like, oh, we put a lot, we're not revealing anything about the fact that we're, you know, picking Loki or protecting Loki first. What's interesting here is that Virtus Pro aren't doing it themselves. In fact, they're going for the EMEA Frost. Surely they know that Low9 also Loki enthusiasts. So what are they going to do about it?
They've decided it isn't their biggest priority, but what is going to make their way in is, well, 07s for the captain. Captain America will be banned out by Virtus Pro, and they're also going to try and target Jerky a bit here, taking away that human torch. That big burst damage mirrored on the side of Low9 as they now get to go for their protection. They have the Loki, and they're going to get Mag potentially. This for most teams might look like a dream draft.
It's enough to set up with. Make sure you're losing out on stuff like the torch, the cap for the Saint-Amoto, so those win rates might not look too good. Again, Virtus Pro doing their due diligence with these teams here. With Torch, Punisher banned out, so Virtus Pro really trying to take out some of the offensive options, especially for the likes of Crisis, who is typically the player that takes in a lot of resources, and Jarecki. Both of them, if you give them space, they will win you games.
There goes the Lunar Snow as the protection for Virtus Pro. So they're going to get that big burst protection with the fate of both worlds, making sure that they have that extra sustain. They have not had a lot of chance to play the Lunar, as it has been banned against them almost every time, as you showed earlier. And there's that final protection onto the EMEA here.
I mean, Loki's been banned out the most against Virtus Pro. That's continuing on. The Luna getting free. I mean, what? It's 12 games out of 15 that Luna's been banned out, right? So yeah, we do get to see. But the good thing about Luna as well is that both Saipe and Dritro can play them, and I think like that is also the good side of like Magneto, EMEA, Frost is there isn't really a team that only one of the Vanguards can play them. Like both are very strong, but also both characters are not super hard to pick up if you put the time in. Especially if you're good at other Vanguards, you could probably get pretty good at Magneto, and certainly EMEA Frost fairly quickly with enough practice. And so both these teams are well versed. It is just that Saint-Amoto doesn't have the Captain America to sit back on.
Very true, but they have so many other options. Venom, Magneto of their own, Doctor Strange. They have a lot of options here. Virtus Pro, we actually saw a little bit of a hover onto the Namor in that little pregame. I'm curious to see if that will make it out the door, as this is a solid map for it due to almost all the points having incredible flanking potential. As we do see them roll out, Jerky is starting on the sideline, and Crisis is going to be mirroring Sparker. Both teams running Hulk Namor.
Ooh, so you're going for the Gamma play, the teamer. Again, we've sort of said it all day that Hulk has not been super popular. Seen a little bit of it in Americas, or even certainly further east as well, into the other regions. You have to be looking at Spark, who is almost exclusively been playing on Psylocke recently, so him moving over to the Namor is like a newer look. We know that he can play a lot of different stuff, it's just he's not been forced away from it in many of the drafts that we've seen so far.
And then we see that traded out dual fire on the Star-Lord that they've been picking up so often. Jerky on the Psylocke, this time for a little bit of burst potential. It is going to be Sparker taking down Jerky for the first pickup, and immediately they're chasing aggressively into the hallway. The Mind's Aegis from the Emma to try and create a little bit of an opening here, but it is going to be Virtus Pro claiming the first point and trying to chase them all the way back to spawn, but will back up the second they start to hit that second ramp, as they don't want to get caught out of position.
Any changes for low 9? Not realistically. Sentamoto wants to get back into Hulk form after dropping down to Bruce Banner. You do have a Fate of Both Worlds available for Pin Clone, but is that what you want to go in with? Monsky has plenty of options to go for copies here, as the God of Mischief is available fairly soon. Jarecki trying to go in for the flanks. You see just how much peeling there is for Virtus Pro. 3 people turn around to go and help him, and Crisis actually finding the pig enables his next battle. The Horn of Proteus comes through. It's not enough damage to break those breakpoints and take anybody from Virtus Pro down. The Meteor M in the sky looking for the Emma Frost with the Silent Seduction in hand, and it's the Dance of the Butterflies that cuts through. Virtus Pro holding on to this point nicely, and low 9 having to use every little resource that they have available to try and connect. If it wasn't for Nevix using the Hulk Smash to just burn things down time-wise a little bit longer, it would have been a very good take from low 9, but now they have to worry about time a bit.
Vinci not wanting to give up a single second is going to portal reinforce here. Jerky was able to get the double pickup in the early stages of that fight. Vi up above is moving on in with the Galactic Legend. Has already picked up Jerky for the counter. Finds Gonski on the backline. And this is Virtus Pro extending the fight massively. And they did lose the point, but they're already back, already contesting. Monster Hulk has to be forced down, but Wolver is down. This is just an incredibly outnumbered fight as Virtus Pro, with the reinforcement, are able to take control.
I love this, I love watching teams that play with that much tempo. Like, Virtus Pro know that they're like the big dogs in this one of like, we bought so much time, they took the point, let's just go instantly engage on them. Like, because low 9 are not going to expect it. They're going to be a little bit rustled, and we know that they've used some of those bigger strategist ultimates that we could just go in and take this fight even if we don't have much ourselves. So now 85% on the board, near enough. You don't have any strategist ultimates to maintain stuff for low 9 if they're not careful. You got the Horn of Proteus for Crisis, but that's about it, Tetcher.
Fate of Both Worlds just coming off cooldown, meaning that both teams have the exact same ultimates available. But Dridro getting that Eternal Bond off cooldown is going to be the first to set up, meaning that Cypher can hold onto theirs, but needs a little bit longer. Keeping Sparker topped up. Oh, the Proteus into the backline. Regeneration don't make the try and hold it, but it's going to be Sentamoto focused on down to the butterfly to the backline from Jerky with a counter Horn of Proteus, and they take down the Cloak and Dagger. Spark is able to escape up onto the high ground, but Sentamoto is chasing them in. Meteor M into the hallway, but it's gonna be the stealthy hidden Cypher to make sure that they don't get picked off. Galactic Legend, but this is low 9 with the numbers advantage holding the point. Jerky goes down, but did no one touch the point? That's gonna be Virtus Pro taking the first round.
I think they all got slapped back by Nevix's Hulk, to be honest. Just enough bodies on the point for Virtus Pro to keep it stalled, and yeah, low 9 gonna be maybe frustrated, like wondering what exactly happened there. They have to quickly reset. Inclone switching over towards the Rocket Raccoon. I think he was very close to having the ultimate as the Lunar Snow, so I don't know how much that's going to really impact him. So far, majority of the damage done by Sparker naturally, but Finzi is just behind him, able to output so much as that Emma Frost. And when you don't have it on the other side, yeah, it can hurt. You got to think about to prioritize getting a Magneto instead. But if there's just Virtus Pro are able to hold such an aggressive line or just keep breaking their shields, Satamoto's not got the cooldowns to work with that. He's gonna take a lot. Wolver on the Groot though I do like, because you do have some of those walls that can come in, and Wolver is a pretty nasty Groot as well.
Nevix staying on the Hulk. Wolver's been a fantastic group. They've also been a fantastic Doctor Strange throughout these matchups. One of the best Eye of Agamotto players, almost matching up to the side of Virtus Pro. But it is going to be a little bit of a mix-up. When you've got a Hulk that's diving in, they're just going to try and keep it locked down. Nice radioactive lockdown to try and pressure the backline, as Wolver will take the aggressive position, but it's eating a lot of shots from Sparker so far.
Looks like the mission area is yours.
Wolver's trying to isolate a Jewel here. Need to be careful though, Vi's really just trying to find a flank. Any crossfire that he can maintain for Virtus Pro is going to put low 9 in a bit of an awkward spot. But the fact that they're taking the point first means that they can get more than 33% is what I think they managed on the last point. Able to actually get a pick over onto Finzi means that they can stall out things a little bit more.
forcing them back. Nevix nearly getting picked off, is forced to leap back to the rest of their team as Sparker's trying to create an opening, setting off that Monstro off to the side so that the team has to choose between hitting them or hitting that Monstro. Fi moves off the Star-Lord, sees that Groot and is like, ooh, tasty, and is going to be playing the Wolverine with the Incredible Hulk. It's double Hulk team-up time.
I've seen this
They're gonna
before.
look for the backline. Lovely man cannon, locks it down immediately.
Slammed down onto the ground, isn't able to get the picks for Saitimoto. Both worlds going to have to be dedicated now, as it's really just pot shots from Sparker from distance. Horn and Proteus waiting for the right chance to see if he can get a bit of a damage boost or synergize it well with a big ultimate. I mean, that's the one he's looking for, but it's the Groot on the other side. Strangling Prison for Wolver, not able to connect onto too much, but it's Low9 buying more time. Horn and Proteus, I think, was used on all the sides, as Hela is going to come out with a Goddess of Death. Spamming from distance, clearing up some of the point, as you see from the low ground. The answer is Fincy, trying to contest it to the best of their abilities. 75% on the point now for Low9. Things are looking pretty good. The Virtus.pro finally have enough to break on through, take the point for the first time, and now it's a good test for Low9 of whether they can take this point and take this point, like, whole part of the map.
Gonski delayed that so hard with the Loki. They bought so many extra seconds and so much extra percentage with that extra sustain from the regeneration domain. Virtus.pro, they now move into the defensive position. Namor up on this high ground, can siege in from a distance, and of course those Monstros can be either thrown down to the low ground or go in for the flag. Portal, engage up to the high ground, trying to take the fight. Lockdown comes in and Sparker gets obliterated. Regen domain to make sure that they secure the high ground as Jerky moves on down. That was a huge pickup from Low9.
Jarecki is very close to having his Dance of the Butterflies, and that wall is an appetizer for Finzi. He is still just stuck fighting on here as much as he possibly can, but now he's going back into the fight to try and avoid the Dance of the Butterflies behind him. It's not going to matter too much, and a very clean fight in the end allows Low9 to take the point back yet again. Great ult from Jarecki.
82%, 83% versus 48 for Virtus.pro. They are going to try and walk back in. No, Fitzy will swap to the Strange to make sure that they can try and contest this in time, take the safe group up as opposed to try and risk someone touching it beforehand. Portal comes out. They can touch this 96. Touch, and that's easily enough time. But now they're attacking from both angles with the Eternal Bond coming out from Dridro to give them that little bit of extra sustain onto the point so that they can try and contest. But with Nevix already down, Gonski with the Cologne into the fate of both worlds is keeping the team sustained on through. Fi is rushing down, trying to get onto a Wolver, but it's the isolation with the group wolf. Last stand, and it might actually be that they get Gonski, and that's the real one. That is so huge for Fi as Virtus.pro trying to take this consistent fight in the overtime. Gonski is down. Fincy is still in this fight and is almost out that Eye of Agamotto with Wolver taken out. Virtus.pro are gonna get the flip.
Yeah, reset, a quick one. Low9 knowing that they can't hang around too much. I mean, one of the reasons why they won that fight is that it was looking close for Low9 to take it because they managed to stall out Nevix for so long. Quick look at the damage before there's that final engagement about to come in. It's really a case about shutting down Sparker. Horn of Proteus is very close. Even an Eye of Agamotto from Fincy could be scary. A Wolver, it's a Strangler Prison. We haven't really seen them connect all too much. There's been a lot of good responses from Virtus.pro. Now's a potential clean sweep because there's not going to be a strategist ultimate available for Virtus.pro.
They may have to lose it though. The Fincy goes into the backline. Regeneration domain, but it's cleaned out fast. Goodbye, Gonski. And they may have to swap over to that Doctor Strange here to try and turn this. There is that Strangling Prison, but the damage isn't there for the follow-up. You can see Crisis on the flank, dropped almost to 0 here. Dance of the Butterfly, barely keeping Jerky up on 8 hit points as we are going to see anyone trying to touch this point as overtime ticks down. No one spawns in time for a Strange reinforcement. Gonski tries to delay, but that is Virtus.pro taking control. Low9 almost able to scrape it, but Virtus.pro, they took those last fights beautifully.
Yeah, those dives that went on to Gonski on those last two engagements were really key for Virtus.pro there. Like, they know that there's going to be so much focus going on to getting him in the draft, and Gonski's a very good low-key, and if it's not available on their side, well, it means that even more focus has to go in to try and take him out. But just really good stuff. The fights that were taken, the engages, Low9, honestly, a good showing. But I do think that they should have taken that second point if it wasn't for Virtus.pro having some, honestly, top-tier moments.
Penclone with 36k healing, a solid 9k more than literally anyone else in the game. Did everything in their power to keep their team up, but there's only so much they could do when it came down to individuals getting targeted, and that is Virtus Pro one of the things they excel at, targeting, being able to call a individual and take them out, and you can see that coming in here from Fi, choosing the right target, blast a barrage onto any isolated member, and Sparker here in the doorway, knowing where their opponents would retreat to, and Horde approaching directly onto themselves. If someone dove them, they could punish it. If they're not, then they get a knockdown and they're still able to capitalize. They did get punished in that last engage though, regeneration domain through the portal, but there's very little you can do about that.
Yeah, he can't really stop too much. And it really felt like, yeah, you've got this kind of like last engagements that were happening, and well, you've got Wolver that had the Strangling Prison. Virtus Pro were just consistently dealing with it very nicely. You were losing Gonski, and just, yeah, it was like this key fight, honestly. Gonski goes down, you see the Strangling Prison follow shortly afterwards, and honestly, it's pretty comfortable. You have the Dance of the Butterfly shot for Jarecki, but he's like 8 HP, like you mentioned. There's not much that Low 9 could do in those situations, and Virtus Pro showing exactly why they're just such a consistently top team when they're able to adjust with what is exactly on the board at any given time.
And finally, the Loki has lost. We have broken the streak for the day. It's finally happened, and it came at the hands of Virtus Pro. But there were some times where it looked a little bit dicey. The question is, will Virtus Pro continue to just believe that they can overcome this, or will they maybe adjust their bad strategy to get rid of the God of Mischief, who has been causing quite a lot of mischief? We'll be finding out after this short break. Don't go anywhere unless it's in-game to buy those skins. But for now, we'll be right back with game number 2.
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up with this and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the unravel till the end. Rise up, hoping your minds hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, wishing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time,
Battle9, a map down, might want to take us to New York to see some of the map options that they've had previously. They're a squad that have liked to have gone to Central Park, for example, or even Midtown. The problem is, where on earth do you take the potential best team in the world with Virtus.pro, Tetra? Like, it really feels like it could be inevitable in any case.
I mean, there's like an argument to be made of like, yeah, of course, Midtown's good because it's one of the best hold maps, but also if you don't know where to go, then take them to somewhere where they might be less used to. This could be Araco because it's newer, or you might have chosen something, like we mentioned earlier, Spider Islands, because it's played so rarely. Problem is, Virtus.pro have been around since Season 0. They have been playing Spider Islands since before some people were playing this game. You can't just take them to something like that just because it's played less nowadays, because they have more hours on it than some people have in the game, full stop.
I mean, if the majority of Spider Island games go like the one that we saw earlier, I'm not surprised that we see it so little in pro games. And you're right, like, Virtus.pro, on the receiving end of it previously when they lost to Peps, that first ever map loss that they conceded so far in the lifespan of Marvel Rivals, it really is just like a couple of options. Central Park, they've picked once. Yggdrasil, they've picked once. Midtown, they've picked twice. It feels like maybe Central Park to just see what Virtus.pro like to play on here. Like Araco, I think that's why some teams did try to take Virtus.pro in that position, just forcing them out to be like, okay, how are you approaching the meta? Where are you taking these positions? What places are you fighting from? And just honestly, potentially stealing some of the strategies. That's what teams like to do in a lot of other games. Okay, there's a new map out. Let's see what the top teams do on it. And then we'll just copy that strategy and iterate it on depending on like our comforts. It's hard work, but people want to see exactly what Virtus.pro are cooking up.
But the fact is, Virtus.pro, they've already shown they are quite comfortable here. They've got players who can play flyers like that Human Torch. This is a map where flankers can really just have such a good time because there's all these secret tunnels and teleporters, meaning that there's always a chance that someone is behind you. Captain America, the Psylocke, they have so many times where they can just flank and get into backlines. It's a risky thing to play into a team like Virtus.pro, but we do know that there is a little bit of a chance that Low9, we know Jerky loves that Psylocke, could try and mirror as well, with Virtus.pro so far banning the torch to prevent them from getting on it.
Yeah, I'm really curious, I suppose, on where Low9 can take us here. And ultimately, like, your best performing maps are Symbiotic Surface, which you've won, you're 2-0 on. Central Park you picked, but you lost. Midtown you picked twice, won one, lost one. And the win was against Shmongus as well, so that makes it sound like it doesn't count. I didn't mean it to sound like that. I just mean like that's the one that I do remember. But yeah, it's Low9 really just suffering from the fact that Virtus.pro found this like run of form. But whilst we're waiting to get into game, I guess what can you tell us about like the stakes of the history of the team? Like Virtus.pro, we've known a little bit more about because they've been around for so long, and ultimately, even if you're like in Americas or Asia, you're gonna know the prevalence of Virtus.pro. What have you picked up from Low9 from your like watching? Because obviously you've done a lot of the watching the qualifiers and as well, so you've got to see Low9 get to this point in the first place, you know?
Low9, they came together as a team quite late. They were less late than Blood Cariudo, for example, that came together hours before the tournament started. But Low9, they came together a couple weeks before the qualifiers, coming together just out of a load of players who were either just incredibly good ranked players or were looking for teams. They have just picked out some of the best people who were available and believed that they could make it work together, and have successfully proved that yes, they can. They have already turned into an incredibly versatile unit, just relying on individual skill, and have been picking up great teamwork consistently, because a lot of these players have skill in other games. We've got people who have played a lot of other hero shooters or just other shooters in general, so it's an experienced team without as much experience playing together. Jerky has been a big streamer for a while, creating a lot of content around playing it, some unusual picks like the Jeff, for example, back in the day. Saint Moto has been an absolute ranked beast and is well known for their cap, even on the leaderboard before joining this team. This team has pedigree and are coming in now against what might be their toughest challenge.
A ragtag group against the odds? That does sound very Marvel, to be fair. There is Central Park that Low9 are going to take us on, choosing to attack first. So, we did see last time more of a focus coming in from Low9 to try and get the Loki first. The Virtus.pro, banning out the EMEA, picking the EMEA seems to be their go-to strategy, and so far it's looking the same. The Captain America's a first protect instead of the Loki, however. I kind of like from Low9.
Very interesting. Getting a little bit of an adjustment, getting Saint Tomoto on their main pick. Again, they're either about to continue a 100% win rate, being 3-0, or they're about to ruin a streak here as they have that left available. But Virtus.pro, they do take the opportunity to take out that Loki. It is a bit strong. Even though they won the map, the Loki was still very rough to deal with.
Still able to get a character that I think now they're matched up to all business of how many times they picked Emma Frost. So now they're the mummy's boys, I suppose, with how much that they've wanted to try to get them. Low9 wanted to try and take out Magneto, making sure that you don't actually get both of them together, which would be a little bit of a disaster. But so far, no strategists outside of the Loki being banned out for Low9. Both torches banned out in the mirror ban as well.
This likely means we're going to be seeing Psylocke creep on in Virtus.pro. I think there's a solid chance, unless they're even going to protect a strategist here, potentially something like the Cloak and Dagger or the Psylocke, to make sure that we do have Sparker having some backline potential here. Low9, they have the chance to do the same though, so they don't need to worry about losing yet another one of Jerky's heroes, because they get a protection before Virtus.pro get their last ban. If that's the path they want to take, Crisis currently hovering the Hawkeye, and Luna has not yet been banned by Virtus.pro. Low9 have the opportunity to try something out here with this slightly nerfed, but still quite scary to look at, Ice Arrow for the Hawkeye.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, the focus of banning out Torch makes sense because, well, we saw it earlier, right, with Smashness from Z10, just how amazingly annoying Torch is. And even like Tanuki, I've seen in the past, just absolutely obliterate maps when he's giving that freedom up in the sky. So Psylocke is going to be protected over on both sides. It's the last thing that Low9 are going to do to just give Jarecki a little bit of space to work with. Virtus.pro topping us off potentially for the series, potentially for the day, considering taking out Luna. Instead, going to ban out the Magneto. So that double Vanguard, main Vanguard combination not available for Low9 at all.
So now we need to decide what goes with this Punisher. They have put Wolver on the Groot. They've been leading so heavily on Strange up to now, but the Groot did quite well for them last game, so it is an opportunity. Psylocke is going to be picked up for Jerky, and they are, of course, going to have that Snowflake, that passive aura from Penclone. Saint Tomoto is with them. This is the classic dive backline, but Virtus.pro are going to mirror the exact same thing, just without the Luna.
So Emma's available on one side, Loki banned out completely, Magneto banned out completely, yeah, double checking, and then Torch. So it is mostly just teams countering each other to try and take stuff off the board. But there is a Luna available on the side of Low9, I think. So at least their strategist backline isn't going to take too much of a hit so far. It is just more pressure that goes over onto Saint Tomoto, who he's got cap, he's fine. And then Wolver, who grew. It's not a bad map for him. Again, we saw that earlier from Z10. The distance of what we've been seeing in Midtown, we head to not the most recent map that was added into the game, but the one that sort of closed off season 1. Oh, we're straight into the action. We're straight in as Low9. Pretty much probably weren't expecting the same thing with Virtus.pro having such a deep hold.
Yeah, pulling back extremely far for the moment, trying to get onto that Psylocke. They can catch Sparker early as they do push out. They're going to get themselves a good pickup. That's a portal opening coming in from Low9 as Jerky started on the Doctor Strange in order to get them a little bit of an opening push. But it is going to trade out a 1-for-1. Wolver did grab Sparker. Gonski is taken down. Dridro's going to get mirrored. Both the Cloak and Daggers taken down. But Nevix is still so far mostly uncontested, keeping pressure onto the backline. And Phi is in the air, causing problems. Crisis, when did you get there, buddy? Going through the portal to try and backcap. Got over half.
Yeah, 58%. I mean, you'll take it, and Virtus probably kicking themselves a little bit that they just gave it up for free. And now things have reset back to that main chokeway. Wolver rolling up to just create a little bit more space before they really go in for this fight. 75% away from a strangling prison. And what you're looking to combine it with is the question, I suppose. Maybe a final judgment for Crisis is the most likely, or even just that Dance of the Butterfly that's going to cut through. It's going to force a lot out of the backline of Low9, but not the strategist ultimates up until now, as that Eternal Bond is going to become a little bit more aggressive. Virtus Pro contesting the point still. They have a foot on it just to stop it from ticking up on favor for low 9, but the Invisible Boundary up into the rafters, up off of the objective, and it's really just a great spot for the group to be fighting, and Jarecki decides that he wants to have a slice of the action too. Vi's Galactic Legend is going to be the thing that tops off this fight, and regardless, low 9 either have to give this up and lose out on numbers, or Virtus Pro are going to lose this point in fairly quick time. They're forced back in the Freedom Charge Tetra. It's just keeping things going and going.
It's such a long, drawn-out fight here. Low 9, they blew a lot of their big cooldowns quite early, but holding on to Saintamoto. Essentially a third strategist ultimate with all the bonus health that it does give. They're able to push on in, and Low 9 claimed the first point. That was very interesting to watch. Utilizing a little bit of a back cap to make it so that they had that first third already pre-capped, meaning that they didn't have to hold the point for as long, knowing that Virtus Pro will also be one of those teams that likes to portal back in and extend fights for a little bit longer. And here comes the rush with 3 members: Star-Lord, the Psylocke, and bringing Fi on that extra, and bringing Sparker, sorry, on that Psylocke. They are cleaning up right now.
Man, I adore that from Virtus Pro. The main thing is that they cut across and they just stopped the objective. And then they took the fight. Because this is something that Virtus Pro have been so good at on all of these convoy maps. We're back with a Squirrel. He's having a fantastic time. He's getting to watch some good action at the very least. But it's the fact that Virtus Pro are able to just keep stalling the point, and even if they end up losing that fight eventually for low 9, they buy so much time because you have to remove them physically from the objective one at a time. They just draw out so much, and honestly, Virtus Pro forcing a fight pretty much at the spot where the payload starts is only setting the defense up for success here.
This is Virtus Pro trying to force Low 9 to take a fight even further back than the objective, meaning that even if Virtus Pro go down, there's still even longer for Low 9 to want to try and go for the reinforcement. This Invisible Boundary, Eternal Bond comes on out Pink Clone with that Fate of Both Worlds, but it's about to expire, and there is no secondary strategist follow-up. Jerky will get a dance to the butterfly onto the backline, but it's gonna be Virtus Pro who timed their ultimates a little bit better. Cypher gets a double here, the quick duel between the Psylocks, but it's a little bit of a numbers game, not respecting the 1v1. Nevix will take out Jerky.
Oh, it's a Spawn Doors hold. How has Virtus Pro managed to turn this? And honestly, it was the proactive nature of using the Freedom Charge to get into this fight before in the first place. Nevix, in fact, having another. Straight into the engagement just as the same time as the Freedom Charge is used on Low 9's side, but it's not enough when you got the Final Judgment just layered on top and alongside a Strangling Prison. Low 9, that's a lot. That's a lot that you've dedicated here, but it's really a case of you have to throw everything you have at Virtus Pro, otherwise that payload ain't moving.
Low 9, they burn the cooldowns, but like you say, it's all about distance because Low 9 are having to try and push this cart while Virtus Pro take fights behind them, which is not ideal. But finally, Low 9 have an opening. They set up the culling turret. Saintamoto is on the flank. It's all about the ultimate cooldowns right now, though. Invisible Boundary, 85%. Jerky, 62%, and back and spawn. Gonski, 80 now % on that cloak, and Dagger getting the early Eternal Bond, but Cypher has the
same again.
Blow up here.
They've done it again, just sort of cutting behind where these attackers are coming from to try to stop the payload from there. It's a great rollout, and I'm sure that every other team in the EMEA is going to start copying it at this rate because Virtus Pro are just doing so well to stall out the point consistently. Even now, again, Low 9 winning out this engagement. There's just a little bit of chip damage done from Fi to just get this ultimate online. If he can disengage and then go for a clean fight towards the end of the checkpoint, that might be enough, but that's not the game plan for Virtus Pro. Just keep throwing bodies at this point, stop it from moving, gain every meter that you possibly can. And how Virtus Pro set themselves up nicely to stop this payload from getting any further on the second checkpoint, and there's only 40 seconds left.
Dance to the butterfly, they're going to try and commit early, but Guardian Barrier keeping them topped up. They find Cypher, they get Dridro with the help of the cap, and it's Jerky and Saintamoto. Praise be to the Saint, creating the opening that they want. Cap trying to delay with mobility, walls set up to keep everyone off the point, and Low 9 are done with this backline delay stuff. They hit point number 2, and they get an extra minute and 3/4 on the point.
Jarecki going hunting to see the defender spawn. If he can catch somebody that might have got some poor timing, because you can see the Virtus Pro were a little bit split there. It's blood in the water for Jarecki to be able to smell that opportunity out, and Saitomoto wants to keep this tempo going if he can. Freedom Charge going to be used. He does get Calm and Crush, but it's not going to matter too much. He was on his own, but he's able to dash out, and now Nevix is giving chase, diving in. Crisis, though, taking out the other duelist on the side of Sparker, and now the Final Judgment cutting on through with the fate of both worlds. There's potential for a damage boost there. There's not really any damage that you're taking on the side of Low 9 currently, but you're worried about behind you because of how often Virtus Pro being able to sneak in and stop things from where you can't expect them to.
Virtus Pro split that beautifully. Terror Cape coming in for that Galactic Legend. They're trying to get onto the backline, trying to focus onto Crisis, but the team is staying very grouped up. Gonski keeping the team sustained. Here's the straggling Prison, able to catch the Star-Lord, but the damage output, they can't seem to find them. It's going to be jerky. It's going to be a team wipe is what it's going to be. Pinkone falling off. Saitomoto just runs off. They know that they need to regroup, and it's time for Doctor Strange.
Was that a shroud from... I think it was from Virtus Pro, like the Poke and Dagger for Dreedra to be able to just get out of dodge from the Strangling Prison. So great work from Dreedra to keep people alive, because you could just see how much damage Wolvo was able to do off the back of the Strangling Prison. So the backline being peeled for nicely, and Jarecki is not really going to find too much with his Dance of the Butterflies on his side. As Virtus Pro pretty much cleaned on house. 5 seconds left. The payload in control of the defenders, and it's a touch from Saitomoto. It's a plea more than anything to get this moving a little bit further. You gotta say, Techido, oh, never mind, I was gonna say it was done and dusted, and it is, because unfortunately he wasn't able to touch. But all things considered, Low 9 made a good show of that if it wasn't for Virtus Pro having some really cool stuff on the second point.
An incredible push coming in from Low 9. Just stopped on that last portal for starters. This is one of the hardest maps to portal out of, because you have to literally teleport out of spawn to get out to begin with. But they were interrupted via the force physics coming in from Cypher, preventing them from coming through the portal to touch for that overtime. Lovely little setup by Virtus Pro there, and that is going to be still a very solid push by Low 9 in the grand scheme of things, making it easily over halfway.
Now it's starting to see what Virtus Pro want to do on the attack, because I don't believe that they've shown any action on Central Park. No, they haven't. They've shown plenty over on Symbiotic Service and Dejalia. The first debut of Central Park, at least in Ignite. I think it's only Krakoa, which we saw, so it's only Spider Islands that we haven't actually seen from Virtus Pro so far this event. We're ticking them off like bingo. We'll see if there's a little bit more. And honestly, Saitomoto, even though it was a grueling fight, only going down twice, testament to why he picked it up and protected it in the first place.
It's banned almost every game for a reason. It was banned in game number 1, meaning that we are now 10 out of 12 games with it being banned. Sorry, 10 out of 13 as of this one. The question is, will we see Virtus Pro be able to push on in? If they can, we've broken the streak, but Low 9 have already set up on the defense, and Crisis has brought out the Winter Soldier. Seeing that Captain America rushing on through from Nevix, it's time for crowd control.
It's Saitomoto, every time he's got Captain America, he's won. That's what Tetra found out prior to this, so it's either going to be continuing on, or it's going to be a bit of a rude awakening for Saitomoto. Now it's more of that fight happening on the objective. Wolver having to give up a lot of space, pretty much fighting all the way back to this choke, and he goes down. Just there's too much focus, too much of a force of nature when you've got the likes of Finzi running at you with the Emma Frost, able to catch you out. Now Sparker just trying to chip away at people. It's already forced Low 9 back to a more defensive position, losing a chance to contest. But are they going to give this up? They have to fight for this now. And the portal, actually a little bit more awkward. They're cutting around it. 2 people have jumped on point for Low 9, but things are split. You see how comfortable Virtus Pro are peeling for each other. And Low 9, you're just turning your head from side to side to work out where everybody is.
Eternal Pods delay it, and they've actually managed to force Virtus Pro out through the door. Dreadro with their own Eternal Pod. Galactic Legend not yet charged up, so forced to stick with the Blaster Barrage for the moment. Guardian Barrier, Pink Clone and Crisis are both down. Dance of the Butterfly, and this is Virtus Pro with what is essentially 2 team wipes in a row, and they claim point 1 with so much time left. 5 minutes at the activation of the Squirrel.
Seeing the second point for both teams because they banned out Torch, as you've seen at the top of your screen. Means it's a lot more grounded in its approach. There's no Storm, there's no Ultron, there's no Iron Man to sort of replace the threat in the sky. I do wonder if Lone 9 are going to try something similar. It seems that they're going for a fairly similar rollout to what Virtus Pro were doing. And the Dance of the Butterflies diving all the way back. It forces out the invisible boundary, and I don't know if somebody's disconnected. This is what happened last time, so gives us a little bit of a moment in a stay tuned for next time as Lone 9 have dove in with the Dance of the Butterflies.
Trying to get onto that backline, doing exactly like you said, what Virtus Pro did. Just try and punish people on the way out of spawn, because it's such a long walk from this initial spawn point to the actual objective of point number 2. So being able to just commit to these fights very early, you're able to reinforce on your own point at the top of the hill on the bridge, meaning that you can set up before your opponents get there usually, which is why teams take these fights so close to the attacking spawn.
We'll be finding out a little bit more information, but this is typically... last time it happened, it was because a player DC'd, so we're just waiting for them to get back into game. It does give us a chance to look at the scenic sort of view of Central Park. Castle just been dropped down in the middle of New York in Manhattan. You got Dracula just chilling as well. Good luck of like he's on sense, seeing if he's hitting the feng shui, which I think he is.
He certainly has a taste for style. I will say the giant coffin as the centerpiece of your dining hall is a little gauche, but overall it's still a wonderful historic building stuck in the middle of a wonderful historic park. We're off.
Back into the action. This is what you missed last time, and it was just Jureki not being able to catch too much with the Dance of the Butterflies. The backline is pretty much cleaned up, and Finzi goes hunting. He wants to really get people out of those spots that could be a threat to his backline, and Nevic's countering attack means that this is just going to keep on strolling forward off the back of that freedom charge for Nevix. Things are hunky-dory, and things are going to continue moving for Virtus Pro with plenty of time on the board.
This is Lone 9, though. They can need to get out of this doorway. This is where you can easily set up for this defense on the high ground, but Virtus Pro played very mobile characters, so they're going to try and go for a containment. Here comes the immediate run from Saint Tomoto to try and create an opening while the rest of the team comes from the other side. Lovely distraction here, and Sparker nearly getting caught out from Jerky, who had the high ground positioning. Cart is on the way. Blaster Barrage for the point, but Dance on the Butterfly, and Sparker is once again finding everyone grouped together, and without a defensive ultimate available, it's going to be Lone 9 cleaned out, and point number 2 grabbed by Virtus Pro. It is a game of distance now. 64 meters, 95 centimeters, and Virtus Pro are already moving out for a containment.
Ooh, but 5 minutes on the clock. Lone 9, you got to put an end to this, or you got to slow things down for the time being. You got some good stuff to make it happen, though. I'm looking at the Strangling Prison, but it feels like if you don't have Crisis ready for the Kraken's impact, you're not going to have the follow-through necessary. Nevix is also going wandering a bit here, and Wolver, he has his ultimate, but he can't afford to go down here. We do see both Eternal Bonds being used from the Cloak and Daggers, and the pull-up forces out some early utility from Treetro. The Terror Cape is a good one, Finzi having the follow-through, and then you've got Fee as well. Just with the back of the Galactic Legend, all of this space has to be cleared. Even if it doesn't get the picks onto Lone 9, they have to back up all the way up the stairs.
They're buying as much time as they can, but they were, like you said, forced up the stairs, meaning that Squirrel crept on forward at 57, 58, and Lone 9, they need to keep reinforcing, which means they have to take this fight on Virtus Pro's terms. Nevix gets a freedom charge, meaning they're going to get all that bonus out. Straggling Prison, but all it does is seal the fate, as Virtus Pro were able to plant the seeds of victory in those early fights and move on in, cutting group down to size and take the series in a 2-0.
Yeah, results sort of go in as most would have in the pick'ems, and Lone 9 just couldn't really get much going over on Central Park. Just a couple of moments here or there. It was a good first take. The second point got slowed down a lot, and then the third one you were only guaranteed a couple of fights before you run out of time. I'm showing at Virtus Pro, we're seeing pretty much all of the map pool in favor now. And when you see stuff like this that hasn't been shown, the Central Park not being visible at all from Virtus Pro over in Ignite thus far, makes you a little bit worried about what else we haven't seen from this Virtus Pro team, because that looked like a day in the office for them.
Alt tracking is something they've been doing for over a year at this point, and they've just been able to focus onto everyone who steps out of line, get into the backline. Sparker knows exactly when Pinclone and Gonski had their protective abilities up, which is why you see so many scenes just like that one. Dance of the Butterfly, while Jerky was able to get some turnaround, some counters, it is the positioning of Virtus Pro staying together to keep themselves protected, but low 9, they were just getting split so effectively because they were constantly being pressured by Fincy with those psionic seductions, with people being split, and of course the Captain Americas on the backline for both sides making space, but Virtus Pro took the control a little bit better, utilizing the Star-Lord.
Low 9 down to the losers bracket, up against Insomnia, like you said earlier, which is a grueling game, potentially, at least now for all of the teams. I believe it all goes into best of 5, so you have more freedom to pull back a series if you're 2 maps down, more of a chance to play for survival, and more of an attempt, I suppose, if you want to keep climbing up and pushing for playoffs at this rate. But we've seen this screen plenty of times for Virtus Pro. It's only been once that we haven't and seen Rad instead. But literally since then, it's just been an absolute blip for them, and really looking like the strongest team in this tournament yet again, it feels, Tetra. Virtus Pro back on top.
But Virtus Pro, they now head into a fated matchup, one that we have seen more times than I have fingers on one hand, and that is Patapim waiting for them in that upper bracket semi-finals. And if they win that, they have either Zero Tenacity or Rad, also teams who they have played against and know are strong. This is a stacked Final Four. You could look at this realistically and say any of them could take this, and then with the lower bracket creeping up behind them, it's going to be so hype over the next couple days to see who is going to represent at the mid-season finals. But a lot of people are going to be looking at this team and this guy right here, Nevix, putting on another fantastic performance. For starters, congratulations on yet another win. You did have in that first game a ban on the Captain America, but led it through in the second round. Is that just because the Loki was a little bit too threatening, or were you already prepared for Saint Tomoto?
I think we were prepared for anything, but Santa Moto is a very good captain, so we target banned him the first game.
I wanted to ask a little bit about your love for Emma Frost as a team, because it feels like there's so many other regions like Americas, Asia, put a little bit more focus on the Magneto. Is it a little bit of preference? Is it a little bit of like the synergy with the Psylocke? What is it about Emma Frost that makes her such a good pickup for you guys, would you say?
Honestly, I think people are sleeping a bit on Emma. Like, I don't think Mag is better at all. I think Emma just has too many good matchups in the front line. So, like I said, this the first time I tried Emma, I'm like, okay, this guy doesn't really belong in the game. That's how I felt. Like, she's so strong. Like in a tank matchup with the pylon, like she can kill a tank by himself. And she has a really small hitbox, and the diamond form, it makes it even harder to kill her. So I think she's just the strongest tank to have.
Speaking of another matchup, we heard someone earlier today say that they believed that Star-Lord was a bit of a trap hero. You know, it's someone who you guys lead on quite a bit. So we're in a rare situation where we can hear kind of a direct response from a team that likes to bring out the Peter Quill. So what is your opinion on Star-Lord in the current meta?
I think Star-Lord has, like, he's a very flexible DPS because he has a lot of mobility, good single target, good AoE, like he has strong timing and also like constant pressure. So I think he's used like a very flexible DPS that you can play in most scenarios.
I wanted to sort of talk a little bit about the maps as well, because Central Park was like the second last map that we saw. Like, we never saw your Krakoa up until today. We saw Central Park just then. The only map that we've not seen is Spider Islands. How much does it take to sort of prepare on all of these maps? Because you know that teams want to see what you're doing so they can effectively copy you in some things. You had some really nice plays on that second point on the defense where you're just sort of running behind where the payload is, like with Freedom Charge and stuff. Like, it was probably the first time in a while I've seen Central Park without any flyers on it as well. So it must be pretty exhausting to just be prepared on any map, because people want to take you to stuff that they've not seen yet, right?
Yeah, there's so many maps and also matchups to take in account, because like there's people trying to cheese on some maps. People play very standard. Like it's always like randoms. Like every scrim event, like every map is usually different depending on the bans and everything and what people prefer. Because now there's also a lot of viable styles, in my opinion. So yeah, there's a lot to think about.
So moving on to these upper bracket semi-finals, you are up against the team that has probably the most, for at least the longest and most consistently tried to be taking your title. You are up against Patapim. You have a lot of experience in this matchup. How confident are you feeling?
I'm pretty confident. I mean, they never beat us yet, so let's not make that happen yet.
I actually wanted to ask a little bit about something that you said just then about like how tough it is with all of the different matchups and stuff. Like, I know you from a previous hero shooter that didn't have stuff like picks and bans in it from way back when, like where you essentially could play the same map and it's the same comps every single time on, you know, the maps that I'm talking about. How has it been for you personally to deal with that? I guess like having like Emma Frost for you and Finzi, who's probably in the same boat, to sort of lean back on as needed is probably good, but like how much of that has been an adjustment for you, especially with the new pick ban phase? Like how exhausting is it as a Vanguard when you can be taken out of the pool quite a lot?
Yeah, so I think in this game flexibility is very important, and I like that because I'm a pretty flexible player in general. So I like being able to play a lot of different tanks and a lot of different maps, different situations, and all do the counter pick and ban kind of like in-game. Like someone goes wolf, I'll pull out the thing. If someone goes like hella flanking, I go captain. Like I like that dynamic style. And if you only main like one character, you get very easily target banned. So personally, I like the system.
All right, well, we're going to get to see you play a lot more of it as you continue your journey through the upper bracket. Nevix, thank you very much for joining us today. Any final words for the fans?
Thank you, guys. Well, I want to shout out to VP and all the fans. Thank you guys for supporting us, and let's go.
Thank you very much to Nevix. We are going to be heading towards the end of our show today, preparing for Americas coming up later, and of course more matches for EMEA starting tomorrow. We already have our first champions for Marvel Rivals Ignite, as of course the Oceanic region has already finished its playoffs with Ground Zero Gaming becoming our champions over there, but we are still hunting for ours here in EMEA as we are looking at that playoff bracket beginning to fill out. The top two teams, seed-wise, from each region are in the upper bracket semi-finals. Who'd have thunk it? But in the lower bracket, there is still some absolutely terrifying prospects there, and what might be some of the most belter matches we've seen.
Tetra, I hope we're going to see the schedule in a second. I hope we're casting those upper bracket games because, oh my god, D10 versus Rad and then Patapim versus Virtus Pro to follow. And we are in luck, actually, yes. Oh, sorry, Moxie, sorry, Leg Day. But like, I do think that those like losers bracket games are also like, there's a lot to be said about them. Like, maybe there's like a lean towards Insomnia over Low 9, and honestly, Peps versus All Business could go either way. But good grief, like tomorrow is a full best of 5 days starting at 3 p.m. CEST, so an earlier start. But if you haven't got your magic skin yet from the drops, just start tuning in from 3 p.m. tomorrow and you'll be set, because these are games all best of 5. It's going to be amazing to watch, I think.
Legitimately, yes, these matches are going to be so good. I think Insomnia versus Low 9 might be one of the most fascinating games we've seen so far. We have the pedigree of Patapim versus Virtus Pro. Literally, as Nevik said, they haven't beaten us yet, but there's a big old yet there. Rad Esports hadn't beaten them yet until a couple weeks ago, and things can change. And then, of course, Zero Tenacity, Rad, two of the most pedigreed teams now here, doing so well in those upper brackets, fighting for dominance. Ryan, I'm so excited for tomorrow.
It should be a really good day. I believe that's everything that we've got for EMEA, but of course, like Tetra mentioned, we do see America starting up in about 3 and a bit hours, so just tune into your favorite streamers until then, because no doubt America's is going to have some good action. Not quite as good as the action that we're seeing here, but a pretty close second, I would say. But thanks for watching. There's going to be so much action tomorrow for all of the best of 5s as we get really deep into the playoffs, so be sure not to miss it, and we'll see you tomorrow.
They can focus onto the tanks here because there's no more sustain.